Warhammer x LOTM, The Black Emperor by author Jiao Chao Mo. Chapter 151-200. Chapter 151, Harvest Priest. On the way, Malina Scala cautiously scanned her surroundings. The savage wilderness spirit clan tribes living in the Tricon system had been defeated, but small groups still roamed, occasionally launching attacks on human territories. Although these attacks did not hinder the Tricon system's development, they did cause considerable losses. The Harvest Priest harbored suspicions that the strange wilting disease affecting the crops at Farm No. 5, which neither the Tech Priest nor the Cultivator could resolve, might be the work of the Spirit Clan. Deep in thought, the fast attack craft's runes flickered, and she arrived at Farm No. 5. The cultivator, Carrie, was waiting at the designated aircraft parking area beside the farm. Seeing Malina land, she immediately went to greet her. "Milady. Carrie, lead the way. Let's go see the farm's crops." Malina spoke, and Carrie, with her bronze-colored skin, turned to lead the way. "Milady, according to your command, I selected oats and sugar beets, which are most suitable for planting here. The soil on this world is fertile, and the climate, with its sunlight and moisture, is ideal for crop growth, even more so than any place in our homeland, see Cradle." The crops had been growing well, but 3 days ago, they suddenly began to wilt. The cultivator frowned, speaking with confusion. "I have always diligently tended the fields, never slacking. After the crops fell ill, the Tech Priest and I worked hard to find the problem, but we still haven't figured out the cause." As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the farmland. Carrie walked over to a bag of seeds. "Milady, I have prepared new seeds." The Harvest Priest nodded. She moved her long legs, walking towards the withered, conical crops. She needed to first understand the cause of the crops, illness. Her tea-brown pupils instantly deepened as she gazed intently at the decaying crops. In the Harvest Priest's vision, the shape of the crops changed, and yellow light covered the strange gray-black. "There's something strange indeed." Having been promoted from physician to Harvest Priest, her healing abilities had expanded, allowing her to treat diseases of plants and farmlands. "I can heal them," the Harvest Priest said, about to begin healing. Malina suddenly furrowed her brow. She sensed that a creature was rapidly approaching. She looked towards the dinosaurs galloping into view, and the tall Spirit Clan members with wild patterns painted on their faces riding on their backs. They held wooden spears and let out piercing shrieks. "The culprits are here," Malina said calmly. "Give me that bag of seeds." Carrie quickly picked up the bag and handed it to Malina. Seeing the two human women, the savage wilderness Spirit Clan immediately fanned out, encircling them from both sides. The Harvest Priest directly gripped a handful of seeds, mobilizing her spiritual energy to fully catalyze the life within them. In an instant, a large number of vines rapidly spread outwards, tightly entangling the dinosaurs and the savage wilderness Spirit Clan members on their backs. More than 10 savage wilderness Spirit Clan members were greatly surprised. They immediately twisted their strong arms and began to struggle. The vines could not fully restrain the strong Spirit Clan, but Malina had bought enough time. She drew a staff from her back, raised her left hand high, and simultaneously flung out her carefully cultivated mutated thorned vines with her right hand. After being promoted to Harvest Priest, Malina had cultivated several special plants to carry with her to maximize her combat effectiveness. Psychic lightning ripped through the sky, striking the heads of the Savage Wilderness Spirit Clan members. The Savage Wilderness Spirit Clan members shrieked as they fell from their dinosaur mounts, while the Harvest Priest lifted her right foot and stomped down heavily. Spiritual energy passed through her high-heeled boots, spreading into the mutated thorned vines. The mutated thorned vines grew and spread wildly, instantly transforming from an arm-length vine into a patch of thorns, coiling around the Spirit Clan members. As the vines wrapped around the more than 10 Spirit Clan members, countless thorns burst from the vines, piercing into their bodies. "Milady, how amazing!" Carrie's eyes widened, watching the scene before her in astonishment. The plants were like extensions of Milady's body, growing, coiling, and killing enemies according to her will. "Now it's time to heal the farmland and crops." The Harvest Priest finished speaking, pressing her right hand to the ground. As her spiritual energy spread, the gray-black soil within 30 meters of her gradually returned to its original brown color, transforming back into fertile land. The rice straightened up again, its ears long and slender like a wolf's tail, and its dark purple husks round and plump. The sugar beets planted between the rice shed their withered color, their spindle-shaped taproots and circular vascular bundles forming vibrant red ripples in cross-section. While Malina was healing the farm and crops, in the Vigilance Star system, the first battle group's warships were circling the Sam Khan arc in the system. The Red World Serpent was larger than his ships, but also faster, and even more agile in turning. The first battle group's numerical advantage in fleet size could not be leveraged. He had tried several different ship formations: Serpentine, Arrow, Diamond. Each time, the Spirit Clan arc, like a long red serpent, swiftly slipped through the gaps just before the encirclement could form. Precognition. Through the intelligence gathered during the interrogation, Howard had gained a certain understanding of the Spirit Clan. The leadership of the Arc Spirit Clan was the Shaman. They were extremely powerful psychics among the Aeldari Spirit Clan, using their precognitive abilities to perceive the future, thereby avoiding, preventing, and even manipulating various events to ensure the survival of the Spirit Clan. The interrogator couldn't help but recall the mocking words the shaman spat out, blood dripping from his mouth, using his last ounce of strength, after collapsing and revealing information during the interrogation, looking at him with hatred. Monkeys, even if you find Vigilance Star, that world will not belong to you. Only death awaits you and the monkey Ning Lu. Howard clenched his fist, his eyes filled with rage. Howard took a deep breath, forcing himself to break free from his anger. The monarch said, "Find the weakness, strike the enemy." The arrogant Spirit Clan looked down on them, and arrogance is their weakness. The Order Shadow's black eyes were fixed on the holographic image. His mind raced, devising a bait plan. He opened the command communication channel and issued orders. Turn to 185, inclination 2. Frigate Orlando, turn to 371, inclination 4. In 2 hours and 19 minutes, concentrate fire at coordinates 614. Howard decided to throw out bait, creating an opportunity to strike the Spirit Clan. The first battle group's flagship and 12 frigates and destroyers spread out, forming a large net, moving to envelop the Red Spirit Clan arc. The Arbitrator Lord commanded his flagship, maintaining its forward vector at a relatively lower position within the net. This would expose the frigates above, but he believed the arrogant Spirit Clan would certainly not miss this opportunity. 13 black warships advanced towards the Red Spirit Clan World Serpent. As soon as it entered the human ships, firing range, the Red Arc began to maneuver gracefully, weaving through dazzling lances of light and dense torpedo volleys. The shaman's eyes were deep. In his vision, the warp was like an unfurled painting. Red lines flickered in the painting, threads of danger, trajectories of enemy attacks. All of this was within his grasp. The Red World Serpent, like previous times, lunged towards its monkey prey. Just as the shaman was about to issue the command to attack the locked-on prey, a chill suddenly ran through his body. No, the monkey fleet, though manipulated by me before, never revealed such an obvious flaw. It's a trap. At the last moment, the shaman changed the attack order. The Red World Serpent turned just before stepping into the trap. Boom, boom, boom. 4 warships of the first battle group concentrated fire on the Red Arc's lower hull, breaking through its shields. However, the attacks from the other ships merely grazed the World Serpent. Howard clenched his fists tightly. Damn it! The insidious Spirit Clan, who worshipped the World Serpent, slipped away at the last moment before falling into the trap. Just as Howard was fuming, the excited voice of the Sound Array Master came through his communication earpiece. My lord, the Gene Seed Primarch has arrived. Chapter 152 The Eldar's Holofield. After the 11th Legion's warships warped into the Vigilance Star system, they immediately began to besiege the Red World ship with an overwhelming numerical advantage. The Eldar arc circled the star Astraviga, and the Great Seer used planets and asteroid belts to prevent the elegant warships from being hit by the barbaric monkeys. But he felt that the monkey warships were spreading a large net across the Vigilance star system by relying on their absolute numerical superiority. In the future he could not find a thread that could avoid all enemy ships. The Great Seer also sensed a terrifying creature within the colossal warship that had just arrived. He was like a star in the warp, shining brighter than every creature in the star system, even brighter than the radiant Vigilance star and its satellite, Nuhao star. Gene Seed Primarch, Ning Lu. In prophecy, the threads of fate for Vigilance star, the planet crucial to Sam Khan, have changed. Every changing thread we pursue ultimately converges on him. The Great Seer's eyes sharpened, and his thought pulses swept through the entire arc. We must win, we must kill Ning Lu. Arbitrator Lord's temple twitched slightly, and I felt my mental energy greatly depleted from using subspace insight from thousands of kilometers away. In the Order Shadow's eyes, the colorful light clusters suddenly vanished in an instant, and I saw the elegant and slender alien warships. When we moved, the field would cause their images to explode into a tiny, multicolored cluster of fragments. In my paint-white eyes, my pupils gradually constricted, and then slowly expanded, filling my entire eyes. First Company Captain Sessek was equally enraged by the aliens' direct approach. He gripped the chainsword at his waist, staring furiously at the light cluster in the holographic image. Eldar have set an ambush. A large number of enemy ships are about to arrive on the battlefield. Whether it was the Imperium of Man's Void Shield or the Eldar's holofield, etheric energy was unimpeded, directly penetrating them. The prey has fallen into the net of threads, the cosmic serpents should move out. Until now, they had only managed to destroy 2 escort ships by sheer luck, relying on sparse firepower. What am I doing? Venting anger. A gamble-style attack. The arc is merely a decoy on the surface, other ships are ambushed within the Sam Khan arc. Close black lens bracket. Bow lance. 0-1-1, inclination 11, attack. How did he do that? The greater the distance, the greater the consumption. Before this battle, the Legion's ships should have accelerated the installation of Eldar speed. Howard clenched his fists, head held high, glaring furiously at the enemy ship provocatively charging straight at them. After careful consideration, Arbitrator Lord ultimately abandoned the battlecruiser as the battle group's flagship and instead designated the Imperator-class battleship Jagged as the flagship. Teach the Eldar a good lesson with their own Eldar technology. Unlike typical force fields that directly block attacks, a holofield distorts the user's appearance, making it appear as if they will not be hit. The Flayo's Eldar technology sends pulsed energy containing etheric energy. The etheric field in the beam ignores physical defenses. Sepra Mundi is the chosen world for shipyards. Construction should be accelerated to allow it to quickly grow into a shipyard comparable to Mars. Close black lens bracket. Perhaps, only the Gene Seed Primarch can use it without restriction. Close black lens bracket. When the user is stationary, the field simulates the surrounding terrain, making the person or vehicle invisible. This is not the talent our Gene Father bestowed upon us. Follow his teachings, and you too will awaken one day. Even with his superhuman physique and 2 minor, 1 major mental enhancements, he could only use it twice more. Although the Imperator-class battleship's powerful void shield blocked all attacks, the counter-fire from its broadside macro cannons rarely achieved any results. Activate the holofield. Let the monkeys die in the mysteries of the Eldar. Arbitrator Lord's eyes grew cold. Seeing the bow lance on the display above his head fully charged, he immediately issued orders, guiding the gunnery officers, who couldn't track the enemy ship as usual, to its position. Order Shadows was stunned for a moment before realizing, in his anger and unwillingness, he activated the talent inherited from his Gene Father, Subspace Insight. Howard ignored the thoughtful First Company captain. He tracked another enemy ship charging from tens of thousands of kilometers away. As Ning Lu pondered, he realized the Eldar had set a trap, and he immediately spoke. The enemy ship is using a holofield. ships in the fleet that have installed Eldar technology should use it to attack. Arbitrator Lord immediately relayed the Gene Seed Primarch's order to all warships, then looked at the suddenly appearing multicolored light clusters in the holographic image and spoke to 7th Company Captain Yaxin and 8th Company Captain Yu. Harlequins and Eldar Rangers also use holofields as their primary defensive measure. In previous campaigns, the Jagged's battle record still shone, but now he couldn't help but feel a touch of regret. As Howard awakened his subspace insight ability and destroyed the enemy ship, Ning Lu shifted his target to the world ship. The Great Seer tightened his grip on his staff and issued the combat order. The Eldar's prophets do not want to create the illusion that they are at an advantage, but that the enemy still has a chance. Upon becoming 1st Company Captain, Howard inherited Ning Lu's flagship after his return to the Imperium, the Howard Tanya's Pride. The faster the user moves, the more widely the fragments disperse. Limited by the scale of the Tanya shipyard and the campaigns of various battle groups, the installation of Eldar technology was carried out in rotations, and most ships had not yet completed their refits. Howard then cast his gaze upon the light cluster charging directly towards the Jagged. The bow lance had just launched a round of attack, but the light cluster did not stop, indicating that the beam had failed to hit the alien warship's hull. All the warships of the Order Shadows simultaneously found that the holographic images of the alien warships captured by their auger array and other scanning devices were instantly enveloped by moving clouds of colored fragments, making them unable to lock onto the enemy ship's positions again. Howard yearned to command the warship and personally destroy the Eldar warship. Yaxin, your Tanya's Pride, Yu, your Dark Judgment. If you are forever blinded by anger, you will never master it. Prophets, send messages to our brothers and sisters. The Eldar hadn't activated it before, but now they suddenly have. The next instant, a dazzling beam of light shot out from the Jagged's bow, heading straight for the colorful light cluster. Howard looked at the dense, multicolored light clusters around the Jagged, which were brazenly launching waves of harassment and attacking the Jagged. Ning Lu's finger, tapping on the command throne, paused for a moment. He smelled a trap. He knew that Eldar ship defenses differed from human ships. They employed a holofield, which is a programmable holographic projection field. Tens of seconds later, the light dissipated, revealing a slender warship cut in half by the powerful beam. To secure the best conditions for victory, we have done everything we can. When the user stops, these fragments reassemble, giving rise to terms like jigsaw field or domino field. As Ning Lu pondered, on the 1st Battle Group's flagship Jagged, Howard Fend received a message from the fleet's liaison ship. Cesic stared blankly for a second before looking at Howard in surprise. As Arbitrator Lord issued the attack command, he felt a sharp pain in his temple. His mental energy was depleted. The threads of fate have been woven. Suddenly hearing Howard speak, he couldn't help but frown. Chapter 153, The Prophecy That Terrified the Great Seer. The holographic force field activated by the Samcon worldship could not completely block the Gene Seed Primarch's gaze. His sight firmly locked onto the Aeldari arc, and he swiftly issued a command. Turn 985, pitch 3. Under his command, the Wangquan shadow continuously adjusted its course, always tracking the Aeldari arc's trajectory. Bow Lance, 142, pitch 5. The Black Void Behemoth spat out a bright beam, forcing the red, elegant long snake to turn and evade. This chase was a confrontation in the void between the Gene Seed Primarch and the Great Seer leading the worldship, a clash of insight and prescience. Before the fall of the Aeldari arcs were massive trade vessels. They could fully carry self-sufficient communities of hundreds of Aeldari families, and they might only return to Aeldari civilization 3 to 4 times in a millennium. After the fall of the Aeldari, as refuge worlds for the Arc Aeldari, their size and scale grew rapidly, now approximately 10 to 100 times their previous size. Arc worlds contained webways, which could connect to each other and to millions of planets. Huge space docks were located on the outside of Arc worlds, releasing fleets and aircraft that came through the webway. Windrider motorcycle riders and Viper fighter pilots gathered by clan. Most of the Aeldari within a clan were blood-related. They smeared hot blood on their faces, drank blood taken from their relatives, wrists, and brothers and sisters boarded their aircraft. Motorcycles and fighters surged from the massive space docks into space, launching an assault on the Wenquan Shadow. Diana Bolin finally found her stage. In this confrontation with the Aeldari Ark, she had not been able to exert her abilities before. The captain methodically deployed defensive turrets, establishing an anti-aircraft network. The red aircraft, rushing in like moths to a flame, were shot down by dense barrages. Every second, red aircraft trailed flames, plummeting like broken kites. Diana naturally wouldn't passively take a beating. She dispatched fighters and gunships, concentrating a counterattack, like a heavy punch thrown at the Aeldari aircraft. The Sam Khan clans used chevron or stripe patterns as identification. The clan the captain was striking was marked by two connected rhombuses. The riders piloted their elegant fighters, meeting the oncoming human aircraft formations. They aimed their shuriken cannons at the monkey fighters, launching large hunting nets that covered the entire area, mockingly watching the foolish monkeys crash into the shuriken fire net. The auxiliary army fighter formations could not evade, nor did they try. The pilots shouted for the Emperor and the Primarch, controlling their autocannons to fire angry shells at the Xenos fighters. The Viper fighter pilots were astonished to discover that the monkey pilots did not futilely dodge the shuriken nets, they were like cold machines, firing shell after shell. The pilots elegantly maneuvered the Viper fighters to evade, but the dense barrage covered the entire area of dozens of Viper fighters. One clan rider, controlling his mount, dodged left and right, evading 6 shells consecutively with superb horsemanship. But he found that the space for evasion was getting smaller and smaller. Shells and surrounding fighters all limited his evasion space. As he pondered, he sensed another shell rapidly flying towards him. His arm instantly tensed, and he sharply flicked it. Even in a hurried evasion, his movements remained fluid and elegant. However, a shell, without appreciation, abruptly shot out and slammed into the elegant red fighter. The perfect arc drawn by the Viper fighter in the void was broken. The crude shell ruthlessly tore apart the fuselage, making it no different from an exploding, ugly monkey fighter. When the elegant red fighters burst through the barrage, more than 30 Viper fighters were also reduced to wreckage, scattered in the cold void. The clan pilots found that the price they paid in the first engagement was not much less than that of the monkeys they had underestimated. The Aeldari, whose emotions were more complex and acute than humans, were immersed in grief over the deaths of their blood relatives, but at the same time, they developed a hint of respect for the monkeys. Their attack methods were barbaric and primitive, but their courage was admirable. The second round of aerial combat immediately erupted. While the frontal fighter formations launched dense, covering attacks on the Aeldari fighters, the Astartes launched precise strikes from the flanks. The Order shadows locked onto the fighters, launching merciless and deadly strikes at the evading elegant fighters. The clan's war leader, as he piloted his fighter out of the net of fire, was completely consumed by sorrow. His clan, his blood relatives, were few remaining. He forced himself to break free from the grief. The monkeys had launched a new round of strikes. As the war leader quickly maneuvered his fighter, elegantly shaking off the hail of bullets, he felt his blood relatives behind him being swallowed by the cold rain of bullets. He sensed that he was locked onto by 4 monkey gunships. Unable to evade, the war leader and his elegant vehicle were torn apart by scorching shells. Diana, by concentrating all aircraft in localized areas and employing a 3-round attack tactic, the first round disrupting the Aeldari aircraft formation, the second round delivering firepower, and the third round mopping up the remnants, successively annihilated 4 Sam Khan clans. The Great Seer discovered that Sam Khan's swift as wind, fierce as snake aerial combat rapid strike tactics were ruthlessly shattered. The entire space battle situation also did not develop according to the silk thread battle he had woven. In the enemy fleet, several warships had strange cannons mounted on their flanks that fired etheric fields, directly tearing apart the holographic camouflage of the Aeldari warships. He had never encountered such strange cannons, nor had he foreseen that Ning Lu's fleet possessed such advanced cannons. The human fleet that Sam Khan encountered in the Pacific Star region did not have a single human warship with cannons capable of firing etheric fields. Ning Lu's unique cannon technology. The Great Seer saw a scene in his eyes. Countless black warships firing dazzling etheric field bombardments, revealing Sam Khan's red Aeldari warships, and then destroying them. He saw the world ship breached by the enemy, and Aeldari in red armor lying in pools of blood. The future scene revealed to him by the threads of fate filled him with fear. His actions to change Sam Khan's destiny had brought a terrifying enemy. The Great Seer decisively decided to abandon the attack on Ning Lu and abandon Vigilance Star. He would find a world to carry Sam Khan's future again in the threads of fate. The Great Seer bitterly issued the order, retreat. The engaged Aeldari warships gathered towards the world ship. Ning Lu immediately noticed that a dozen ships approaching the Aeldari Ark entered the world ship's interior from the massive dock. They're going to run. The Gene Seed Primarch naturally would not allow the Sam Khan Ark to just run away. From the beginning of the space battle until now, overall, the 11th Legion had still paid a greater price than the Aeldari. But according to the current trend, the Wangquan Shadow had not yet fully locked onto Sam Khan. The Gene Seed Primarch keenly realized that this was because his commands took unnecessary time to transmit to the ship's officers and then to the crew. The ship's officers and crew efficiently executed his commands, but it was still not enough to overcome the Great Seer's prescience. He could still guide the red Aeldari Ark to escape the pursuit. To strike the Sam Khan world ship, he had to be faster and more lethal. The Gene Seed Primarch's consciousness spread throughout the entire ship. Chapter 154, Telepathy. The Primarch's powerful consciousness enveloped the entire Wangquan Shadow, reaching every critical post. As a master of psychic powers, far surpassing any Astartes, his commands were instantly transmitted into the minds of the crew. The Rongguang Nuong class battleship seemed to become Ning Lu's extended metallic body, lunging at its prey in the void. The black behemoth spit out dazzling lances of light, striking the far larger world ship. As it swept past the Aeldari Ark, the entire side of the battleship, with its prepared macro cannons, roared furiously at the Xenos Ark, unleashing a dense barrage of shells onto the red warship. The Wangquan Shadow swept past the Sam Khan Ark, then changed direction, and the other side of the Rongguang Nuong class battleship rained down a meteor shower of fire, striking the massive space dock on the world ship's exterior. The Great Seer's expression was stern. He sensed the black behemoth lunging and tearing at them again and again. Compared to that war behemoth, the world ship seemed to be stumbling. Large areas not equipped with weapons were exploited by the enemy, forests burned fiercely in the fiery rain of the lances, and the elegant architecture of cities was brutally destroyed by shells. Ark worlds are effective spatial worlds. Each world has an independent biological system, with forests and natural areas, as well as urbanized regions. Natural areas provide renewable resources and breathable air for the Ark world, allowing the entire world ship to self-sustain and recycle. In past wars, these areas would not have been exposed under the concealment of the holographic field. Now, that Primarch, the dangerous monkey commander, saw and exploited those areas, mercilessly striking the world ship. The Great Seer revealed a smile filled with many meanings, including bitterness and self-mockery. His eyes were deep, searching for a way out in the unfolding picture before him, a way to escape the black behemoth. He found it. In the Great Seer's complex smile, the bitterness and self-mockery grew more intense, overshadowing other emotions. The Seers, dispersed around and coordinating the entire battle, keenly sensed the churning, boiling emotions, and they turned their gaze to the Great Seer. The Great Seer felt their gazes upon him, sensing confusion, concern, and doubt. He entered a meditative state, forcing himself to withdraw from negative emotions, and coldly issued a command. All ships and aircraft from unreturned arcs, attack the monkey flagship and cover the world ship's withdrawal. A hint of surprise flashed in the Seer's eyes. Since the fall of the Aeldari, only 1 in 10 of the surviving Aeldari remained. Abandoning their kin was not only emotionally difficult to accept but also a significant blow to Sam Khan's strength. Sam Khan would require a long time to possibly recover its current population. During reproduction, emotions are often in extreme states, which is extremely dangerous for the Eldari constantly threatened by the great enemy Slaanesh, and fewer Eldari are willing to reproduce. The seers were silent, they sensed the condition of the entire ark, the forests wailing, the cities burning. They also noticed that the monkey warships in the void were forming an encirclement. If they did not quickly disengage, Sam Khan would be annihilated here. The seers silently and sadly conveyed the Great Seer's command to the warships and aircraft in the void, and the war leaders accepted this cruel order. They turned their direction and launched a death attack on the surrounding black warships. The Wangquan Shadow's weapon systems operated at full capacity, tearing apart the red enemy ships filling the sky. On the command bridge, Ning Lu frowned. He found that the lances of light and macro cannons were operating at full capacity, with no spare capacity to attack the ark. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the ark widened the distance and began to rapidly disengage. The Primarch glanced at the comms screen on his left, instantly catching key information in Diana Boland's air combat damage report. The flagship Auxiliary Army Fighter Squadron's damage rate was 54.8%. And all returning fighters were damaged, with 32.6% losing the ability to continue fighting. The Astarte's gunboat damage rate was 20.9%, and all returning gunboats were also damaged, with 17% losing the ability to continue fighting. The Primarch surveyed the battle, and after a moment, decided to abandon destroying the Sam Khan ark. The cost is too great. Once all Legion warships are equipped with ether cannons, I will use the divination dice to divine the Sam Khan ark and deal with them in one fell swoop. At that time, I don't want broken ark fragments, I want the entire world ship. Although Ning Lu abandoned destroying the Sam Khan ark, he would not allow the Eldari ark to leave either. Divination requires a medium, the more directly related, the higher the success probability. Moreover, he also wanted Sam Khan to pay a price. Ning Lu's brain worked rapidly, devising an attack plan. He immediately issued combat orders. The Wangquan Shadow's side macro cannons and spine cannons roared, their barrages covering the surroundings. Few red ships were destroyed, but the forward trajectory of all Eldari ships was affected. The Wangquan Shadow's void shield withstood the attacks, breaking out of the Red Ocean, and the ship's bow lances continuously attacked the Sam Khan ark's stern. Each blazing beam of light struck almost the same spot on the Red Ark, with an error of no more than 100 meters. The Great Seer felt the world ship tremble, examining the ark's condition, his heart filled with shock, considering the conditions of space combat. Two warships flying at different speeds, the enemy ship's hull far larger than the Wangquan Shadow. All these factors determined that launching such precise strikes in the void was much more difficult than a warrior attacking the same spot in relative combat. It required precise targeting, perfect crew coordination. The Great Seer, still in shock, suddenly felt his pupils constrict violently. He let out a sharp, unwilling roar. No! With his angry cry, only 1/6 of the ship detached from the ark due to the continuous cutting of the beams. 3 standard hours later, all remaining Eldari ships and aircraft in the Vigilance Star system were destroyed. The 11th Legion began to clear the battlefield, and Ning Lu led his honor guard to fly towards the city-sized ark fragment. Lances of light and macro cannons had blasted large sections of the ark, revealing massive cracks. The landing craft flew along a fissure, and Ning Lu saw through the observation window that the environment of this arc fragment was primarily composed of forests, and the energy supply and ecosystem maintaining this environment remained intact. In the dense forest, elegant Eldari buildings stood here and there. Stepping off the deck, he walked up to an Eldari building, and with a glance, he saw vines climbing up the house. No one has lived here for a long time. Ning Lu knew that some areas in the world ship would be abandoned for various reasons, awaiting reactivation. Just as he was about to step into the Eldari building, his ears twitched. He looked up ahead, and suddenly, hundreds of red two-person motorcycles emerged from between the trees. Behind the riders of the two-person jet motorcycles were cloaked snipers holding long sniper rifles. Aeldari Rangers, two-person, stealthy walkers. Ning Lu knew that after the fall of the Aeldari, the remaining Aeldari factions would adopt their own methods to resist Slaanesh's endless thirst for their souls. The main methods adopted by the Arch-Aeldari were the Paths and Spirit Stones, but Spirit Stones would only be discovered in Imperial M33 by Iand and Seer Mellenrad Silverhand on the Crone Worlds. Currently, the Arch-Aeldari primarily relied on the Paths to discipline themselves. Young Aeldari were not interested in the discipline of the Paths, they were driven by their curiosity to taste every fruit on the tree, so many embarked on the path of the outcast or the path of damnation at the beginning of their adulthood. Aeldari Rangers were Aeldari who walked the path of the outcast, most of them explored far from the Arch worlds. As Ning Lu pondered, his consciousness extended towards the foremost motorcycle, and in an instant, he broke open the thorny mental door. They were summoned by the Great Seer to return to the Arch to fight. This abandoned building area, being the most remote, was the area allocated to the Aeldari Rangers by the Sam Khan Arch. After they returned to the Arch, the tide had already turned, but they did not leave again. Instead, they wanted to seek an opportunity for revenge. Chapter 155, Sam Khan Shrine. Ning Lu saw through the Rangers' thoughts and decided to capture them alive. He took a deep breath and suddenly opened his mouth. The Gene Seed Primarch let out a long, psychic scream, and a psychic storm swept over many Sam Khan Eldar Rangers. Thump, thump. The Rangers fell from their jet bikes one after another, crashing to the ground. Only a few of the most experienced Eldar Rangers, known as Pathfinders, remained. Their wills were firm, no longer indulging in the hedonism and savage behavior that led to Eldar souls being devoured by Slaanesh. Several Pathfinders swayed, steadying themselves on their bikes with their hands to avoid falling. Before they could react, Ning Lu had already flashed in front of the leading Pathfinder. The briber reached out and grabbed the Pathfinder, throwing him forcefully towards another Eldar Ranger. Aided by the briber, enhanced throwing ability, the thrown Pathfinder spun rapidly like a windmill, striking the Ranger. The Pathfinders, who were quick enough to dodge bullets, were knocked down and fell to the ground before they could even react. In an instant, all several Pathfinders were struck down. Ning Lu gave an order to the tech sergeant in the honor guard, bring back the laser long rifles, chameleonic cloaks, and jet bikes for study. Ning Lu knew that the laser long rifles used by the Eldar Rangers were long-barreled sniper weapons, similar to the long-barreled laser sniper weapons used by the auxiliary army snipers. The psionic crystal used in it was not wraithbone, but a special component for laser focusing. The artificial crystals used in Imperial laser technology struggled to maintain a focused beam over long distances, whereas psionic crystals could achieve precise beam focusing over much greater distances. Most Eldar weapons had a unique psychic link with their users, but the Ranger long rifle was one of the few weapons without such a link. Compared to other weapons, the Eldar long rifle was easier to decipher, but due to its high customization, other users would find it difficult to achieve high-precision long-range sniping like the original owner. Savan should be able to decipher the technology of the Eldar laser long rifle, which would be good for the treasure hunting team and elite snipers in the auxiliary army. Crystal Mirage also has a large number of psionic crystals, and human versions can also be imitated. Although customized manufacturing costs are higher, they can be supplied to the elite Vostonia auxiliary. Ning Lu knew that the Rangers' chameleonic cloaks used color-shifting coatings to achieve a stealth effect. The cloaks helped the Rangers blend into their surroundings, especially in poor lighting conditions. The Eldar's chameleonic cloaks and the Imperium's camouflage cloaks both use coatings, but they are likely not the same kind. Perhaps they can be used for reference to enhance the stealth effect. The technical difficulty should be between the Eldar long rifle and the jet bike. Ning Lu knew that, similar to most Eldar technology, jet bikes also needed to be in harmony with the Eldar's psychic abilities. Small psycho-reactive crystals were embedded in the bike's handlebars and the rider's gauntlets, allowing the rider to control the bike with their thoughts. Replicating the jet bike would take a long time, and even if successful, training riders would also take a long time. Even for the Eldar, skillfully piloting a jet bike was an exhilarating challenge, requiring years of training to unlock their full potential. Ning Lu planned that in the future, within the Legion, some psykers would be equipped with psionic crystal bikes to serve as elite riders, striking down enemies. The tech sergeants immediately organized servants and servitors to pick up the Ranger long rifles, tear the chameleonic cloaks from the Eldar, and drag the jet bikes, sending them all back to the Wangquan Shadow for future study. As the tech sergeants directed the servants to move the spoils of war, Ning Lu saw Howard board the Ark fragment and spoke to the interrogator. "These Eldar captives are yours. Extract the secrets of Sam Khan. I will certainly treat these Xenos guests well." The interrogator looked at the Eldar captives. He waved a hand, and the Order shadows of the first battle group immediately stepped forward and dragged the Eldar captives away. The Gene Seed Primarch continued forward, searching the Ark fragment for spoils. Eldar buildings were different from human ones, they all had flowing forms, without rough corners. Ning Lu's gaze swept over these elegant, artistic buildings, but his steps did not stop. The further he went, the closer he got to the area heavily targeted by the lance weapons, and the Ark's framework revealed itself before him. Ning Lu's black eyes surveyed his surroundings. A moment later, he saw colorful lights shimmering in the air, the light of etheric energy. He followed the colorful light and found the Ark's internal hull exposed where it had been swept by the lance weapons. The Briber leapt down along the damaged Ark fissure. He immediately saw shimmering psychic light. The psychic light came from the Ark world's keel, the Wraithbone. Every Eldar vessel had its framework shaped by Wraithbone, followed by the internal space and the final internal components. Even the most colossal Ark worlds were constructed from Wraithbone. Wraithbone was essentially a solidified warp energy, created by Bone Singers following the path of the Bone Singer, who used secret arts to draw etheric energy from the Sea of Souls. Wraithbone could be manipulated into any shape, was stronger than any known steel, more durable than adamantium, and could even self-repair, a process that could be accelerated by Bone Singers. Open black lens bracket Wraithbone contains psychic energy and is a potion ingredient, and not one I am familiar with. Most likely, it's a potion ingredient for the Paragon pathway, and there's a slight possibility it's for the Mother pathway. However, because soul stones have not yet been discovered by the Ark Eldar, an infinite loop has not yet been constructed on the Wraithbone network. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu's eyes narrowed. He thought that soul stones and infinite loops might also be potion ingredients, and he secretly mused. Perhaps I should wait a bit longer before acting against the Sam Khan Ark, until they recover their strength and obtain infinite loops and soul stones. The discovery by Iandin in the 33rd millennium should reach Sam Khan a bit later, probably around the 34th millennium. Ning Lu spoke to the tech sergeant beside him. Excavate the Eldar buildings above and study the Eldar's circulation and maintenance systems. He then pointed at the Wraithbone. These are Wraithbone. Preserve them completely. I will return to collect them. After speaking, the Gene Seed Primarch climbed up along the fissure, continuing his search. Finally, he found a magnificent temple. The entire building was constructed from Wraithbone material, and the most striking feature was a lifelike, giant serpent, coiled around the building. The giant serpent's head rested on the building's roof, looking up at the sky. World Serpent, Cosmic Serpent, Sam Khan. One of the deities worshipped by the Eldar. Ning Lu knew that every Eldar Ark held multiple beliefs, but one deity from the pantheon would be their mainstream belief. The Sam Khan worshipped Sam Khan, who was revered as the Cosmic Serpent. He stepped into the temple. In the center of the temple was a lifelike statue of Sam Khan, crafted from Wraithbone. Ning Lu's gaze swept over it, noticing that the psychic light on it was the same as ordinary Wraithbone, so he did not linger. Around it were many smaller shrines of different forms, each containing a miniature version of the Sam Khan statue, the size of a human head, each depicting a different aspect of Sam Khan. Open black lens bracket the psychic light contained within is stronger than Wraithbone, making it a higher grade potion ingredient. Sam Khan is the cosmic serpent, believed to know all past and present secrets. Sequence 1 of the Wheel of Fortune pathway is Mercury Serpent. This shrine should be a potion ingredient for the Wheel of Fortune pathway, close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, he walked to the left and carefully examined one of the shrines. The psychic energy does not reach sequence 1, and Mercury Serpent is already close to the top of the pathway, so there couldn't be so many materials. It's either a primary ingredient for a mid-sequence or an auxiliary ingredient for a high sequence. After making his judgment, Ning Lu spoke to the Order shadows who were following him. You all go search the surroundings. While everyone was away, Ning Lu quickly moved all the statues back into the Nation of Disorder. Because he didn't know how much Wraithbone was needed for the unknown sequence's potion ingredients, he didn't destroy the temple, leaving it on the Ark fragment for now. Afterward, Ning Lu continued his search. After finding nothing more, he moved some damaged Wraithbone back into the Nation of Disorder. Before departing for Vostronia, the Gene Seed Primarch called Howard. The Vigilance Star system is entrusted to the first battle group. Besides establishing order, the most urgent task is to search for the sacred template of the Fortress-class energy shield. Also, the local Volian sandstorm vortex is extremely dangerous, do not explore it for now. The fleet then set off, returning to Vostronia. During the fleet's return journey, the 7th Battle Group and the 12th Battle Group arrived in the Thales star system and launched an attack on the Tellers. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 156, The Tellers Obsessed with Grand Performances. Pacific Star Region, Tanis's High Orbit. Sanchez, the 7th Battle Group's Battle Group commander, gazed at the holographic image of Tanis and spoke to the battle group officers beside him. The Tellers, warships are not within the star system, we must seize this opportunity to annihilate the Xenos on Tanis's surface. Before we departed, the Gene Father reminded me of the Tellers' characteristics. The Tellers view war as a performance. When planning tactics, they base their decisions on the spectacular and dazzling nature of the war, rather than on sound tactical principles. Light flickered in the hunter's eyes as he lightly tapped the planet Tanis, zooming in on it. The Tellers' tactical operations are incredibly bizarre. They will dispatch columns of glittering war machines, and then, in subsequent battles, send out infantry with simple equipment and weak defenses. The two extreme opposites of overemphasis and over-underestimation often appear bizarrely in succession. They lack a continuous, holistic strategic mindset. Their tactical actions are so peculiar that we can hardly predict them. Chesney, the first company captain, whose left shoulder bore the high Gothic letter I and wave patterns, frowned and spoke. No, Sanchez said, shaking his head, we don't need to predict, we just need to throw out bait. When they pounce on the grand bait, we will launch a targeted strike. The Reaper Lord scattered 52 baits on Tanis. The Solar Auxilia's 333rd Regiment, which had always fought alongside the 7th Battle Group, was ordered to deploy. They served as bait once again. Unlike Tricon, this time no one could be sure which bait the Tellers' main force would bite. 4 days after the bait was thrown, the Tellers acted. Jorginho, whose left shoulder pad was painted with waves and the high Gothic letter, 2, reviewed the battle report. The Tellers' thinking is indeed incomprehensible. The 7th, 23rd, and 49th strategic points, which their war machines focused on striking, have completely different characteristics. The 7th strategic point is outside the forest, with weak defenses. The 23rd strategic point is at the edge of the Null Tree Forest, surrounded by minefields. The 49th strategic point is on a hill, where the auxiliary army commander led his honor guard to build a fortress, and all the legion's artillery is concentrated there. Besides these 3 strategic points, the Tellers also attacked 25 other strategic points, but they only sent infantry equipped with simple weapons, who were easily routed by the auxiliary army. While the second company commander spoke, the first company captain pondered fruitlessly. Illogical, not even like the logic a normal person would possess. Chesney was silent for a second before finding the right descriptive phrase. It's like a gambler rolling dice. Is there a conspiracy in this? The Reaper Lord pondered silently for a few seconds, then decisively shook his head, his voice firm and strong. No. This is what Father called the tellers. Their offensives are completely illogical. Chesney, your first company's target is the 23rd strategic point. Jorginho, the 49th strategic point is yours. I will handle the 7th strategic point, using melta-bombs. The battle group commander looked at the other battle group commanders and adjutants. For the other strategic points, as previously arranged, use subsonic bullets. Sanchez gave the order. Chesney said nothing more. He didn't believe the king would make a mistake, but his father had dispatched him to the 7th battle group, and his responsibility was to offer counsel to the bold and aggressive Reaper Lord. The Sound Array Master reported the meeting's outcome to the 12th battle group's flagship. The commanders of the two battle groups quickly boarded the drop pods. The black drop pods became increasingly charred and sooty during their atmospheric journey, then slammed violently into the ground, raising clouds of dust and scattering earth and rocks. Subsequently, they opened with a booming roar, their wide hatches slamming heavily onto the ground. The Order shadows swiftly burst out of the drop pods, scattering mechanically. Each squad connected end to end, forming a circular battle line, launching an attack from behind the tellers. Sanchez looked at the glittering war machines in front of him. The tellers showed no reaction to the enemy appearing behind them, having descended from the sky. They were like witless beasts, stubbornly continuing to attack the 7th strategic point. The Reaper Lord only paused for a moment before regaining his composure. He issued orders to the Honor Guard and the Special Operations team selected from the 3rd to 5th companies. Attack! Sanchez strode forward, raising his left arm, and fired a melta-bomb at the dazzling armor, which was even brighter than the Shadow Moon Wolf's pearl-white armor. The melta-bomb ruthlessly penetrated the artistic Xeno's armor, piercing through the lower pair of two vertically arranged forelimbs. The explosion tore apart the vertically arranged neural axis wrapped in protein structures. The squid-like body was left with only a head and tentacles resembling a cephalopod. Sanchez repeatedly pulled the trigger, killing several tellers. Sanchez pressed a runic symbol, charged forward, and then appeared behind the magnificent war machine, delivering a cleaving strike with the Osber via 23rd form. The roaring chainsword tore through the glittering mechanical shell, precisely striking the space squid's back. Amidst the roar, blood mixed with protein scattered into the air, and the squid head, wearing a shining helmet, spun and fell to the ground. The seasoned hunter weaved through the tellers, using his senses and subspace insight to analyze the space squid men during the battle. He opened the command communication channel and issued the latest order. The tellers spend more effort on their appearance than on fighting. Their forms are also not suited for combat, and they lack combat awareness. The Gene Seed Primarch is above. He is very interested in the tellers' eyes. Cut off their heads as much as possible. After hundreds of tellers were killed, the space squid men seemed to finally snap out of their grand combat performance. The war machines danced, twisting their bodies as if performing, and charged towards the black armored warriors. The Order shadows keenly seized the opportunity of the tellers' battlefield dance, and, without any appreciation, delivered brutal blows. Sanchez discovered that the main force of the space squid men was still engrossed in their grand performance of a heavy assault, striking at weak defenses. Two words involuntarily came to his mind: clowns, and dressage. At the same time, a memory flashed through his mind, a performance he had seen at a Terra celebration when he was 7, with heavily made-up clowns and actors playing horses performing dance steps. While the hunter pondered, his movements did not cease, and he efficiently slaughtered the tellers. At the same time, Chesney's exclamation sounded in his earpiece. Space squids are far more magnificent than squids in the sea, and also more. Just as Chesney was deliberating his words, Jorginho spoke. This is the complexity of species. Squids leave the sea and become magnificent space species. When Sanchez's team surrounded the auxiliary army camp, an even stranger scene occurred. The teller's commander, clad in magnificent armor, showed no anger or sadness, nor did he try to escape. He began to perform a strange, rhythmic dance in his cell, moving from one side to the other, displaying a variety of colors. The hunter watched the magnificent space squid for a moment but still couldn't comprehend the teller's bizarre thought process. Sanchez's figure flickered, and he swung his longsword, ending the battle. My carefully prepared hunt ended up like a farce. After the conquest of Tanis, Sanchez began collecting the teller's eyes. The biological sages dissected and analyzed the space squid's 4 visual organs, discovering they possessed a 230-degree field of vision. Upon dissection, a watery outer membrane and a spongy retina could be seen. The front pair of eyes had a large number of cone cells, which were advantageous for seeing long wavelength light, such as infrared. The rear pair of eyes had more rod cells, possessing extremely high light sensitivity. The confusing sensation produced by the gnarled trees constantly emerging from and returning to the ground had no effect on the highly perceptive order shadows. Gnarl grubs were collected one by one, ready to be offered to the Gene Father. The 12th battle group remained on Tanis, establishing order and guarding against the teller's fleet. When the 7th battle group returned with their spoils, Ning Lu discovered that the divination dice on the Wangquan shadow had finished charging. Chapter 157, Divination of Mordian. Nation of Disorder. Ning Lu's right hand caressed the 3-sided divination dice he held. He could feel that he had established some kind of connection, a mystical connection, with the divination dice. He vaguely yet certainly knew that the dice in his hand were the miraculous item corresponding to sequence 3 feet Master of Divination, of the Hermit pathway. The vagueness lay in the fact that he only knew this stemmed from his connection with the divination dice, but he couldn't clearly perceive how to use that connection to confirm it. The certainty lay in his ability to confirm that the divination dice corresponded to Master of Divination, and not to a diviner of the Fool pathway or sequence 4 of the White Tower pathway. The Gene Seed Primarch played with and studied it for a moment without result, pondering to himself. The root of the connection should be rules. Perhaps only when I advance to the middle sequence will I be able to glimpse its essence. Ning Lu gave up on further exploration and began to consider the subject of his divination. As of now, I haven't received Sanchez's report. Perhaps he hasn't yet conquered Tanis, or perhaps he just sent out a astropathic communication. It's impossible for him to return in a short time, so divining Katachan would be a bit of a waste. His mind quickly reviewed all the worlds he knew of that the Imperium had not yet discovered. Valhalla, Ventrilion. The Gene Seed Primarch rapidly analyzed these worlds, their characteristics, and whether they were suitable for a certain battle group's traits. A moment later, a name stopped in his mind: Mordian. Open black lens bracket Bukayo Arshaven has successively discovered the Daxos twin star system in Sepra Mundi, and should be rewarded. Mordian is well suited for the Dark pathway, serving as a recruitment ground for the 3rd battle group. Moreover, Mordian is relatively close to Sepra Mundi on the galactic map, and can serve as a strategic world, safeguarding the entire region. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu made his decision as he thought of this. The information he knew about Mordian quickly flashed through his mind. Open black lens bracket Obscurus sector, Mordian star system, Mordian prime. Mordian's rotation period and orbital period are the same, so one half of the planet is always in darkness, while the other half is scorched by the sun. All life exists on the dark side, and Mordian is therefore also known as the Eternal Night World. Due to the planet's lack of rotation, there is no Coriolis effect, which prevents the formation of any strong winds, so the atmosphere is thick and dark. Close black lens bracket. After all that Ning Lu knew about Mordian flashed through his mind, he silently chanted in his heart. Star map from Sepra Mundi to Mordian. Star map from Sepra Mundi to Mordian. After chanting 11 times, he extended his hand and tossed the divination dice he held. The three-sided dice tumbled several times in the air before falling. The moment it landed in Ning Lu's open palm, a holographic projection-like scene unfolded before his eyes. In the scene, stars spread out. In the bent, long snake, the head was a metallic sphere, filled with dense, colorful threads, like a ball of yarn. The tail was a sphere, one half blindingly bright, the other half pitch black without a trace of light. As the Gene Seed Primarch memorized the star map, he also used his knowledge of divination to interpret it. The metallic sphere was Sepra Mundi, which originated from the local industrial base. It could rapidly grow into a casting world with powerful production capacity in a short period, becoming a shipyard comparable to Mars. The dense, colorful threads were the warp routes converging at Sepra Mundi. In his memory, this world, which would be chosen by the Imperial Navy as a base in the Obscurus sector, possessed a uniquely advantageous geographical location. The light and dark sphere symbolized Mordian, which was always half light and half dark. Ning Lu then returned to the real world. Relying on his superhuman memory, he restored the star map and recorded it onto a data slate. It would be sent to the 3rd Battle Group with the supply ship. Afterward, the Gene Seed Primarch found Diana Bolin, who was in military attire and commanding the ship. "Your performance is commendable. I want to reward you. Come with me. My lord, it is my honor to serve you." As the lady captain spoke, her mind flashed back to the recent space battle against the Aeldari Ark in the Vigilance star system. The scene of the Gene Seed Primarch seeing through the Aeldari light cluster illusion, heavily damaging and tearing apart the enemy ship in that battle. Only a Gene Seed Primarch possesses such superhuman abilities. Just as Diana was marveling in her heart, Ning Lu said with a smile, "This is also for myself. Finding a suitable captain to pilot my ship is not easy, and I don't want to lose you." Hearing that she was needed by the Gene Seed Primarch, the lady captain's eyes shone with radiance. Yes, the Gene Seed Primarch needs someone to manage the various affairs of the Wenquan Shadow, someone to liaise with other fleets, and someone to coordinate officers of all ranks. Ordinary enemies don't require him to personally command. He should focus his energy on more important matters. Diana followed the Gene Seed Primarch into his palace, walking past the outermost training deck of the palace and arriving at the 1st floor of the palace. 2 honor guards stood before the black door. Seeing their Gene father approach, they bowed in salute. Ning Lu placed his palm on the panel. Identification runes flickered, and the black alloy door slowly opened. The Gene Seed Primarch led Diana to the area where ring weapons were stored. Ring weapons made by Space Monkey. You can choose freely, even wear 10 fingers full like Arsena. The lady captain did not hesitate and immediately began to choose. Ning Lu's black eyes swept across his armory. Ring weapons, protective orbs, and spy flies made by Space Monkey filled 1/3 of this immense treasury. Open black lens bracket. The Space Monkey's output is indeed very high, but there haven't been any special surprises. Perhaps the program implanted by the old ones dictates that manufacturing conventional products is the norm. Relying on luck, I don't know how long it will take to acquire valuable items. Fortunately, another Space Monkey is pregnant. Once the new offspring is born and a connection is established, I can assign it to conduct targeted research, with ape field technology being the first priority. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, Diana, as the Gene Seed Primarch had said, chose rings and adorned her slender 10 fingers. The golden-haired lady captain walked before the Gene Seed Primarch. "Thank you for your lordship's bestowal. I once saw great nobles wearing precious rings in a tavern in Sabadia. I never thought I would one day wear them on both hands." Her blue-green eyes flickered. "I never expected that your private armory would store so many ring weapons." Ning Lu raised his left hand and pointed to the area where protective orbs were stored. "You can also freely choose protective orbs," he said after a pause. "As you said, they are just decorations piled up here. I've decided to take out a portion and bestow them upon ship officers who perform exceptionally. The standards will be set by you. The Gene Seed Primarch also decided to have the original body servant establish institutional standards to reward administrative officials, treasure hunting teams, and the auxiliary army from various worlds. This would both enhance their self-preservation capabilities and increase their loyalty to him through rewards. Upon hearing this, Diana looked at the Gene Seed Primarch with reverence. On behalf of all officers, I thank you for your generosity. Serving you is our honor and duty, you do not need to bestow any rewards. Subsequently, Ning Lu and the Lady Captain returned to the bridge. The Wangquan Shadow returned to the Vostronia star system after 5 weeks of ship travel. As the ship sailed towards the Vostronia starport, Arsena Dun came before the command throne. My lord, there is a report that was not sent to you, but I believe it is worth noting. Ning Lu tapped his finger lightly on the seat. Speak. The transport ship Groningen completed its supply mission for the 2nd Legion and, on its return journey, carried a gift for you, a ship full of interesting creatures bred by orcs. After the Groningen emerged from the warp, it did not proceed to the starport and ignored all communication messages. All the auxiliary army sent to investigate lost contact, and the voice communications sent back were filled with screams and roars. The student of ratiocination's eyes were deep, and he said with certainty, I believe that the creatures carried by the Groningen encountered an accident during the voyage and require your personal attention. Chapter 158, Squig's Beasts. Before boarding the gunboat, Ning Lu returned to the Nation of Disorder and put on the power fist of the Arbiter pathway. Connecting with the Silver Gauntlet took much longer than the Divination Dice, which was consistent with Ning Lu's prediction. Its sequence was clearly higher than the latter. Although he didn't know how much longer it would take, Ning Lu had already established an incomplete connection with the Silver Gauntlet, and he clearly sensed that he could selectively use extraordinary abilities of sequence 5 and below. During the gunboat's flight, the Gene Seed Primarch's consciousness spread towards the Groningen. Immediately, the Gene Seed Primarch saw a red beast, only slightly shorter than a knight mech, with cannons and firearms haphazardly piled all over its body. Its body was covered in messy armor, as if it were wrapped in trash. The Gene Seed Primarch frowned, his consciousness spreading around him, and he then saw more than a dozen red, spherical, spiky creatures around him. Squigs. The beast was a Squig's beast. The Gene Seed Primarch's brain worked rapidly, analyzing the reason in an instant. Open black lens bracket. The gift from the Faceless Ones should be Squigs. For some reason, they broke free from their cages and devoured human crew members, transforming into this state. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu knew that Squigs were the lowest tier in the orc food chain, and the greenskins vividly called these bouncy red little things, hoppers. Most hoppers were edible, their fate was to serve as food for the orcs. But hoppers, like other greenskins in the orc ecosystem, could also develop special mutations, potentially becoming Squig's beasts as large as a Lehman Russ tank, or even ancient Gurkamorka comparable to a small titan. Open black lens bracket. Squigs are a potion ingredient for the Hunter Pathway's subsequent Sequence 8 Provoker. But like other greenskins, they decompose quickly after death. To use them to concoct potions, I cannot kill them. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, his gaze swept over the gauntlet, and he immediately found a method. The Gene Seed Primarch reigned in his thoughts, and the gunboat slowly descended onto the Groningen. After stepping off the landing deck, he strode forward, following the locked-on position of the Squig's beast. Arsena followed behind and to his side, accelerating his steps with psychokinesis to barely keep up with the Gene Seed Primarch. The entire transport ship had been torn apart by the Squig's beast, with broken parts scattered everywhere and exposed cables flashing with dazzling light. The pitted deck did not slow the Gene Seed Primarch at all. He walked without stopping, heading deeper into the transport ship. Passing through the cargo deck, he saw damaged cages, presumably where those Squigs had been confined. Ning Lu continued deeper into the transport ship. Those Squigs had eaten everything on the upper decks and had moved to the lower decks to feed. A moment later, he and Arsena, accompanied by the honor guard, arrived at the lower deck. Ning Lu immediately saw a large cauldron in the center of the deck, a soup pot that had been simmering for decades, emitting a strange aroma. The squig's beast stood before the cauldron, its large head dipped into the pot, licking the broth. Around the edge of the cauldron, hundreds of hoppers scrambled, fighting over the residual scraps. The hoppers were the first to discover the arrival of the black armored warriors. They shrieked and charged forward. The squig's beast immediately turned, pressing forward like a fast-moving tank. Ning Lu remained composed. He raised his left arm, waiting until the squig's beast entered a 10-meter range before infusing his spirituality into the silver gauntlet. He spoke the Dun secret language, a language jointly researched by Arsena Dun and Thomas, named in recognition of the original body servant's outstanding contributions. Imprisonment. The Justiciar of the Arbiter Pathway, Sequence 6, requires pronouncements, rule-making, or judgments using language imbued with mystical power. Imprisonment is a type of judgment. The silver fist pushed forward, and golden light bloomed, covering the squig's beast and dozens of nearby hoppers. The massive squig's beast and dozens of hoppers were enveloped by an extremely viscous, transparent liquid, as if a giant amber had been instantly created, or like layer upon layer of transparent walls, solidifying them in place. The remaining hoppers turned and fled. Arsena raised the staff in his hand and asked the Geneseed Primarch. Capture alive. No. Destroy them completely. Ning Lu denied the original body servant's suggestion, releasing his power. He would not bring living hoppers to the nation of disorder. These noisy red spherical monsters would not obediently stay in the designated area of the second layer. Bringing back hopper corpses was even less feasible. They were not like other creatures. After death, hoppers' bodies decompose and reproduce as spores. Ning Lu did not want the entire floor to become a foul-smelling hopper nest. Although he suspected that certain spaces in the nation of disorder could limit the greenskins' spore reproduction, it was not worth the risk for easily found hoppers. Restraining some hoppers with imprisonment would be enough to concoct the provoker potion. When the next batch of provoker was needed, he could simply find more. The original body servant nodded, and psychokinesis swept out, detonating among hundreds of hoppers. Ning Lu keenly felt that the invisible veil between the physical universe and the warp was torn open, and colorful warp energy surged and pulsed. Hundreds of hoppers let out terrifying screams, then were torn apart by the vortex of destruction, erased from the real world. Search the surroundings and ensure there are no red spherical creatures, squigs, also called hoppers by the orcs, alive on the ship. While everyone was searching the surroundings, Ning Lu sent the squig's beast and hoppers, seemingly encased in amber, back to the nation of disorder. After returning to the real world, he gave the order to completely destroy the transport ship to prevent any remaining orc spores from spreading elsewhere. On the Wangquan Shadow, Ning Lu, who had just ordered the destruction of the 2nd Legion transport ship Groningen, looked through the observation window at the approaching Vostronia satellite. Arsena stood beside him, and the original body servant thought it was time to report on the shipyard's development, so he spoke. My lord, the Vostronia shipyard is now capable of repairing capital ships and performing partial modifications, as well as building standard frigates, destroyers, and transport ships. Repairing ships for the expeditionary fleets has improved the capabilities of the technical workers. Various expeditionary fleets, especially Legion ships, have undergone certain modifications. According to your requirements, we have collected and recorded relevant data, and the Legion currently has 5 tech sergeants specializing in this research. Ning Lu nodded slightly and said, accelerate the installation of ether cannons on Legion ships, and the Sepramundi shipyard must also accelerate its construction. Yes, my lord. The last report I received from Sepramundi stated that the first phase of the shipyard project is complete, and technical artisans have already moved into the shipyard. Immediately install ether cannons on the Wangquan Shadow. Under Ning Lu's command, the Wangquan Shadow docked at the Vostronia satellite shipyard for modifications, and he took a transport ship back to the Legion's homeworld. En route, Arsena selected important matters worthy of the Geneseed Primarch's attention from numerous items and reported them to Ning Lu. The sages of Mars have moved into Vostronia. The The 152 military factories and 143 selected armories you owned before your return to the Imperium have been fully transformed and are responsible for manufacturing equipment for the Astartes Legion. As of now, 149 of these armories can manufacture boltgun, chainsword, power sword, and other weapons for Astartes use, meeting the Legion's needs. Additionally, 27 armories can produce Mark II power armor, meeting the equipment needs of new recruits. After reporting on the armories manufacturing weapons and armor, the original body servant continued to report on vehicles. Currently, 74 armories have the capability to produce small vehicles such as motorcycles and speeders. 33 armories can produce Mikado heavy tank as well as supply vehicles, transport vehicles, and other vehicles, and 12 armories can produce flying vehicles such as gunboats. Ning Lu nodded and asked, "Are there any important matters scheduled?" The student of ratiocination did not speak immediately. After pondering for a moment, he said, "My lord, Louis von Valens-Suze, following your command, set sail from Vostronia and traveled all the way to Crystal Mirage. Along the way, he discovered 5-star systems, connecting Vostronia with Crystal Mirage. He has just returned to Vostronia, awaiting your summons." Ning Lu did not immediately decide. He asked, "Has anyone else completed the task?" "As of now, no." Arsena sighed, "My lord's insight is truly profound. Only Louis, whom you chose, completed the task. I will see him tomorrow." The Gene Seed Primarch paused. "Prepare the ceremony for ennobling rogue traitors." The 15th Valens-Suze rogue traitor. Vostronia, Exemplar City, Monarch Palace. Ning Lu sat on a black throne with 33 swords stuck behind it, each holding a crown, and watched Louis von Valens-Suze enter the palace. He held a half-human height cage in his left hand and supported it from below with his right. Ning Lu's gaze was drawn to the colorful creature in the cage. It was a parrot, half a meter long, with bright, distinctively patterned feathers and a sharp, pointed beak. It had a long, colorful tongue that extended from its mouth, sometimes flicking behind its head, sometimes wrapping around its back neck. Ning Lu recognized it as a silver-tongued parrot, the main ingredient for the potion of the Swindler, the subsequent sequence A2, Marauder. Louis walked to the throne, placed the cage on the ground, and knelt on one knee in accordance with Vostronia etiquette. Louis von Valens-Suze greets the Gene Seed Primarch. The silver-tongued parrot's tongue retracted into its throat in an instant, like a colorful snake shrinking back into its hole, and it spoke loudly. Louis von Valens-Suze greets the Gene Seed Primarch. Louis quickly said, "I heard that Your Excellency the Primarch enjoys all sorts of strange things. I discovered this special parrot during my journey through the Wolfer star system and specifically present it before the throne." Having obtained the missing main ingredient and gathered all the materials for the Swindler potion, Ning Lu smiled and said, "I am very pleased with your gift. Only one." Upon hearing this, Louis breathed a sigh of relief. "Your Excellency, I captured 56 in total, and they are being properly cared for by the local people. Later, I will send someone to deliver them to you." Ning Lu smiled and nodded. Having received the potion materials, he looked at Louis with appreciation, truly worthy of being a von Valens-Suze. "Rise." After rising, Louis stood respectfully. Ning Lu tapped his fingers lightly on the back of the chair and asked, "What did you discover on this journey?" Louis was well prepared. He immediately took out a data pad, tapped it, and displayed a star map before Ning Lu. "Primarch above, on this journey, I discovered 5-star systems and 12 habitable planets. Besides the Wolfer star system, there is also the main star system. I have submitted the star map and the status of each star system to the Lord of Secrecy. He is leading the Order Shadows of the 9th Battle Group along the route to bring those planets under the Empire's jurisdiction." After listening to Louis' report, Ning Lu noted that there were no particularly noteworthy world discoveries, but the route he explored on this journey, connecting Vostronia and Crystal Mirage, was already a significant contribution. He said to Arsena, "This route will continuously bring crystals to Vostronia. Let's call it the Crystal Corridor." Immediately, the Gene Seed Primarch looked at Louis. Louis, I promised before that you would become a rogue traitor upon completing the mission. Arsena has already prepared the ennoblement ceremony, and you will become the first rogue traitor appointed by me. Louis knelt on one knee and said excitedly, "Thank you for your trust, Your Excellency. I will do my utmost to serve you. Rise." The Gene-Seed Primarch raised his hand, indicating. He thought of how, 10,000 years later, the von Valenzu's family, one of the three great rogue traitor dynasties of the Coronis Expanse, granted trade charters by Huang Laohan in his memory, only possessed a single frigate, and then spoke. The Vostronia shipyard will begin constructing a batch of cruisers. The first cruiser built will serve as the future flagship of the von Valenzu's family. Thank you for your bestowal, Your Excellency. Louis knelt on one knee for the third time, expressing his gratitude to the Gene-Seed Primarch. 3 days later, Louis von Valenzu's, dressed in a black formal suit, walked into the palace with his head held high. 3 servo skulls adorned with ribbons flew above and beside him, chanting. The rogue traitor ennoblement ceremony is about to begin. Gene-Seed Primarch Ning Lu will bestow the trade charter upon Louis von Valenzu's. On both sides of the palace stood a new batch of the Gene-Seed Primarch's honor guards, Vostronia nobles, and representatives from various social strata. Louis walked to the black throne and knelt on one knee, under the envious gazes of the representatives from the Vostronia families. The corner of his eye swept over the 2 honor guards on his left, who were holding marble slabs. Trade charters came in various forms, including parchment, electronic documents on data pads, and many others. Ning Lu chose the most traditional and solemn form, a stone slab. The original body servant, representing the Gene-Seed Primarch, used finely ground black onyx powder to imprint the content onto it. I hereby declare, by my will and the veracity of this document, that I appoint this person as the holder of the trade charter, entrusting my great mission to this individual. You shall serve as an exemplar for humanity, never yielding in adversity, forging a path through darkness. You shall break through endless nightmares, overcome thorny paths, and achieve great deeds. The nearly invisible seal imprinted in the lower right corner, a disordered black arc, followed by surrounding wings, thorns, and an abstract crown above. If Louis had not happened to be kneeling to the right of the trade charter, he would have almost overlooked the black symbol. But he would never overlook the name deeply etched into the stone slab, Ning Lu. That was written by the Gene-Seed Primarch himself. Ning Lu rose, took the ceremonial longsword from Arsena, who held it with both hands, and placed it on Louis' shoulder. I, Ning Lu, bestow the trade charter upon Louis von Valenzu's. You shall serve as a rogue traitor, and you shall journey into the dark reaches beyond the Empire, exploring uncharted territories. Louis placed his right hand on his chest and swore allegiance according to Vostronia etiquette. I, Louis von Valenzu's, fortunate to receive the great favor of Your Excellency the Primarch, will certainly strive forward with all my might. The von Valenzu's family shall serve His Majesty the Monarch for all generations, expanding your dominion. Representatives from various Vostronia families looked at Louis with envy. Vostronia was flourishing but also facing intense warfare. As a rogue traitor, Louis could explore the unknown void. Any colonized or conquered territories only needed to obey the Gene-Seed Primarch's commands and pay taxes. After the ennoblement ceremony, Ning Lu said to the many nobles and representatives of the great families, "You are all meritorious individuals who have followed me in achieving great deeds. I will provide opportunities for you and your descendants to become rogue traitors. Many of the planets discovered by the 11th Legion are isolated. Each family can obtain a frigate and depart from Vostronia." 16 days later, Ning Lu received a report that the transport ships from the Vigilance Star system had arrived, carrying some of the spoils discovered by the first battle group in the Eldar spaceship wreckage and aircraft. Ning Lu saw 36 brain cats on the manifest and ordered them brought before him. Brain cats are shaped like large cats, with thick, fluffy ginger or orange fur and bright blue eyes. Adult brain cats are 1 meter long. They are not intelligent creatures, but they possess an astonishing ability to resonate with other beings, establishing a psychic link with their owners, much like a true friendship. This psychic link greatly benefits the animal's owner. When a brain cat is close to its owner, the owner's thinking and action speed will show a practical improvement. Ning Lu sat on the throne, his black eyes gazing at the brain cats for a moment before confirming they were not potion ingredients. He was not disappointed. Brain cats were extremely valuable pets. As adults, they could master 6 types of psychic spells, including rare ones like time freeze. In Ning Lu's memory, rogue traitors, prominent families and high-ranking officials on Terra, and future psychic inquisitors would all keep brain cats as pets. The gene seed Primarch's consciousness swept over the many brain cats before him, selecting 3. Besides his own, the other 2 were for Maria Kornikova and Tierney. The assassin, and marauder, needed to be kept out of public view, so he should bestow them privately. He pointed to 4 brain cats one by one, then told Arsena the distribution plan. Howard, Bukayo, Adams. Ning Lu called out the names of excellent individuals in the Legion one by one, which did not include lords he considered less excellent, such as Christian, but did include captains like Chesney and Bukayo. Arsena, Yu, Malina, and Diana shall each adopt one as well. Establishing a psychic link with a brain cat does not require the owner to possess psychic abilities. Dark Eldar who forego the use of psychic powers also often keep brain cats. Of course, the stronger the psychic ability, the easier it is to establish a psychic link with a brain cat. Craftworld Eldar most commonly keep brain cats, considering them family members. The regent princess, no, it was Avrain, her family member was named Lorines. Subsequently, Ning Lu walked to the cage, opened the cage door, and picked up the selected brain cat. Chapter 160, Brain Cat. Ning Lu returned to the palace, holding a brain cat between 2 fingers that was over a meter long, the largest of the 36. The brain cat's bright eyes were fixed on Ning Lu, a terrifying aura emanating from the black armored giant's body. Its ginger yellow fur bristled, and it suddenly opened its mouth and let out a hiss. Accompanying the hiss, the Gene Seed Primarch felt a large stone strike his chest. The Gene Seed Primarch's majestic body didn't even sway, a heavy strike from the telekinetic system. As he pondered, the brain cat let out another shriek, and a sudden burst of flames slammed into his arm. Flame burst, from the fire system. Forcing me to let go of you, then using time freeze. By the standards of a masterless brain cat, the 3-spell combo was quite well chosen. It must have been a family member of a battle mage before. Although brain cats possess powerful psychic abilities, their intelligence is not high, and they cannot use spells appropriately. The 3-spell combo is already a decent tactic. Ning Lu instantly discerned the consecutive spells used by the brain cat. His arm twitched slightly, and warp flames grazed his armor, striking the obsidian floor with an explosion that shook the entire palace. At the same time, the Gene Seed Primarch squeezed with 2 fingers, and the brain cat let out a mournful cry. A moment later, Ning Lu returned to his chambers, staring at the weakened brain cat in his hand. The Gene Seed Primarch's black eyes focused on the brain cat's sapphire-like eyes, and his consciousness spread to the ginger yellow body in his hand. The brain cat's mental gateway was like its curled-up form, resembling a tangled ball of yarn. The Gene Seed Primarch's consciousness drilled into the gaps of the ginger yellow ball of yarn, seeing its mental desires. From a deep-seated need, the masterless brain cat needed a master, it needed a family. The Gene Seed Primarch's consciousness transformed into a warm, large hand, gently touching the brain cat's mind. The brain cat's bristling fur gradually smoothed down, and its sapphire eyes no longer flickered with fear. Though not essentially a cat, it lay comfortably in Ning Lu's palm, enjoying it like a pet cat. The brain cat found the feeling it needed, and it was even warmer and more comfortable. The feeling created by the Gene Seed Primarch's powerful psychic strength enveloped the brain cat. What would take others weeks to establish a psychic link with a brain cat was completed in a few minutes. Ning Lu selectively opened a rarely shown warm side to establish a psychic link with the brain cat, while cautiously only opening a small part of his mind to it. Even so, the brain cat immediately underwent a noticeable change, a black tinge appearing in its sapphire eyes. Ning Lu knew that brain cats would exhibit a slow metabolic change. They would gradually resemble their masters in physiology, temperament, and habits. On the same day the Gene Seed Primarch established a psychic link with the brain cat, Arsena and Diana also began to establish psychic links with their new family members. Though the original body servant was not a psychic of the psychic system, he used telekinesis to block various attacks and firmly restrain the brown brain cat. Arsena estimated that it would only take 10 work cycles for him to establish a psychic link with the brain cat. Compared to the powerful psychics, Diana faced much greater trouble. The brain cat she received was the weakest of the 36. It was not yet adult, only 58 centimeters long, and had mastered only one biosystem psychic spell, accelerate metabolism. Even so, the lady captain of the flagship still encountered great trouble. Within a few hours, she experienced a slight increase in heart rate, felt a little hungry, and her body temperature rose by 3 degrees. Diana suspected that if she hadn't been wearing the protective orb bestowed by the Gene Seed Primarch, she would have died from physical collapse. Because of the protective orb, the effects she experienced were very subtle. If she hadn't been wearing physiological monitoring equipment, she would have subconsciously ignored them or attributed them to fatigue. After Diana underwent a comprehensive physical examination on the medical deck and found no major issues, she decided to temporarily entrust the matter of installing the ether cannon to the artillery chief, who was more skilled in that area. The lady captain decided to take the initiative and try to tame the brain cat. Diana's first method was one commonly used by Terran nobles to bond with pets, taking them for walks. So, she ordered her attendants to bring high-grade pet food processed from emergency sea cradle provisions. After a moment of hesitation, Diana bit her lip and bravely picked up the brain cat. The gunboat took off from the Wangquan Shadow, which was undergoing ether cannon installation, and quickly skimmed over the satellite surface of Vostronia. Diana constantly observed the changes in the brain cat in her arms, but it only occasionally bared its teeth. Whenever this happened, the lady captain would feel a part of her body, encased in the chitinous armor, become damp with sweat. Diana held the brain cat tighter with her right hand and raised her left hand, wiping the sweat from her forehead with the back of her fair hand. Then, she pointed forward. "Let's land in that canyon." Her adjutant immediately checked the data pad and reported to the lady captain. "My lady, that place was originally a mine. There's a special local ore with moon-patterned markings on it, called moonstone. The Gene Seed Primarch was very interested in this ore, so when the satellite shipyard was established, large-scale mining was carried out. Later, all the ore here was mined out, leaving only a canyon-like pit. When the miners left, they built a moon out of ordinary stones." Upon hearing that there was ore of interest to the Gene Seed Primarch, Diana became even more interested. She put on a breathing mask and then personally fitted the small ginger yellow brain cat with a special breathing tank made by a tech sergeant. Then, after the escort team disembarked first and set up a perimeter, the lady captain carried the brain cat out of the gunboat. Diana then looked at the moon built by the miners. After observing the silver ore sphere for a moment, she spoke. "I never saw Luna from the hive city of Terra, but books record that in the past it looked like a silver disk, and we could see a shining circle even from afar on a spaceship. It does resemble it." The adjutant nodded in agreement. Diana then shifted her attention to the brain cat in her arms, sensing no signs of pleasure from it being outside the spaceship. The lady captain frowned and placed the brain cat on the silver disk. The miners of Vostronia had skillfully crafted the silver ore into a single piece. The small brain cat stood on it, and the disc did not wobble at all. After a moment of hesitation, Diana picked up a piece of ore from the ground and tossed it towards the brain cat, in the way she used to tease pets when she was little. As the lady captain of the flagship, she should have had her adjutant and guards disperse before performing an action that was inconsistent with her usual dignified image. But the small brain cat was not yet tamed and might try to escape. The arc throwers in the guard's hands could stun it if it tried to flee. The stone Diana threw flew past the ginger-yellow little creature, close enough for it to touch if it just reached out, but it didn't move. The lady captain then took it to explore the hollowed-out canyon, and after returning to the gunboat, she tried feeding it, but nothing had any effect, as if the small-brained cat was interested in nothing. When Diana finally gave up in frustration, the 7th Battle Group returned to Vostronia, and the Wangquan Shadow slowly docked at the starport. After Ning Lu listened to the briefings from Sanchez, Chesney, and other commanders, and confirmed through observation and questioning that Sanchez and the other 4 hunters had completed their digestion, he gave orders. He ordered them to send their subordinates to deliver all the gnarlworms and teller's eyes to the palace and wait outside, then he returned to the Nation of Disorder. Ning Lu was going to prepare the provoker potion using Squig's beasts. Unlike before, this time the main ingredients' volume and mass far exceeded the minimum standard. He knew from accepted common knowledge that the better the quality of the main ingredient used, the better the effect of the prepared potion, but the improvement would not be too significant. The potions Ning Lu had prepared previously did not show such a significant difference. Ning Lu brought the squigs, which seemed to be trapped in amber, to the furnace. The Gene Seed Primarch sent a thought pulse to the space monkey, ordering him to begin preparing the provoker potion according to the recipe. Then, Ning Lu mobilized his spirituality and infused it into the silver gauntlet. Golden light flickered, and according to Ning Lu's will, the Squig's beast was judged to be released from imprisonment. The released beast let out a confused roar. Ning Lu keenly felt that releasing the Squig's beast consumed much less spirituality than imprisoning it. Is it because of the volume, or does releasing inherently consume less spirituality than imprisoning? While Ning Lu pondered, he sent out a psychic shockwave. The frustrated Squig's beast hadn't even figured out what was happening before it was instantly knocked unconscious by the psychic impact. At this point, the other potion ingredients had been added. While the space monkey stood in a daze, Ning Lu threw in the Squig's beast. The furnace, with a cross-sectional diameter of 11 meters, just managed to accommodate the Squig's beast. With crackling sounds, as if a chemical reaction was occurring, the Squig's beast rapidly melted. After Sanchez and the other 4 newly promoted provocateurs left, Ning Lu sat on his black throne, recalling and comparing the differences in their performance. After being promoted to provoker, Sanchez is more powerful than other Order shadows, but this cannot be entirely attributed to the potion. Sanchez was already stronger than them. He is even the only Terran descendant to have truly awakened subspace insight, so far, just as Howard is the only one among the Vostonian descendants. The Gene Seed Primarch frowned deeply. He recalled every detail, only able to vaguely estimate the enhanced effect of the provoker potion prepared with Squig's beasts versus ordinary Squigs to be between 4 and 11%, based on the changes in the aura and presence of Sanchez and the 5 other descendants. This also fits the definition of a small increase. Ning Lu then thought, what is meant by quality? It's certainly not that Squig's beasts are larger than ordinary jumpers, but rather the difference in the amount of spirituality they contain. Based on this, it can be inferred that higher sequences also differ from lower sequences in the spirituality they contain, but it should be a difference in quality, not quantity. Ning Lu lightly tapped the back of his chair with his fingers, then thought further. If I have a choice, I should also use higher quality materials to prepare potions. Of course, if there's no choice, there's no need to wait for such a small increase. Promoting to a high sequence as quickly as possible and strengthening one's power is the optimal choice. Promoting to a high sequence will cause a qualitative change. This small increase is merely better than nothing, or rather, only high sequences are worth choosing the best of the best and selecting potion materials. After reaching his conclusion, Ning Lu sent a message to Diana Bolin, summoning her to him. At the same moment, the Order shadows of the 7th Battle Group who had obtained brain cats began to tame them in their own ways. Chesney and Jorginho used the same method. As folk of rages who preferred marine environments, their ships each had small pools filled with seawater from the sea cradle. They simultaneously threw the brain cats into the water, saying, "Let's swim and dive." Then, They jumped naked into the pools, dragging the brain cats into the water. The folk of Rages enjoyed diving until the brain cats were flailing their 4 legs, struggling to breathe, at which point they each lifted them out of the water. In contrast, Sanchez was much more mischievous. After returning to the Void Hunter, he took the brain cat alone to the lower deck. The hunter observed the orange-furred brain cat before him, its blue eyes vigilantly watching him. The hunter curled the corners of his mouth, thinking playfully. The process of taming it should be very interesting. The provoker's smile suddenly changed, and he said mockingly and provocatively, "I know you want to escape. Yes, I'll give you a chance. No matter how you try to escape, you'll eventually realize that you can never escape my grasp." As the provoker spoke, he raised his hand and made a grasping motion. After advancing to sequence 8, provocation gave Sanchez a permanent status change, yet it also had to be actively activated to produce the desired effect. The former meant a qualitative change in his insight, far exceeding that of ordinary people, allowing him to effectively perceive which words, behaviors, or things a target was more sensitive to, and in which areas they were more easily angered, thus being able to infuriate them through unintentional words and actions. Once provocation was actively used, it would combine with abusive language and humiliating behavior, causing the communicable target to lose their sanity. The more targeted the abusive language and humiliating behavior, the better the effect of provocation. Targeted abuse required knowledge of the target's information and sufficient understanding of the person one wished to provoke. But even a simple shit could anger someone to a certain extent. For those who couldn't communicate, provocation would cause him to emit a feeling of abhorrence to them. The brain cat, affected by provocation, was immediately engulfed by rage. Its azure lake was swallowed by the blazing flames of fury. Its brown fur seemed to burn, rising and igniting. Several clusters of brownish-yellow flames smashed towards the provoker. The provoker, whose reactions, speed, and agility had slightly improved, easily dodged the flames. The provoker said provocatively, "What? Is that all you've got?" As the provoker repeatedly provoked the brain cat, on the throne of Exemplar City in Vostronia, the Gene-Seed Primarch met the Lady Captain. He extended his consciousness towards the Lady Captain, bypassing the void-like mental gate, and noticed that Diana's dark circles were very pronounced, even more so than after continuously commanding space battles. The Gene-Seed Primarch looked at the small brain cat and asked, "The process of establishing a psychic link with the brain cat isn't going well." "Yes, Primarch. I've tried many things, but I haven't found anything it's interested in, so I can only keep it by my side at all times." Diana didn't finish speaking. Keeping the brain cat by her side meant constantly guarding against its escape. Compared to the energy consumed, what made her more tired was the feeling of powerlessness. She was physically and mentally exhausted by her helplessness. As she spoke, she looked at the left armrest of the black throne, where a ginger-yellow, fluffy creature was lying. It was the brain cat. It was just like an ordinary pet, enjoying the Gene-Seed Primarch's caress. Did Ning Lu manage to tame the brain cat within 2 work cycles? Diana was shocked and retracted her gaze, subconsciously glancing at her feet, where the brain cat was trembling and its fur bristling due to the presence of the black armored giant. "I can give you the ability to glimpse the brain cat's thoughts. But I have a condition: you must swear allegiance to me." Ning Lu had observed Diana during this time. She was capable, and her loyalty to him met the standard. The Lady Captain, hearing this, did not hesitate and immediately knelt on one knee. Having been fortunate enough to be chosen to board the Wangquan Shadow and follow the Gene-Seed Primarch, she finally understood how extraordinary Ning Lu was. The Gene-Seed Primarch not only possessed godlike personal combat power, but in the field of space combat, which she excelled at, she was still far inferior to Ning Lu. The Lady Captain looked at the black armored giant on the throne with reverence. "I, Diana Bolin, swear allegiance to Primarch Ning Lu. Whatever you command, I shall fulfill." "I accept your allegiance," Ning Lu nodded with satisfaction. "Please wait in the waiting room." 23 minutes later, the audience, having mastered her own power under psychic guidance, looked at Ning Lu and tried to examine the Gene Seed Primarch from an observer's perspective. A moment later, the audience detached herself from the observer's attitude. As she scrutinizingly looked at the Gene Seed Primarch, she was immediately dizzy with his flawless physique, handsome features, and captivating black onyx eyes. The audience's cheeks flushed, as if she had returned to her first social ball, when she was a novice, just as she was gaining renown. The audience silently abandoned the idea of examining the Gene Seed Primarch and turned her gaze to a ginger-yellow clump beside his black high-heeled boots. I am the audience. By examining the brain cat, I can know its thoughts, which will help me establish a psychic link with it faster. That's right, Ning Lu nodded. Go, and be a good audience. After bowing, the audience picked up the small brain cat and left the palace. The adjutant immediately went up to her. Madam, the gunboat is ready. Shall we return to the flagship? Diana shook her head. No, we'll take it for a stroll around Exemplar City. Upper District, Commercial Area. Diana strolled through the commercial area, her fatigue swept away by the excellent mental state she gained after becoming the audience. The audience, with her keen observational skills, walked beside the brain cat, watching it scrutinizingly like an observer. Suddenly, the audience saw the brain cat's azure eyes subtly pause for a fleeting moment. If it had been before, Diana would not have noticed this tiny change. But now, that fleeting moment was clearly perceptible in the audience's eyes. She even saw the little creature's obvious longing. The audience, whose memory had slightly improved, followed the brain cat's gaze from that fleeting moment in her memory. The audience saw a merchant in a black robe standing in the most prominent counter of a jewelry store, introducing to a customer in front of him. This psionic earring, made from psionic crystal from the sea cradle, costs 190,000 sovereign coins. Diana knew that the psionic crystals from the sea cradle were screened, and those of poorer quality would enter the civilian market to be used for various psionic items. And the sovereign coin was the currency issued by Primarch Ning Lu after unifying Vostronia, replacing the Mars coin, and it had now become the mainstream currency in Vostronia and other Legion territories. At the same time, the Aquila coin and Throne coin from the Imperium, as well as the Mars coin, were still circulating in the market but had less influence. The brain cat has psionic abilities, so it's interested in psionic crystals. Diana immediately ordered her adjutant, buy that psionic crystal earring. Yes, ma'am. The adjutant walked towards the shop, thinking to himself. Open black lens bracket. The lady captain, who has always disliked ornaments, is actually buying jewelry. Is this because she's stimulated by her inability to tame the brain cat and wants to cheer herself up with shopping? This is very un-Diana, but very womanly. Close black lens bracket. As the adjutant pondered, he walked into the jewelry store and happened to hear the customer say, "Too expensive. I'll take it." The jewelry store owner looked up and, through the adjutant's upright posture and strong voice, recognized that the person in front of him was a military officer. As Vostronia was a supply base for the expeditionary fleet, this was not uncommon, and he cautiously said, "Sir, you have excellent taste. This is a work by Vostronia's top artist, Master Jeweler Bergkamp. Indeed, it's good. No wonder Lady Diana took a liking to it." The adjutant saw the dazzling earring, its facets sharply cut, with light dancing within them, refracting a rainbow-like halo. A moment later, the adjutant was surprised to see the lady captain place the earring in her palm and squat in front of the brain cat. Amidst the exclamations of those around her, the audience watched as the brain cat extended its paw, grabbed the earring, lowered its head, and licked the earring with its tongue. The audience noticed that after the ginger-furred little creature swallowed the entire earring, the look in its eyes, as it looked up, had a little less distance and a little more closeness. Just as Diana was playing the audience and finding a way to establish a psychic link with the brain cat, Ning Lu received a report from the star speaker. The psychic message came from Huang Laohan, who summoned Ning Lu for two main reasons. One was to reward Ning Lu for actively conducting expeditions and recovering more human worlds, especially the Night World Daxos twin star system. The other was that Huang Laohan had learned from adventurous merchants traveling the galaxy that a powerful warrior had appeared on Fenris, suspected to be another Gene Seed Primarch. Because Horus had been fighting hard recently, he wanted to summon Ning Lu to accompany him. Fenris, Lehman Russ. Ning Lu had no interest in accompanying Huang Laohan to meet other Gene Seed Primarchs. He was about to decline, citing his busy conquests, when he suddenly thought of the many fierce beasts on Fenris, among which there would almost certainly be alchemical ingredients. Especially the Kraken, which should be an alchemical ingredient for the Tyrant pathway, and at least a mid-sequence ingredient. Thinking of this, Ning Lu immediately decided to take the Hunter Sanchez with him. 5 work cycles later, the Wangquan Shadow, now equipped with an ether cannon, set sail. Sanchez and other hunters boarded the Legion flagship, while the Void Hunter was left behind to be equipped with an ether cannon. During the fleet's voyage to Fenris, Bukayo Arshaven received a star chart to Mordian, a data crystal containing information written by the Gene Seed Primarch, and his brain cat, all delivered by a transport ship. Chapter 162, Bukayo's Pre-War Deployment. As the third battle group began its journey towards the Mordian system, Bukayo Arshaven started to tame his brain cat. The moment he lifted the ginger-furred brain cat from its cage, he met its cerulean eyes. The brain cat instantly unleashed a psychic fear ability, dragging Bukayo into his darkest, most terrifying nightmare. Bukayo felt his surroundings grow dim and ethereal, as he stumbled through a bloody battlefield, a power sword in his hand. On the ground lay numerous robust corpses clad in black armor, each bearing the Roman numeral 11, branded on their right knee and a dark black crescent moon painted on their right shoulder pad. The Dark Lord grieved for the death of his battle brothers, but his attention was immediately drawn to the towering figure of a giant. "Father!" he cried out in sorrow, watching his Gene father, the king of Vostronia, fall. Bukayo's eyes brimmed with sorrow. "Is this my nightmare? My greatest fear?" With a sword in his left hand, he forcefully pounded his chest with his right fist, his voice ringing with resolve as he swore an oath. "I will never allow this to happen." Bukayo's eyes shone brightly as he broke free from the dream. Nightmare looked at the brain cat in his hand, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Now, let me see what your nightmare is," Bukayo said, using forced dream induction to drag the brain cat into a nightmare. In a dim tunnel, foul sewage dripped onto its body, one drop after another. Behind it, the heavy footsteps of the Order shadows, deliberately slowed and heavily treading on the ground, echoed, and the brain cat frantically scrambled to run. However, no matter how much it ran, the heavy footsteps never disappeared, and its pointed ears twitched and trembled uncontrollably from the stimulation. The brain cat swiftly darted through several passages, and after running for more than 10 kilometers, it was caught by the black-armored giant and lifted into his hand. The ginger-colored feline creature twisted frantically in nightmare's palm, letting out terrified screams. "You feared me once, and you want to do it a second time. When it comes to making people dream, I'm much better at it than you." The brain cat did not understand the Vostonian it heard. It merely tried to fear the black-armored giant again and again in vain. After a long while, it finally came to its senses, finding itself in a lush forest. The brain cat looked around in confusion, tilting its head and thinking for a moment. A moment later, it couldn't figure out why the terrifying black-armored giant had disappeared. The brain cat didn't trouble itself. Although it could increase its master's thinking speed, it wasn't good at thinking itself. It habitually strolled through the forest, using the elegant gait taught by its former master. As the brain cat enjoyed the beautiful scenery, feeling content, the peaceful forest suddenly changed. Giant rhino-shaped creatures charged forward, making the ground tremble violently, and trees in their path were shattered. Mouse-like humanoids emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing faintly, and rushed towards the brain cat. A new nightmare began. Nightmare used a series of dreams to instill fear in the brain cat, yet also offered it warmth. On the 11th standard day of the ship's voyage, Bukayo successfully tamed the brain cat and established a psychic link with it. In the 4th week of the ship's voyage, after the fleet transitioned out of the warp and returned to the real world, Sanchez ordered the sound array master to broadcast across all communication channels. Multiple languages broadcasted the rise of the Imperium of Man across all communication channels, demanding that the Mordians lay down their weapons and surrender to the expeditionary fleet. After being rejected, the 3rd Battle Group, within 5 standard days, annihilated the Mordian system's space defense forces with overwhelming naval superiority. Even with the smooth progress of the war, the commanders of the 3rd Battle Group felt that the Mordians were different. Not a single warship surrendered or fled under unfavorable conditions. After the space battle concluded, in the strategic room of the bridge, a holographic projection magnified Mordian. The light and dark sides of Mordian were distinctly separated. First Company Captain Sarmiel, a Terran by birth, looked at the gradually magnified side of Eternal Night and remarked with a sigh. It's hard to imagine that so many people can be crammed into an area only 1/10 the size of Terra. Another difference from Vostronia and other places is that Mordian's hive cities are all pyramid-shaped. Second Company Commander Mikhailovsky spoke, and his words were met with a nod of agreement from Gregory, the 3rd Company captain, beside him. Sarmiel looked at the 2 company commanders, his gaze sweeping past the 2 brain cats beside them, and a hint of dimness flashed in his eyes. Only Bukayo, Mikhailovsky, and Gregory among the 3rd Battle Group had obtained brain cats. The 1st Company captain was not particularly interested in psychic pets, caring more about his gene father's trust. He was not a member of the Black Duke Court. When the Legion was still the Reaper, among the 12 company captains, only he, Cesic, and Robin were not, and only they did not become chapter masters. Jealousy and disappointment gnawed at Sarmiel, and he clenched his fists, a glint flashing in his eyes. This is my chance. I must prove to everyone that I should be the chapter master, and I should receive Father's attention. While Sarmiel was deep in thought, the Dark Lord magnified the capital city of Vananthera and the 4 surrounding pyramids, and the information Ning Lu had written on the data slate appeared in his mind. Mordian is resource poor, and everything is controlled by rulers known as the 4 Emperors. The 4 Emperors control and ration the planet's meager resources. To control Mordian, they must be dealt with. According to Father's wishes, Mordian will become our chapter's future recruitment world, so destruction is not our goal, efficient and maximum preservation of this world is our strategic objective. Bukayo said, raising his left hand to lightly tap the pyramids in the 4 directions around the capital. Based on our strategic objectives and Mordian's situation, I have decided to lure the 4 emperors into the wasteland between the capital and their own pyramids. The 2nd to 5th companies will each attack these 4 pyramids, and the 4 emperors will undoubtedly lead their forces to reinforce them. During the fierce battle, the 1st company and I will deploy via drop pods, quickly landing behind their forces, allowing us to avoid engaging them in the close quarters combat they excel at within Mordian's steel capital. The Dark Lord revealed his plan to the 5 company commanders. The Mordians, in the future Astra Militarum, were kings of urban warfare, particularly skilled in combat within environments such as warships, orbital stations, and hive cities. Ning Lu naturally reminded Bukayo on the data slate that the Mordians were resolute and particularly skilled in urban warfare. Gregory, always cautious and meticulous, keenly grasped the crucial point of the plan. If the 4 emperors don't lead their forces to reinforce, then our plan will fail. His good friend, Mikhailovsky, was very confident in Bukayo's plan and spoke up. Gregory, the greedy 4 emperors will definitely fall for it. Think about it, if they lose their own pyramids, their strength will undoubtedly be greatly diminished, and their foundation of rule will also be threatened. Even if they don't fall for it, after capturing the 4 pyramids, when we attack the Mordian capital, we won't be caught between 2 fires. Mikhailovsky's words earned the approval of all the commanders of the 3rd Battle Group. Gregory also agreed with his friend's judgment. They had both passed Bukayo's test to become warriors of the Vostronia 3rd Regiment and had both undergone augmentation surgery to become Astartes. Gregory knew that beneath Mikhailovsky's optimistic exterior lay a keen insight and calm analytical ability that few people discovered. Since you have no questions, prepare yourselves according to the plan. As the commanders departed, Sarmiel looked at the holographic image, silently searching for potential room for his own initiative within Bukayo's plan. Chapter 163, Resilient Mordian Warriors. A sky full of black fighter jets flew out from the 3rd Battle Group's ships, entering the atmosphere and engaging in aerial combat with the colorful Mordian warplanes. Living in eternal darkness, Mordians were typically gloomy by nature. Scarce resources and dim lighting cast the entire Mordian in a depressing, somber atmosphere. In contrast, their weapons, equipment, and daily items were more vibrant, a way for Mordians to cheer themselves up. Under the skillful piloting of the well-trained Mordians, their flashy warplanes maintained precise formations as they met the black fighter jets. Jenkinson of the Solar Auxilia's 33rd Regiment pushed the control stick forward, and the Achilles claw dove down, its engines' roar echoing through the air. As the flash of cannon fire streaked past the Stormclaw's nose, an automatic rune flashed on Jenkinson's helmet, side-mounted laser cannons locked and ready to fire. Jenkinson pressed the trigger, and the colorful enemy aircraft immediately erupted in a fiery blaze. Behind his helmet, his cold, gray eyes narrowed. He was the Achilles Claw. There was no hesitation, no indecisiveness. The fighter jet passed through explosions and fire, the heat scorching the Achilles Fury's silver undercarriage. Although the aerial combat had just begun, Jenkinson, who had fought alongside the 11th Legion in over a dozen worlds, could already conclude that the Mordians were well trained. He pulled up sharply while rolling to the right. The Achilles Claw tilted to the right, rushing into a narrow gap between the oncoming enemy aircraft, an exceptionally small opening. The Achilles Claw shot through the gap with only a dozen centimeters to spare, without hesitation. Only after the Achilles Claw climbed to a safe distance did Jenkinson breathe a sigh of relief. His girl had a performance advantage over the enemy aircraft. Jenkinson glanced at the tactical display, activating a status report in the blink of an eye. A signal pulsed on the screen every second, and with each pulse, a fighter jet fell. The battle was swift and brutal. Mordians compensated for the performance gap of their aircraft with dense formations. Regroup and dive again. The first company captain's cold command echoed through the comms, and Jenkinson pushed the control stick, merging into the attack formation. Dive. Following the first company captain's order, Jenkinson accelerated, the burning promethium giving the Achilles Claw powerful momentum. The fighter jets in the eagle strike formation resembled a flock of eagles pouncing on their prey. Tracer rounds swept past the Achilles Fury's wings, but Jenkinson did not take his eyes off his flight path. Confirmation messages flashed on his helmet display. The autocannons roared, unleashing a barrage of shells at the colorful fighter jets. Runes flickered, and Jenkinson proudly pulled the control stick. He had achieved 5 kills. For every colorful fighter jet that plummeted into the darkness trailing fire, another would fill the gap in the formation. Stubborn, yet brave and resilient. Jenkinson was angered by the enemy's persistent resistance but also admitted they were excellent pilots. The aerial balance maintained by the Mordians' tragic sacrifices was ruthlessly shattered once the Astartes gunships entered the battlefield. The Order Shadows, with superhuman speed, manipulated control sticks and pressed triggers, shooting down enemy aircraft one after another. Subsequently, the 4 companies of the 3rd Battle Group, in the first wave of attack, rapidly completed ground deployment via landing craft and gunships. The Order Shadows disembarked along the landing decks, assembled beside the tanks, and then surged towards the objectives marked for each company within their helmets. The 2nd Company encountered resistance a dozen kilometers north of the pyramid-shaped hive city of Vananthera, where the Mordians' ingenuity was evident in the bunkers and trenches, forming an intricate defensive network. Mordians in colorful uniforms lay on the ground, watching the rapidly approaching black armor warriors. Their bodies were massive, yet their march was incredibly fast, their movements perfectly synchronized, like an oncoming black tide. They stepped and landed simultaneously, the vibrations of their march merging into a torrent of steel, crashing against their own lines. The approach of the superhuman warriors instilled fear in the Mordian warriors, their weapon-holding arms instinctively tensed as they anxiously awaited their commander's order to fire. Finally, before the Mordians attacked, the 11th Legion's tanks opened fire first. The machined spirits of the black tanks roared in fury, showering the Mordians with shells. The Order Shadows prioritized bunkers as their targets, shells smashing into the meticulously constructed Mordian defenses. The bunkers, veritable works of art, were engulfed by explosions, and the Astartes launched their assault under the cover of the dust and fire from the blasts. The smoke screen had no effect on the Order Shadows, they locked onto enemies using their tactical helmets and superhuman senses, launching swift and precise strikes. Experienced Astartes commanders issued orders, raising their arms to shield their vulnerable visors. Mordian commanders reluctantly issued attack orders. Countless searing beams and bullets shot from the Mordian lines, striking the Mark II power armor, leaving only scattered smudges on the black armor. Only 2 unlucky individuals, unfortunately, had their visors pierced by splashing, ricocheting stray bullets or deflected beams, falling to the ground. The Order Shadows pressed on, charging into the Mordian lines, launching a merciless assault. Boltgun roared, tearing enemies apart. Chainsword roared, grinding Mordians into bloody pulp. Power Sword glowed blue, its disintegrator field tearing people apart. Mikhailovsky, like a human tank, charged into the trenches. He raised his left arm, and his bolt pistol fired rapidly. Bolts roared, piercing through enemy chests and abdomens, leaving bloody holes. He raised his power sword, striking a defensive artillery piece, and the disintegrator field tore it into a pile of parts. The 2nd Company commander, advancing irresistibly, noticed that as the smoke from the tank explosions dissipated, the resilient Mordians had found a defensive strategy. Under their commander's orders, they launched attacks against the Astartes in units of dozens. The Order Shadows, relying on superhuman perception and agility, avoided most attacks, wielding their weapons to parry and deflect incoming ammunition. However, some 2nd Company warriors occasionally died when their visors were shattered by focused attacks. Tanks advance, provide cover. A black tide of armor rumbled and crashed into the Mordian lines. Mikado heavy tanks brutally slammed into bunkers. But their speed was greatly reduced by the bunkers, obstruction, and they subsequently became bogged down in the trenches. The Mordian artillery arrays seized the opportunity to shell the 11th Legion's tanks. As the first Mikado heavy tank was destroyed, his brain cat also leapt to his side. Mikhailovsky issued a command to his brain cat through their new link. Weapon curse. The brown-furred feline creature raised its paw, and an invisible wave spread outwards. The weapons in the hands of dozens of surrounding Mordian soldiers immediately suffered malfunctions such as rusted triggers and dissipated energy cells. At the same time, the 2nd Company commander, whose brain analysis capabilities were enhanced by the brain cat, instantly devised a tactic and issued an order. Assault squad, artillery. Although the proportion of rogue squads was significantly reduced, the elites in each battle group were converted into assault squads carrying jump packs. Hundreds of squad members soared into the air, their jet trails streaking across the sky, crashing into the Mordian artillery arrays, destroying enemy firepower with shells and melee weapons. The 2nd Company steadily advanced under Mikhailovsky's leadership, but he also realized, through the rune feedback in his tactical helmet, that the Mordians were more resilient and more skilled in trench warfare than previous enemies they had encountered. Indeed, as Lord Bukayo said, the resilience and defensive construction capabilities displayed by the Mordians mean that even Astartes would suffer a certain degree of losses in urban warfare against them. Mikhailovsky and the other company captains, in the brutal trench warfare, all recognized the Mordians' capabilities. They obeyed the Dark Lord's orders, not pushing forward too quickly, but steadily clearing the lines to draw out reinforcements from the 4 emperors in the capital. In orbit, Sarmiel had been observing the ground battle's progress. He was unwilling to obey Bukayo Arshaven's orders. The first company captain decided to launch a swift offensive and kill the four emperors when they mobilized troops in Vananthera. He wanted to achieve the greatest victory on Mordian, a more glorious achievement than Bukayo, to prove to his father and all Order Shadows that he should be the lord of the third battle group. Sarmiel was confident in mobilizing the first company warriors. They were originally his subordinates when he was the third company captain, veterans from Terra, the Reaper. The entire first company even had only one member of the Black Duke Court, and he was just a captain. The opportunity Sarmiel had been waiting for finally arrived. The fully powered scanning arrays detected dense signals of large enemy gatherings. The first company captain immediately led the honor guard towards the drop pod. Chapter 164, Conquest of Mordian. Sarmiel's chosen rendezvous point was several plazas in the center of Mordian's capital, where elite warriors were assembling. The first company captain judged that the four emperors would gather their forces there. To prove himself more suitable for the position of battle group commander than Bukayo, Sarmiel decided to personally lead the assault to kill the four emperors. The Mordians' iron will and their robust defensive lines, as mentioned in the battle group briefing, were deemed insignificant in the first company captain's eyes. Sarmiel believed that he and his warriors could crush the Mordian. Even if it came at some cost, it would be worth it. Before stepping into the drop pod, the first company captain closed the battle group's command channel. He issued orders on the first company's command channel instead. Execute. Decapitation target. Mordian's four emperors. Black drop pods, trailing blinding light, plummeted rapidly towards Vananthera. Mordian's capital defense system operated at full capacity. Missiles and rockets soared into the sky. Anti-aircraft guns roared, intercepting the dazzling meteors falling from above. Boom! The drop pods fell at an extremely high speed, making it difficult for Mordian's anti-aircraft fire to hit them. The capital's anti-aircraft commander immediately adjusted tactics, initiating concentrated attacks, simultaneously launching saturation attacks on several targets. The first drop pod was struck by several anti-aircraft missiles simultaneously, tearing a squad of Order Shadows into pieces. From orbit, the Dark Lord witnessed 3 drop pods being destroyed during their descent. His black eyes were filled with the flames of fury. The Mordian capital's anti-aircraft fire was dense, and dropping onto Vananthera was foolish, attacking the defensive fortifications even more so. Sensing his anger, his brain cat tensed its body. Bukayo picked up the communicator from the command console and asked coldly over the command channel. Sarmiel, I haven't given the order yet, and you dare to act without authorization. The only response was the silence of the communication channel, and Bukayo slammed the communicator back down. The Dark Lord immediately calmed down from his anger and began to ponder countermeasures. His battle deployment had been disrupted by the first company captain's deliberate premature action, and he had to plan a new strategy. Bukayo decided to use Sarmiel's surprise attack to launch a new offensive. Battlefield data surged in his mind. Enemy firepower deployments captured by scanning arrays, the combat capabilities of the first company, the offensive posture of the surrounding pyramids. The brain cat accelerated his analysis of the battle situation, and after synthesizing the information, the Dark Lord issued orders. The second company and the fourth company will immediately attack Vananthera to draw the defenders. Fire. The Dark Lord led his personal guard towards the drop pods. Even if Sarmiel launched a foolish attack, he was still a powerful warrior. His first company would undoubtedly inflict heavy damage on the enemy, and Bukayo would use the opportunity he created, while the other 4 companies' task was to attract the defenders' attention. Upon landing, Sarmiel found himself immersed in a sea of defenders. The Mordian relied on their 3-dimensional defensive fortifications, with snipers in towers firing precisely from elevated positions, redoubts unleashing dense barrages of bullets, and bunker enemies launching treacherous sneak attacks. They segmented the battlefield into independent units, preventing the first company's squads from regrouping. Red lasers shot out from the Mordian soldiers' strongholds, a horizontally pouring crimson rain that left the Order Shadows no room to evade. By the time Sarmiel found the guard members from another drop pod, He had already been hit 4 times, in the greaves, leg armor, chest plate, and helmet, respectively. The first company captain was grateful that the beam hadn't struck his optical lens. He then raised his bolt gun and fired at the enemy. One of the Mordian soldiers was hit, and the immense impact spun him around. Sarmiel crashed into a bunker, bullets deflecting off his layered armor, his chainix roaring, each swing an impeccable, fatal attack. The first company captain found that the Mordians' attacks were no match for the Astartes' strength, yet they were not routed by the black-armored warriors' brutal assaults. They resisted tenaciously, relying on their defensive fortifications. The Mordians' immense sacrifices also yielded results, as his accompanying guard members fell one by one. Sarmiel was surprised to discover that 3 Astartes from 2 squads had actually perished. The Gene Father's choice of Mordian as a recruitment world for the 3rd battle group was indeed prescient. Bukayo's reluctance to engage in urban warfare also had its merits. Though shocked, the first company captain had no retreat. He had defied the battle group commander's order, and he had to seize this chance to prove himself. Sarmiel spoke on the first company's command channel, report target positions. The first company captain then saw 2 marked runes light up on his tactical helmet, one from his adjutant and the other from the assault squad leader. Sarmiel found that the 2 targets were 2.5 kilometers and 3.6 kilometers away from him, respectively. The first company captain immediately charged towards the rune-marked targets, gathering a total of 8 squads, 71 Astartes, along the way to launch the decapitation strike. Blocking Sarmiel and his targets were Mordian warriors in blue uniforms, using their bodies as shields to withstand the charge of the black-armored warriors. But the Astartes gathered by the first company captain and his adjutant numbered over 100, and once they charged, nothing could stop the superhuman warriors. Sarmiel led the charge, serving as the spearhead of the enemy's destruction, with the rest of the Astartes forming the blade of the spear. The first company captain led his forces brutally smashing through the enemy lines, blood and flesh splattering onto his helmet, but he struggled to suppress his bloodthirsty urge to kill. Sarmiel led 2 guard squads into a pyramid-shaped high tower, leaving the other squads to guard their retreat. His guard members covered him as he strode forward, blocking any enemies attempting to encircle him. The first company captain ascended to the top of the pyramid structure, where he saw the target clad in ornate blue armor. Sarmiel knew that was one of the 4 emperors. He temporarily named the target the Sea Emperor, even though Mordian had no sea. But that didn't matter, because he would soon be a corpse. His chainix rotated and roared, shredding the guards in his way. The first company captain heard the Sea Emperor let out an angry roar, his voice filled with hatred. He could vaguely make out the meaning of some of the words, "We die together." Sarmiel thought, this is bad, as he saw the Sea Emperor raise his left hand and press the button on the detonator he held. The entire pyramid shook, rumbling and collapsing like a landslide, rubble and debris pouring down, and the first company captain struggled to maintain his balance. Sarmiel shouted, "Run!" then scrambled on all 4s across the continuously collapsing and disintegrating pyramid, leaping desperately to grasp a relatively stable edge. As the first company captain tumbled and fell to the ground, he saw several black-armored warriors crushed into the ruins. Sarmiel's eyes instantly turned crimson, his suppressed bloodlust exploding. He saw a red-clad force and strode towards the enemy. The Mordian Emperor, clad in red armor, raised his master-crafted laser gun and fired a scorching beam at the black-armored warrior. The laser pierced the optical lens, then shot into the first company captain's right eye. Witnessing Sarmiel's body crash heavily to the ground, Bukayo's emotions were complex, a mix of relief at no longer having to deal with an unruly subordinate, and a hint of sadness over the death of a battle brother. Bukayo's eyes flashed, and the brain cat's largely black eyes simultaneously flickered, an invisible ripple spreading out. The entire battlefield seemed to be pulled by threads, paused for a moment by the brain cat's time freeze. The midnight poet raised his bolt gun and fired a bolt at the red-robed emperor. The invisible ripple vanished, and as time slowly advanced to the next second, an explosion tore apart the red-clad emperor's head and neck. Bukayo strode over to a first company guard member who was struggling to rise from the ruins, his pain numbed by painkillers, and roared. "Alexander, he is a knight serving the king. By the Gene Father's command, he will temporarily serve as the first company captain." Moments later, Bukayo finally brought the first company back under his command. Sarmiel's reckless and ambitious attack disrupted the Mordian defenders' lines. The Astartes' casualties resulted in hundreds, even thousands, of times more Mordian deaths. Bukayo launched 2 successive decapitation strikes, ending Mordian's 4 emperors era. Transport ships from the Sea Cradle subsequently arrived, and for the first time in millennia, the Mordian no longer worried about food scarcity. As the Dark Lord re-established order, screening and recruiting eligible children, Ning Lu's fleet arrived in the Fenris system. Chapter 1. Russ's Challenge. On the edge of the solar system, near the Obscurus sector, lies the Fenris system. In the Ossahheim tribe of Fenris, the tall and robust Burt people were forced to abandon their island and board more than 20 ships with black sails. A year ago, a diviner foretold that their solid land, on which they had survived for 9 years, was about to face its demise. They prepared in advance, boarding their sailing ships just before the storm arrived. The Burt people wore masks on their long faces, and their beards were waxed into radiating beams. The men looked solemn, gripping their axes and warhammers, and gazed at the sky. A golden aircraft streaked quickly across the high altitude, leaving a white trail. 3 extraterrestrial beings were aboard the gunship, observing the land below. Ning Lu, clad in black armor, looked through the viewing window and saw erupting lava break through the sea surface. The lava flow turned large areas into a sea of fire and boiled the ocean, causing massive floods and tides that swallowed several islands, including the island of the tribe below. At the same time, violet smoke, a mix of crimson fire and indigo seawater, rose, and new islands were being born amidst the sulfurous scent. Fenris is currently in its summer season. Alpharius, who was as tall as a regular Astartes, holding a spear and wearing a green robe, spoke. Ning Lu knew that Fenris was a planet composed of ice and fire, completing one orbit around its star every 3 to 4 Terra years. During the short summer months, Fenris's land would undergo drastic changes, with islands appearing or disappearing. It was precisely this drastic environmental change that shaped the Fenrisians into nomadic, barbaric tribes. Most Fenrisians had to struggle for survival on the ocean, covering most of their planet's surface throughout their lives, enduring continuous earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and storms. Numerous tribes constantly sought safe territories and fought over land. The Fenrisian warrior that Merchant spoke of is in Ossahheim, in the far north. Merchants told me he defeated 100 men single-handedly in 3 minutes, pulled an entire tree from the ground and broke it with his back, wrestled a Fenris mammoth, and ate an entire wild ox during a feast. The Lord of Mankind, dressed in a golden robe, spoke. Ning Lu knew that only one Arctic continental area on Fenris was permanently present, the continent of Ossahheim, located at the top of the entire world. Fenrisians could only find some degree of protection from the extreme climate near Ossahheim. As the moon, which Fenrisians called the Wolf Moon, rose in the sky, a frozen continent thousands of kilometers above sea level appeared in Ning Lu's vision. Towering, isolated rock cliffs, almost without any accessible beaches, separated it from the ocean. Lava and magma flows covered and battered the frozen continent, creating uneven, deep and shallow holes in the frozen cliffs. The gunship surged upward, crossed the cliffs, and flew inland. Even in the scorching summer, Ossahheim remained covered in glaciers. Ning Lu, with deep eyes, observed with interest the giant ice worms drilling holes in the glacial fjords. Spiritual light, a material for magic potions. As the gunship went deeper inland, Ning Lu saw several magic potion materials. This trip wasn't in vain. Fenris indeed has several magic potion materials. Once the Wolf King acknowledges his father, I can send hunters to hunt for magic potion materials. As the Wolf Moon hung high in the Fenrisian night sky, a large tribal camp appeared in Ning Lu's sight. Bonfires blazed skyward, and fur tents were scattered throughout the camp. In the center of the camp was a wooden building. By Vostronia's standards, it was a simple stone house, but on Fenris, it was a magnificent hall. The pilot found a spacious area and maneuvered the gunship to land. Fenrisians wrapped in thick furs let out animal-like roars and gathered around the gunship. The gangplank hit the snow, and the Lord of Mankind stepped first, descending the gangplank. Ning Lu lagged one step behind, walking to Huang Laohan's side and back, while Alfarius intentionally lagged another step, walking on Huang Laohan's other side. Ning Lu looked at the Fenrisians before him. Their manes were messy and fluffy, and they wore dirty furs, with leather armor and iron chainmail over their clothes. The armor's surface was smooth but appeared primitive and crude under the torchlight. Their muscles bulged, making their armor seem taut. Their exposed necks and faces, tattooed with skin, were filthy, and their hair was even dirtier. Their scent was strong, emitting an odor comparable to a hive giant rat. The Gene Seed Primarch showed no sign of aversion. His attention was drawn to the tallest figure in the Fenrisian tribe. He was a giant much taller than Alfarius, almost as massive as Horus, but shorter than Ning Lu himself. Like his followers, he was clad in crude animal hides and armor, and his golden hair was styled backward, similar to his followers. Two giant wolves walked by his feet, one black, the other gray, its fur so lustrous it was almost silver. Ning Lu's dark eyes gazed at the two giant wolves. The most famous Fenris wolves here are not magic potion materials. The moment the Lord of Mankind saw the Fenrisian warrior, he recognized him as another one of his offspring. Ning Lu, standing to his side and back, saw an invisible golden light emanating from Huang Laohan. The barbaric Fenrisians could not see the radiating golden light, but they felt the imposing presence of the person before them. Thump, thump, thump. The unruly warriors of the Fenrisian tribe knelt one after another, and even the two massive giant wolves lay prostrate on the ice. Among the Fenrisians, only the tallest figure did not kneel. He roared in anger. "I am your king, get up." In an instant, the Lord of Mankind learned the two local Low Gothic dialects from the Fenrisians' minds, Worgen and Juvik. Worgen, commonly known as battle speech or wolf speech, was a crude, direct Fenrisian language used in combat, with a simple and straightforward coded communication method. Juvik, commonly known as hearth speech, was the language used by the indigenous Fenrisians in their daily lives when not fighting. He was very familiar with these two dialects, which were very similar to the ancient languages popular in the ancient Scandinavian region during the ancient Terra era, brought to Fenris by the first colonists. The Lord of Mankind reigned in his light, allowing the Fenrisians to rise, but the warriors still could not look directly at the imposing figure. The aura they had just felt still lingered in their minds, making it impossible to look directly. The Lord of Mankind spoke in Juvik, in a cordial tone. "My son, I am your father." Ning Lu's consciousness spread to everyone, easily opening the ice-like minds of the Fenrisian warriors, mastering Worgen and Juvik in almost the same amount of time as the Lord of Mankind. At the same time, he also mastered the locations of several Fenrisian landmarks. "I have ended the strife on humanity's homeworld, Terra, and initiated the Great Crusade, bringing the lost colonies back under the Imperium's rule. I am the Lord of Mankind, and you are my lost son. You should pledge allegiance to me, follow me to the stars, and fulfill your responsibilities." The tall giant looked at the extraterrestrial before him in astonishment. He didn't know why this outsider could speak Juvik, but he wouldn't pledge allegiance to anyone just because of a few words. He stepped forward, stood before the Lord of Mankind, looked at him defiantly, and said rebelliously, "I refuse. I am Leman Russ of the Russ tribe, a son of Fenris, not your son." Ning Lu knew that the young Gene Seed Primarch was adopted by a pack of wolves and later discovered by the leader of a tribe named Thangir. The Fenrisian wolf pack where the Gene Seed Primarch resided attacked Thangir's village, and the young Primarch covered the wolf pack's retreat, so the king organized a group of hunters to try and eliminate them. Most of the Fenris wolves were slaughtered, including the wolf mother who adopted the Gene Seed Primarch. His two wolf brothers, the twin wolves Freki and Jerry, were captured and brought before King Thangir. King Thangir saw the young Primarch's potential to become a hero, so he adopted him and gave him the name Leman Russ. I am the Wolf King, the King of Fenris. I will not submit to you. My son, you must accept, that is your responsibility. Ning Lu perceived that Huang Laohan was not using psychic powers, he was injecting belief into his words to influence Leman Russ. The Wolf King furrowed his brow, then spoke after a moment. It is the custom of Fenris, if you want me to acknowledge you as my master, you must defeat me. Win 1 victory in 3 challenges, and I will pledge allegiance to you. Chapter 166, He and I are not brothers. Seeing the Emperor readily agree, Leman Russ's eyes gleamed with the fierce light of a Fenrisian in a duel. The 2 giant wolves sensed their brother's fighting spirit and stepped forward from both sides. Adult Fenris wolves are at least the size of a horse. The head of the smaller silver giant wolf was only slightly lower than Alfarius's shoulder. The black one curled its lips, revealing sword-like fangs, and it had an exposed, protruding pink scar on its head. They stared with wide yellow eyes, fiercely pressing towards the cat-like creature, which was only a meter long and had ginger yellow fur. The brain cat showed no fear, its completely black eyes flashed. Frecky and Jerry's eyes immediately showed a cruel scene. A hunting party, armed with poisoned arrows, knives, and spears, attacked the wolf pack, and their mother lay in a pool of blood. Their tall brothers fought desperately, being repeatedly cut and stabbed by the hunters, weapons, and were finally captured by the numerous hunting party. Frecky and Jerry fell into their deepest nightmare fear, their bodies trembling, and heavy-smelling sweat dripped onto the snow. Leman Russ extended his hands, stroking the 2 wolf brothers. Feeling the warmth and strength of the large hands, Frecky and Jerry awoke from their nightmare. They crouched, let out an angry snarl, and prepared to pounce. The brain cat walked with elegant steps, cold light flashing in its black pupils. The Wolf King rose, his massive body blocking his 2 wolf brothers. A heavy blow landed on his body, and his massive body swayed slightly. Leman Russ's eyes flashed, and he said coldly, "Witchcraft," the Wolf King said, raising his leg to kick the brain cat. With a loud bang, Leman Russ's leg was blocked by a leg covered in black armor. The black-armored giant stepped forward, his head slightly lowered, looking at the Wolf King, and said coldly, "You should kill those 2 behind you first." Ning Lu's gaze swept over the 2 figures wrapped in dark fur. Their shaved heads wore simple fur caps, unlike other Fenrisians who wore beards. They wore strings of primitive bone charms and held bone staffs. They are not sorcerers, but sons of the storm. From the collision just now, Leman Russ sensed that the black armor warrior's strength was not inferior to his own, and he watched the opponent warily. Disguising words doesn't change the essence. Ning Lu's eyes were cold, and he said mockingly, "This only makes you seem hypocritical." The Wolf King's eyes were filled with rage. He swung his arm and punched towards Ning Lu's head. Ning Lu was about to block with his arm when he sensed movement beside him and stopped. The Emperor appeared in front of Ning Lu, blocking Leman Russ's savage attack. Disagreements only stem from cultural differences. "Russ, this is your brother Ning Lu, you are brothers, and you should not fight over this. Keeping witchcraft pets is shameful, he and I are not brothers." The Wolf King said disdainfully, and Ning Lu said coldly, "I will not try to wake someone who is pretending to be asleep." As a gene seed Primarch, Leman Russ could undoubtedly discern that the power used by the Fenrisian shamans was essentially no different from the witchcraft power used by the brain cat he spoke of. When words don't align, there's no need for much more talk. Ning Lu also had no interest in arguing with someone stubborn. The Emperor frowned slightly. Today's meeting was even less smooth than he had imagined. The challenge hadn't even begun, yet the 2 gene seed Primarchs had already developed a conflict. I need to find a way to resolve their conflict, at least so it doesn't affect coordinated operations. Before that, I must win the duel with Russ. Thinking of this, the Emperor spoke. "Russ, shall we complete the challenge now, or are you already willing to return to the Imperium?" Through observation and conversation, he had gained a considerable understanding of Russ, knowing how to stimulate the gene seed Primarch and temporarily divert his attention from the brotherly conflict. Of course not. The Wolf King withdrew his gaze from Ning Lu and said to the emperor, "Follow me." A moment later, everyone arrived before a huge circular ivory gate, with a giant python coiled around it. The giant python's large mouth tightly bit its own tail. Ning Lu recognized that it had been deliberately trained into a circular shape, mimicking the Ouroboros. Terrans regarded the Ouroboros as a symbol of eternity, and this cultural belief was brought to Fenris by colonists. After passing through the ivory gate, the chill was dispelled behind them, and the air was filled with smoke and a mix of strange odors. The terrible smell of cured meat, the scent of herbs, the aroma of burnt fat, the damp smell of fur, and the stuffy scent of animals sleeping in their dens. It was more like an animal's den than a palace. Wall-mounted resin torches and flickering tabletop candles illuminated the chieftain's hall, and the walls were covered in soot. Brazier between the dining tables emitted suffocating heat, and the burning animal fat in the basins covered the ceiling with accumulated grease. Russ walked all the way to the throne, which was covered with thick animal furs. After he sat down, Frecky and Jerry lay down on either side of his feet. The emperor sat at the head of the guest table, with Alfarius standing behind him. The Fenrisians brought a spare king's throne and pushed 2 tables together, and Ning Lu sat at the table next to the emperor. After everyone was seated, Leman Russ spoke. The first challenge, the eating challenge. Food is nature's blessing from Fenris to its people. The more you eat, the more blessings you receive, and the stronger you become. Good. After the emperor nodded in agreement, the feast and the competition began simultaneously. Plates of meat were brought to the dining table in front of Ning Lu. In the icy Fenris, crops struggled to survive, so food mainly consisted of hunted meat. The soaked fruit leaves had already carbonized into translucent thin shells, which made a crisp cracking sound when gently lifted, revealing the agate-lustered ribs beneath. High-temperature rock slabs had seared cracked, charred patterns onto its surface, and tiny oil bubbles slowly wriggled between the amber-colored fat layers. Where the blade sliced, rose-colored meat juices wound down the patterns carved by the flint, and the rising steam carried the wild aroma of minerals and fruitwood intertwined. The muscle close to the bone presented a captivating gradient of colors. The outer layer was a deep brown encased in a honey-colored crust, transitioning inwards to a juicy crimson, with the deepest part retaining the unique light cherry blossom color of rock roasting, each muscle fiber permeated with the bitterness of pine needles and the sweet and sour taste of wild berries. Ning Lu was not polite. He used his fork to pick up a rib and put it in his mouth. His teeth first touched the crispy crust mixed with salt crystals, carrying a faint flinty aroma imparted by the volcanic stone slab. Then came the fatty layer mixed with crushed leaves, melting on his tongue into a creamy waterfall of fat. When his teeth bit into the central meat column, the accumulated meat juices, mixed with the smoky flavor of fruitwood, burst forth in his mouth, and the juices seeping between the fibers permeated the unique crisp sweetness of ice water. Translucent fascia adhered to the gnawed bone joints, resembling solidified amber under the candlelight, and his fingertips retained the rough sensation of licking a mixture of rock salt and meat juices. Although the cooking methods are not complex, they preserve the natural flavor of the food. The Fenrisian flavor is quite good. After eating 3 ribs, Ning Lu ignored Leman Russ's provocative gaze, slowed his eating, and focused his attention on the eating competition between Huang Laohan and the Wolf King. Chapter 167, Huang Laohan loses 2 consecutive matches. To facilitate measurement and comparison, every portion of food eaten by Huang Laohan and the Wolf King was of similar size. Huang Laohan did not maintain the dining etiquette of a Terra noble. Instead, he adopted Russ's eating style, picking up hot food directly with his hands and devouring it in large bites, adapting to the local customs. The Wolf King, even more so, devoured the food like a whirlwind, just like his 2 wolf brothers beside him. Ning Lu keenly noticed that the emperor did not use his powerful psychic abilities to aid in digestion. Open black lens bracket Huang Laohan noticed Leman Russ's aversion to psychic powers, so he didn't use them, relying purely on a physical appetite competition. The Wolf King, who grew up in Fenrisian culture, has an absolute advantage in this regard due to his evolved digestive system. Huang Laohan is bound to lose, close black lens bracket. The Gene Seed Primarch then compared himself to Leman Russ's reaction after tearing and swallowing meat. Open black lens bracket him. If I were to participate in an eating contest, I wouldn't be a match for the Wolf King, he's like a bottomless pit. Only by ascending to a baron of corruption, and distorting the rules of the contest could I win, but whether this could deceive Leman Russ and gain his approval is a question mark. Close black lens bracket. While contemplating, Ning Lu had already eaten his fill. He ignored the Wolf King's wild, challenging gaze, put down his fork, and waited for the contest to end. A hint of disdain flashed in Leman Russ's eyes as he shifted his gaze from Ning Lu to the man who claimed to be his father. Ning Lu noticed Huang Laohan's eating speed gradually slowing, and his abdomen was slightly distended. A moment later, Huang Laohan finished the steak in his hand and said frankly, "I lost." The Wolf King swallowed the steak in his mouth and laughed heartily, saying, "Ha ha ha, your appetites are much smaller than your boasts." Ning Lu looked at the Wolf King, who had won and achieved the Eating King title, and with certainty, he said, "Then, the second challenge is a drinking challenge. Drinking capacity is a man's measure, whoever drinks more fine wine is the stronger one." A bronze drinking horn was placed on the table in front of Ning Lu, and Leman Russ bared his sharp fangs. Fenrisian mead isn't meant to be sipped, it's meant to be drunk in large gulps. The Gene Seed Primarch initially didn't want to drink, but a thought impulse flashed in his mind. Ning Lu, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, drink. At Huang Laohan's urging, Ning Lu reluctantly picked up the bronze drinking horn and drank the liquid inside in one gulp. The moment the liquor entered his mouth, it burned him, then slid down his throat, eventually reaching his stomach. Its taste was like a mixture of engine oil and acid. If a mortal were to drink this, he would surely drop dead on the spot. The Gene Seed Primarch's expression was calm, his superhuman body allowed him to adapt quickly, the burning sensation in his stomach rapidly subsided, and a warmth spread from his abdomen throughout his entire body. At the same time, Ning Lu felt a slight melting sensation within his body. He knew that the briber potion had been digested a little. Open black lens bracket reluctantly cooperating with Huang Laohan to drink Fenris's disgusting mead was also a bribe to him. After all, if it were up to me, I would never drink this mead. They are all strong liquors, but Lersvort is much more delicious than mead. It doesn't have the nauseating engine oil and sour taste. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu once again ignored the Wolf King's challenging gaze, put down the bronze drinking horn, and then turned his attention to the two contestants. They continuously brought the bronze drinking horn to their mouths, tilting their heads back to drink. The Gene Seed Primarch keenly sensed that Huang Laohan, like before, did not use his powerful psychic abilities. Compared to Leman Russ, who had long adapted, Huang Laohan's throat trembled slightly, but after drinking 3 cups, he adapted to Fenris's strongest mead. The Wolf King still held the advantage in the drinking contest. Huang Laohan's drinking speed became slower and slower. Finally, Huang Laohan placed the bronze drinking horn on the table and waved his hand, signaling the fur-clad attendant not to pour any more liquor. He showed a barely perceptible wry smile and said frankly, "I lost again." Leman Russ tilted his head back, pouring the liquor from the bronze drinking horn into his mouth, and he looked at the emperor. "Even the warriors of Fenris can't drink as heartily as you. You've earned my respect, you're a man. But you still lost, no one can have a drinking capacity like mine." Ning Lu looked at the triumphant Wolf King, acknowledging his ability to drink endlessly, honed by his daily heavy drinking. Unless the rules were twisted, he himself could not surpass Leman Russ's drinking capacity. While he was contemplating, the Wolf King stood up from his throne. "Then, now for the final challenge, a contest between warriors. I will defeat you in a test of strength." Leman Russ said to the emperor with full confidence, then glanced at Ning Lu disdainfully. "In the manner of admirable, valiant warriors, not despicable sorcery." As the emperor rose, golden light flickered in his eyes. He used empathy magic to deduce the future millions of times. He obtained the desired results and bore the consequences. Even he, a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. The pain quickly subsided. He had deduced the future and made plans countless times throughout his long life, long accustomed to it. I send your brother Ning Lu to represent me, do you agree? In the millions of deductions the Emperor performed, Ning Lu won against Leman Russ in every physical confrontation. Sending him to fight on his behalf would achieve two things. It would win the challenge and bring Leman Russ into the Imperium, and it would also earn Ning Lu the Wolf King's respect. The Emperor, by observing Leman Russ's series of actions, confirmed that he was a warrior. Ning Lu would earn his respect by winning in battle. As for Ning Lu's dissatisfaction with Leman Russ, the Emperor believed he would consider the bigger picture, and he would cater to his preferences with rare and precious items to dispel his displeasure. Ning Lu didn't expect Huang Laohan to actually let him fight in his place, and while he disdained the Wolf King's contempt for sorcery yet trust in shamans, this hypocritical double standard towards psychic powers, he also had no interest in fighting the Wolf King. Even victory wouldn't wake someone who was pretending to sleep. Ning Lu knew he couldn't refuse Huang Laohan's request, but he wouldn't let himself be manipulated either. A duel was fine, but it would be on his own terms. Ning Lu didn't speak. Leman Russ stepped in front of him, clenching his fists, making them crackle. I accept. Ning Lu, let's fight, I will defeat you. Your ridiculous sorcery is just an insubstantial joke in the face of true might. Ning Lu's black eyes flashed. You're the Wolf King of Fenris, right? Of course. Combat is boring, wolves are nature's hunters, so how about we have a hunting contest? Leman Russ was stunned. Ning Lu actually challenged him to a hunting contest. He didn't have a hint of a hunter about him, so how could he possibly surpass him in hunting? If it were a test of strength, he might have a chance of winning, but a hunting contest would be handing him the victory on a silver platter. Of course, what do you want to hunt? You choose, whatever you choose, I will defeat you. Kraken sea monsters, whoever hunts the largest kraken is the winner. Ning Lu had already thought it through, he spoke directly. Good. The Wolf King had once hunted Fenris's largest kraken, the King of Gorgon. In his opinion, whether it was hunting ability or familiarity with the environment and prey, he had the advantage. Ning Lu was bound to lose. If I win, the kraken you hunt is also mine. As long as you can win, Leman Russ said confidently, but I will definitely win. Chapter 168, Extraordinary Abilities at Sequence 1 Level. Towards the end of summer in Fenris's great year, a gunship flew against the storm, soaring over the storm sea. Most Fenrisians grew up with the continuous, vast ocean imprinted in their minds, so they naturally imagined their known world as an ocean, calling it the storm sea. Apart from the sole permanent continent of Osaheim, the living world of the Fenrisians was entirely the storm sea. Inside the gunship, two figures walked to the hatch. The Wolf King shed his fur, clad in armor forged by Fenrisian blacksmiths, adorned with runes carved by the sons of the storm. Ning Lu glanced at the runes, keenly sensing the primitive and savage warp energy contained within them. He wore a fitted armor pre-forged by a tech sergeant, whose protective capabilities were far inferior to the Mechanicus's top-tier craftsmanship, but it was more flexible and lighter for movement in the sea. The Lord of Mankind looked at his two Primarchs ahead, golden light flickering in his eyes, probing the threads of fate to predict the outcome of the Gene Seed Primarchs contest. The hunt proposed by Ning Lu disrupted the results he had deduced using empathy magic. The previous results could no longer serve as a reference. Empathy magic and psychic prophecy both explored the future, but their difficulty of use and effects were entirely different. Prophecy explored millions of threads of fate, with the present as the node. Empathy magic, however, was dynamic. The Lord of Mankind would introduce variables when formulating plans to deduce the future. The Lord of Mankind relied on empathy magic to formulate a series of plans, making it more trustworthy than prophecy. Every factor incorporated into the plan would influence and alter it, thus making it more difficult to use, even causing the Lord of Mankind pain each time he used it. Moments later, the golden light in his eyes dissipated. After the two Gene Seed Primarchs leapt down, he questioned Alfarius beside him. Vostronia, like Terra, is covered in hive cities and wastelands. Leman Russ is more adept at hunting in icy seas. Ning Lu will win. The first image the Lord of Mankind saw in his premonition was Ning Lu hunting a larger sea monster and winning. And among the myriad changing threads, the two gene seed Primarchs had victories and losses against each other, but he trusted the first image he saw. As the Lord of Mankind and Alfarius spoke, Ning Lu and Leman Russ simultaneously plunged into the sea like cannonballs. The Wolf King let out a loud howl, shouting a declaration of victory to Ning Lu in Worgen, the Fenrisian battle language. "I will be the victor, your sorcerous tricks are useless." Just as Ning Lu was about to speak, a thought pulse suddenly flashed through his mind, and Huang Laohan's voice rang out. "Do not use psychic powers, win the victory the Fenrisian way." As Ning Lu frowned slightly, Huang Laohan's voice sounded again. "I will gift you a relic-class battleship." Hearing this, he readily agreed, sending a thought pulse to Huang Laohan in the high-altitude gunship. Good. Subsequently, Ning Lu's eyes slightly closed. He no longer used any psychic powers, nor did he use subspace insight, which was closely related to the Sea of Souls. Without using psychic powers, he still had magical items he could use. During this time, he successfully established a connection with the Power Fist through the third true space of the Nation of Disorder. He therefore knew that it corresponded to Hand of Order, of the Justiciar pathway, Sequence 1. Now, Ning Lu infused his spirituality into the Power Fist, using the Sequence 1 level, Sheriff, extraordinary ability, Detect Evil. Generally speaking, Sequence 7 extraordinary beings could not activate high sequence level items with their spirituality, but Hand of Order was one of the two pathways corresponding to the Nation of Disorder. The grade of the source material had absolute suppressive power over the corresponding pathway's magical items. After Ning Lu established a connection with the Power Fist, he could use high-level extraordinary abilities to a limited extent. In an instant, Ning Lu's perception touched the entire storm sea. Countless unshielded things related to evil, chaos, and madness pulsed in his mind. Giant ice worms drilling in Ossiheim's glacial fjords, sea dragons hunted by nomadic tribes, and countless of his intended targets, octopus-shaped gigantic creatures, the Kraken. A massive stream of information, enough to burst a mortal's head, poured into the Gene Seed Primarch's brain. The Gene Seed Primarch received and analyzed the information at superhuman speed, then locked onto the largest Kraken in the storm sea. The condition for victory agreed upon by Ning Lu and Leman Russ was hunting the largest Kraken. The outcome was now decided. After confirming the direction, the Gene Seed Primarch immediately exerted himself and swam at full speed towards the target. The Gene Seed Primarch's muscle fibers vibrated at a frequency of 3,311 times per instant, and the ocean currents of the storm sea were converted into propulsive kinetic energy by his superhuman body. The airflow trailing behind the Gene Seed Primarch was like an explosive shockwave. Sea fish that couldn't dodge and collided with it were instantly torn apart. On the gunship, the Lord of Mankind, who was observing the contest, shifted his gaze from the Wolf King to the bloody straight line in the storm sea. He frowned. In that instant, besides Ning Lu, only the Lord of Mankind sensed a faint, almost imperceptible energy fluctuation. It wasn't psychic energy, but another peculiar form of energy. The Lord of Mankind recalled the energy fluctuation he had captured, trying to figure out what it was. Moments later, the Lord of Mankind reluctantly gave up. The energy only lasted for an instant, did not belong to his familiar domain, and was extremely faint. He could only draw some vague conclusions. Open black lens bracket. Its effect seems similar to an augur array or augur matrix. Given the victory conditions of the contest, Ning Lu must have used a biological detection ability. Does the Gene Seed Primarch possess an item that can detect the oceans of Fenris? Close black lens bracket. Based on the limited information, the Lord of Mankind deduced the item's ability and began to ponder what it could be. Open black lens bracket. To complete detection of Fenris's vast oceans, it should be an item from the dark age of technology. What could it be? The Power Fist I gifted him, besides attack, only has a peculiar ability that forces the surrounding environment to undergo regular changes. It should be unrelated to this. Although the power sword is sharp, it has no other effects. Close black lens bracket. After pondering for a moment, the Lord of Mankind still couldn't reach a conclusion. Whatever it is, if Ning Lu can detect the location of the largest kraken, he will win the victory. The Lord of Mankind nodded in satisfaction. The result of the empathy magic deduction was indeed correct. Although the process deviated slightly, Ning Lu truly did not disappoint me. I should reward him with a few more relic-class battleships. In the storm sea, the rapidly advancing Ning Lu suddenly felt a melting sensation in his body. The briber potion had digested a bit more. His nearly dry spirituality recovered about 1/10 due to the digestion of the briber potion. What did I do? How did the potion digest again? Ning Lu thought in confusion. Through the potion's feedback, he had already figured out the acting requirements of the briber potion. He had to engage in bribery, whether actively or passively. He hadn't actively bribed anyone just now, so it must have been subconscious, but it fulfilled the requirements for bribery and received a certain degree of feedback. The feedback could only come from the Lord of Mankind, but what would it be? Ning Lu's thoughts were instantly interrupted, and his attention returned to the real world. He had already sensed the presence of a gigantic sea monster even larger than the Wangquan shadow. The giant beast in the sea moved slowly, stirring up a storm in the ocean. The airflow created by its breathing stirred up an ocean current. The Fenrisian sea monster, the Kraken. Chapter 169, Hunting the Ironscale Kraken. Ning Lu took a deep breath, plunged into the storm sea, and swam towards the gigantic sea monster. The Gene Seed Primarch noticed that this kraken was even larger than the gnawing octopus he had killed in the sea cradle. He also keenly sensed that despite their similar appearance, the kraken was entirely different from the gnawing octopus. It was another, more perfect, creature. Its body was concealed within a bony sheath, making it difficult to hit. A perfect defensive mechanism evolved to suit its size and species characteristics. In the dark blue sea water, the kraken stretched its graceful tentacles, every inch of its skin pulsating with perfect curves, ending in several hard, keratinous hooks resembling giant pincers. Ning Lu recalled that in the 41st millennium, after the Imperium recognized the threat of the Tyranids, the Mechanicus's bio-sages conducted a series of studies on them and similar organisms. They discovered that the Fenris kraken's tentacles had similar hard, keratinous hooks and were also intelligent. Even if the wielder was eliminated, the tentacle whips would continue to attack anyone who tried to approach. Experiments conducted by the bio-sages showed that they achieved this by sensing brainwaves, another natural predatory tactic applied to weapons by the Tyranids. Now, the Gene Seed Primarch, through observation, believed that the bio-sages' research conclusions were correct. The Kraken should be an outpost sent by the hive mind to the galaxy. For some reason, they lost contact with the hive mind and became wild monsters. The Tyranid evolutionary genes hidden within them caused them to undergo the same evolution over a long period. Other creatures also considered by the Mechanicus bio-sages to be Tyranid derivations included the soul-eater bees, which feed on psychers, and the Catachan demon. Much harder to deal with than the gnawing octopus. But also richer in psychic energy. Ning Lu's eyes gleamed. The keratinous hooks on the kraken's tentacles, its blade-like fangs, its giant eyes, and even the bones he saw through its flesh when he activated psychic vision, all contained surging psychic energy. The Gene Seed Primarch activated the Power Fist's runes and lunged at the treasure before him. At the same time, the kraken also sensed Ning Lu's presence, its massive body instinctively trembling continuously. It felt that the black, little speck, was a delicious meal. Devouring him would cause it to evolve again. The kraken raised all its tentacles and greedily wrapped them around the small black figure. Ning Lu activated the runes, and the Power Fist glowed with brilliant golden light. He moved like a fish, as if the pressure of nearly 10,000 meters of deep sea water didn't exist, weaving among the many tentacles. In an instant, Ning Lu rushed to the kraken's head, which was hidden within its bony sheath. The kraken reacted swiftly, its blade-like fangs slashing towards Ning Lu. The fangs struck the small black armored figure, but the kraken felt no joy of successful predation. It felt its fangs strike empty air. The small black figure did not bleed. Before the kraken could react, the power fist slammed heavily onto its massive, plaza-like lower jaw. The golden disintegration field crackled, but it did not destroy or tear the kraken's body as it usually did. Ning Lu's eyes flashed as he looked at the scales, like cast iron, densely covering the kraken's bone sheath and skin. Iron Scale Kraken. Ning Lu knew that the Iron Scale Kraken was the strongest and most lethal of its kind, and only they could exceed several kilometers in length. The Iron Scale Kraken Ning Lu was hunting was nearly 30 kilometers long. It was difficult to kill an Iron Scale Kraken in the vast ocean, even for a Gene Seed Primarch. Leman Russ dragged the Iron Scale Kraken he encountered from the ocean onto land to make it easier for him to kill it. Open black lens bracket. Although the Power Fist's primary power comes from the various extraordinary abilities of the Hand of Order, it is also a powerful weapon. It couldn't even break through the Iron Scale Kraken's defense. Even if it's not a material, its hide is an excellent material. It seems good for making a cloak. Close black lens bracket. Thinking this, Ning Lu decided to adopt the same strategy as Leman Russ, knock the Iron Scale Kraken unconscious and take it back. This would both prove that the kraken he hunted was larger and preserve the treasure to the greatest extent possible. As Ning Lu thought this, he suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed a handful of small plankton. Fenris krill. This type of krill, similar to that of ancient Terra, is widely distributed in the oceans of Fenris and forms the lowest level of the Storm Sea's food chain. Feeding you. The briber infused 1/5 of its newly recovered psychic energy into the krill and threw it into the Iron Scale Kraken's mouth. He swung his arm and fist violently, raining blows on the kraken's lower jaw. The Gene Seed Primarch, in an instant, swung his power fist at high frequency, striking the Iron Scale Kraken's lower jaw, which was affected by bribe and weaken. Roar. The Iron Scale Kraken, with its weakened defense, let out a mournful roar, stirring up monstrous waves in the storm sea. On the surface of the sea, a Fenris tribal boat, migrating in search of a new home, was overturned by the giant wave. The dragon boat, crafted from Fenris sea dragon material, instantly capsized, and the tribesmen fell into the sea. The Gene Seed Primarch's figure flickered at high speed, launching a furious attack around the Iron Scale Kraken. The Gene Seed Primarch's speed was so fast that it was like a raging gale, even isolating the seawater. The Iron Scale Kraken had never suffered such a violent attack. Its head felt heavy, and the black figures in its eyes overlapped and intertwined, blurry and indistinct. Its tentacle strikes became increasingly difficult to hit the small black figure. The dazed Iron Scale Kraken was struck by the Gene Seed Primarch's high-frequency heavy punches, causing it to float towards the surface. The Gene Seed Primarch's attack was not random. His superhuman brain performed precise calculations, planning an attack route. Each of his attacks would cause the Iron Scale Kraken to float upwards. Moreover, the upward thrust not only contained the force of his punches and energy fields but also surging ocean currents. The black hurricane slammed the Iron Scale Kraken out of the storm sea's surface. The Iron Scale Kraken's head crashed heavily onto the sea surface, splashing up towering waves. After a series of intense blows, the Iron Scale Kraken completely lost consciousness and fell into a coma. Ning Lu deactivated the Power Fist's disintegration field and swam to the underside of the Iron Scale Kraken's head. The Gene Seed Primarch raised both arms, supporting the Iron Scale Kraken's lower jaw, and with the strength of his arms and shoulders, lifted the giant head and swam forward. Dragging the Iron Scale Kraken consumed less effort than the Gene Seed Primarch had imagined. The buoyancy lightened his burden. After realizing this, the Gene Seed Primarch sensed the currents of the storm sea and, supporting the Iron Scale Kraken, swam towards the gunboat. The sea dragon boats they encountered along the way watched this scene in astonishment. Someone was dragging a colossal creature through the sea. The shocked Fenris warriors knelt on their boats, chanting the names of Merkai and other gods, prostrating themselves in pious worship. On the gunboat, Alfarius saw Ning Lu dragging back a sea monster even larger than the Wangquan Shadow, a Glory Queen-class battleship. He widened his eyes and said in shock, "Ning Lu actually hunted such a massive sea monster. Can Leman Russ hunt an even bigger one?" "He cannot. Ning Lu hunted a bigger one, and faster too." Chapter 170 You Are My Brother. Fenris, as usual, orbited the K-class sun, which the locals called the Wolf's Eye, in a highly eccentric elliptical orbit. It took 2 Terran Standard years to complete one orbit, and a Fenrisian year was called a Great Year by the locals. At the end of the Great Year's brief summer, Leman Russ waded through the sea, dragging a comatose ironscale kraken, humming a tune in Juvik, a furnace language, in a joyful mood. The Wolf Lord had hunted an ironscale kraken 23 to 24 kilometers long, which, as far as he knew, was the second largest on Fenris. "That guy taller than me, Ning Lu, is just a hairless boy without a beard or hair, and he only arrived at Fenris yesterday. There's no way he could have found the biggest one in the Storm Sea." The broken spear was forcefully thrust into the ironscale kraken's body, causing an injury to the giant sea monster that was about as significant as a mosquito bite to a human. But the blood attracted numerous Fenrisian marine creatures, which rushed towards the ironscale kraken from all directions. A giant sea snake suddenly sprang out, opening its gaping maw and biting at Leman Russ. The Wolf Lord exerted force with both arms, pushing the ironscale kraken into the air, then swung his arm and punched the sea snake away, subsequently catching the falling sea monster. Along the way, various giant sea monsters were encountered, all of which were sent flying by Leman Russ. But even a gene seed Primarch couldn't split into another body to swat away all the sea monsters coiling for over 20 kilometers. Many sea monsters, following the blood trail, rushed to the ironscale kraken's side, and, seizing the opportunity while the overlord of the sea was asleep, pounced on it, using both their sharp teeth and claws. Most creatures, despite their best efforts, couldn't tear through the kraken's iron scales and bone sheath. Only the sharp teeth of the tearing fish could bite through the iron scales, rapidly devouring the flesh. Tearing fish are aquatic carnivorous fish, shaped like Terra's barracuda, but much larger, capable of devouring a Fenrisian in a matter of seconds. Leman Russ continued onward, dragging the battered ironscale kraken. He first saw the Lord of Mankind standing in the open hatch of a gunship, and he bared his fangs, letting out a triumphant roar. "I won." The Lord of Mankind's voice was like thunder, echoing through the air. The Wolf Lord frowned deeply. The Lord of Mankind, who had previously conceded defeat readily, should not quibble this time, meaning the only possibility for his loss was that Ning Lu had hunted the largest ironscale kraken. Is he that lucky? Or did he use some kind of psychic sorcery? Leman Russ thought, continuing to drag the ironscale kraken forward. As you said, Russ lost, Ning Lu won. Alfarius stood beside the Lord of Mankind, looking down. The kraken hunted by the Wolf Lord was severely damaged, with many sea monsters swimming and feeding around its body. The kraken hunted by Ning Lu was intact, and most crucially, its length was nearly a quarter longer than the one Russ had hunted. When the 2 gene seed Primarchs were less than 100 meters apart, the Wolf Lord had a bad premonition when he saw the ironscale kraken behind Ning Lu. Ning Lu's ironscale kraken had a head nearly a fifth wider than the one he had hunted. Leman Russ set down his prey and climbed onto the ironscale kraken's head. A moment later, the Wolf Lord leapt, wading through the sea to stand before Ning Lu. "You won, and you didn't use sorcery." Ning Lu glanced at the wet amulet on his chest, too lazy to engage in meaningless verbal sparring, and said indifferently, "No." As the 2 gene seed Primarchs spoke, the Lord of Mankind leapt, not using telekinesis but allowing his body to fall into the sea. The Lord of Mankind came to their side and spoke. "He didn't use what I asked him to." The power contained in the Lord of Mankind's words left Leman Russ with no doubt. He laughed heartily and said to the Lord of Mankind, "I lost. Back in Osaheim, I will swear allegiance to you." The Lord of Mankind nodded with satisfaction. Russ, just as he had expected, influenced by the uninhibited Fenrisian culture, was a person who could face victory and defeat openly. After speaking, the Wolf Lord swam towards Ning Lu. You won the hunt, you are a great hunter. I take back what I said before, you are my brother. Ning Lu watched Leman Russ, who was opening his arms to embrace him, and a future scene from his memory involuntarily flashed in his mind. During the Fash Empire campaign, the emotionless Lionel Johnson rejected the Wolf Lord's offer to personally cleanse the shame of being humiliated as the Lord of Mankind's lapdog. After the two Gene Seed Primarchs fought for a day and a night without a clear winner, Leman Russ laughed heartily but was knocked unconscious by a punch from Lionel Johnson. Therefore, whenever the Space Wolves and Dark Angels encountered each other, they would always engage in a duel of honor. Ning Lu felt his fist itch a little, but he gave up the tempting idea of knocking the Wolf Lord unconscious with a punch under the Lord of Mankind's gaze. He swayed slightly, dodging Leman Russ's embrace, which emitted a strange odor, and swam towards the Ironscale Kraken in front. According to our agreement, your prey is now mine. Even without considering the Wolf Lord's hypocritical stance in his memories, where he opposed psychic powers but then claimed that the Space Wolves, Rune Priests used the power of storms, leading him to choose a side among the Gene Seed Primarchs, he would not stand with Leman Russ. The side opposing psychic powers included Leman Russ, Anger, and Mortarion. The side supporting the use of psychic powers included Sanguinius, Jagatai Khan, and Magnus. If Ning Lu had to choose a side, he would choose Sanguinius's side every time. Besides them being more suitable political allies, some of the extraordinary abilities of the Order Shadows also required psychic powers as a disguise. Ning Lu had no interest in becoming a war master, and Huang Laohan didn't ask him to be a good elder brother, so there was no need to painstakingly try to foster brotherly harmony like Horus. The Lord of Mankind and Leman Russ both frowned simultaneously. The Wolf Lord looked as if he had been doused with the melted, ever-changing ice water from Ed Peak. It's yours. As the Wolf Lord spoke, numerous black aircraft engines roared, descending in an orderly fashion beside the two Ironscale Krakens, and began collecting materials. The scribes, having arrived on Fenris, which was entering its long winter, used translators to inquire with the Fenrisians about the return of the third Gene Seed Primarch. Among the different versions, the only commonality was, in 819. M30, the Lord of Mankind and Ning Lu, the Gene Seed Primarch of the 11th Legion, set foot on Fenris's frozen continent. The Lord of Mankind's lost son, Leman Russ, refused to swear allegiance to him first and proposed 3 challenges. The Lord of Mankind had to win one of them. The Lord of Mankind subsequently lost in eating meat and drinking contests. The King of Vostronia, entrusted with a critical mission, successfully hunted a larger sea monster in the Kraken hunting competition, defeating the Wolf Lord of Fenris. Leman Russ swore allegiance to the Lord of Mankind and returned to the Imperium of Man. After the Wolf Lord swore allegiance to the Lord of Mankind, the Fenrisians, following their cultural tradition, referred to the Lord of Mankind as Allfather. To welcome the Allfather's arrival, Leman Russ ordered a Fenrisian custom celebration, a feast. The Allfather sat at the head, with Alfarius standing behind him holding a spear. The Wolf Lord of Fenris and the King of Vostronia sat on either side, with Fenrisians and Order Shadows facing each other in turn. The feast continued into the second day. Next to the Wolf Lord's wooden table sat his most trusted Joran, whom the Fenrisians respectfully called Bloodhowl. His long, dark hair flowed behind his head, and his face was carved like bedrock, sculpted by the relentless cold wind day and night. His cheeks were long and gaunt, covered in crisscrossing scars. His skin showed a weathered, aged look, indicating a lifetime of desperate struggle against overwhelming, bitter blizzards. Joran looked at the black-armored warrior opposite him. Having fought alongside Russ through life and death, he had long regarded the Wolf Lord as an invincible and magnificent being. He was angry that Russ had lost to Ning Lu and had no good feelings towards any of the Order Shadows. Especially towards the chapter master named Sanchez opposite him. Joran, hardened by the Fenrisian environment, felt that the other party constantly exuded a repulsive aura, even more detestable than the white giant bear that had once challenged him. Joran gulped down a large mouthful of mead, the burning in his stomach making him feel hot all over. His beard bristled, and he provocatively shouted in Juvic to the black-armored warrior. I am Joran of Fenris, and you are Sanchez, if I'm not mistaken. How about we compete to see who can drink more? The Lord of Mankind and the 3 Gene Seed Primarchs all felt the sparks in the air and turned their gaze towards Joran. Joran, sitting next to Leman Russ. Ning Lu immediately confirmed Joran's identity, the future Wolf Lord of the Space Wolves, 13th Company, leading the Wolf Lord's most intimate and glorious company. Like the Vostronia warriors, Joran and Leman Russ's other close comrades in arms all chose to undergo Astartes modification surgery. Much older than Chesney when he underwent the modification surgery, they were already unsuitable to endure such rigorous trials, but no one flinched, everyone faced death as if going home. Only a very few were fortunate enough to survive the entire transplantation surgery, becoming the earliest company commanders of the Space Wolves, with Joran being the most outstanding among them. Ning Lu then turned his gaze to the provoker, watching how he would respond to the challenge. The Reaper Lord felt the Lord of Mankind and the 2 Gene Seed Primarchs turn their gazes to him, and he smiled, saying, All right, but you will definitely be the one to lose. Everyone felt the confidence in his words, as well as the challenging tone. All the Fenrisians were so angered that their beards bristled, and their eyes were filled with fury. The Wolf Lord's eyebrows furrowed slightly. He knew Joran was bound to lose. Although he often drank mead, he could not possibly defeat an Astartes with superhuman physique in a drinking contest. Not wanting the Fenrisians to suffer another blow, Leman Russ spoke. Drinking is boring. If we're going to compete, let's compete in hunting. Although the Wolf Lord had conceded defeat, he still believed that Ning Lu's victory was due to the Allfather's favor. His sapphire-like eyes provocatively looked at Ning Lu. How about it, your son and a Fenrisian hunter compete again? Good. Ning Lu had confidence in his hunter, Sanchez would surely win. Chapter 171 Kraken Point. The Wolf King's sapphire-like eyes flashed. In this contest, he wanted to eliminate any element of luck. The Gene Seed Primarch instantly devised a hunting competition plan. The contest will still be divided into 3 rounds. The first hunting target is the Thunder Wolf among the Fenris Wolves, but it's not about killing them, but about winning their recognition. If your cub succeeds, he will gain a powerful companion. Leman Russ glanced at the brain cat at Ning Lu's feet. A truly trustworthy combat companion is not some pet that plays with witchcraft tricks. Whoever gains the largest companion wins the first round of the contest. The Wolf King's aggressive gaze made the brain cat uneasy. His ginger-colored fur bristled, and his black eyes stared intently at the Wolf King. After Ning Lu soothed the brain cat through their mind link, he spoke calmly. A companion so powerful it inspires fear and trembling. He ignored the flames of anger in the Wolf King's azure eyes and simply said, Good. Ning Lu knew Leman Russ was right. The Thunder Wolf was the most famous subspecies of the Fenris wolf. The largest subspecies of Fenris wolf was the black-maned wolf, which could grow as large as a rhino-armored transport. Thunder wolves were slightly smaller than black-maned wolves but were stronger, even capable of serving as combat mounts for fully armored space wolves. The Wolf King stared at the black armor on Sanchez's body and spoke. Hunting on Fenris is a test for true warriors, not the act of a coward cowering in armor. Does your cub dare to shed his black shell and participate in the hunt? Ning Lu knew Leman Russ often presented himself as a barbarian to mask his wolf-like cunning. He was using crude language to provoke him, aiming to reduce what he considered unfair advantages as much as possible. Joran's lack of modification surgery was unavoidable, but Sanchez's power armor's defensive advantage could be removed. Before the Gene Seed Primarch could speak, Sanchez spoke first. Of course, I am willing to shed my armor and participate in the hunt with only a combat knife, according to the customs of Fenris. 3 Fenris hours later, Sanchez shed his Mark II power armor, donned light armor, and, holding a short knife the length of a human longsword, walked into the snowstorm with Joran, the Fenris hunter. The Order Shadows and the Fenris people were all captivated by the hunting contest, even finding the strong liquor and delicious food somewhat bland. After saying a word to Huang Laohan, Ning Lu led the Order Shadows away from the feast. He sent his hunters to hunt in the wilderness, while he took Chesney and Jorginho, along with 28 other tyrant pathway beyonders, aboard gunboats and flew towards the Storm Sea. When Ning Lu previously used the Sequence 1 Beyander ability, Detect Evil, he had already locked onto several gathering places for potion ingredients. His first target was a sea dragon lair. Sea dragons were formidable large marine reptilian predators on Fenris, roaming the Storm Sea. Although sea dragons were terrifying creatures that posed a significant threat to the Fenris people, they were also a vital source of materials that the island inhabitants relied on for survival. The Fenris people would risk their lives to hunt them, using their tough hides and scales to build dragon ships for sea travel and houses on the islands. The lair Ning Lu had located was a large underwater cave, densely surrounded by Fenris krill, attracting numerous marine creatures. These creatures were all food sources for the sea dragons, and thus, more than a dozen sea dragons had established their lair there. Upon reaching the waters above the underwater cave, Ning Lu gave orders to the Order Shadows, who had shed their power armor and donned light combat armor. Enter the water and hunt the reptilian predators of the sea. Chesney was the first to leap from the ship's cabin into the Storm Sea, feeling as comfortable as a fish returning home. The Folk of Rage, feeling refreshed, did not forget his king's command and plunged into the sea. The Folk of Rage's body was as agile as a fish, and the visual control organ granted him dim light vision, allowing him to lock onto his target within a dozen seconds. Fish-devouring krill were swallowed whole by spindle-shaped tearing fish. Before the tearing fish could savor the fresh fish in its mouth, a sea dragon opened its large maw and swallowed it whole. The sea dragon, as it swayed its body, immediately felt a current of water pass over its head. The reptilian predator fiercely looked up and saw a bronze-skinned human who dared to charge at it alone. The sea dragon immediately shot up, opening its large mouth and baring its sharp teeth, lunging to bite Chesney. The Folk of Rage twisted his body abruptly, and illusory fish scales appeared on the back of his hand. His arms swelled, and he angrily unleashed a punch at the sea dragon. The Furious Strike smashed into the sea dragon like a cannonball, the violent force stunning the reptilian predator. Ning Lu ordered the Beyonders to search and hunt in the surrounding area, then brought 2 sea dragons back to the Nation of Disorder, instructing the space monkeys to prepare the potion for the Folk of Rage's subsequent Sequence 7 inches Seafarer. He then summoned Chesney and Jorginho back to the gunboat and had them advance to Seafarer. Ning Lu tirelessly proceeded to the next location, one of the few other permanent landmarks on Fenris besides Osseheim, Kraken Point. Slightly different from Osseheim, though it was a permanent location, it often sank beneath the sea surface. At this time, it became a graveyard for the deadly monsters of Fenris's ocean, the Kraken. During the Summer of Fire, Fenris's violent tectonic movements would sometimes push this massive rocky island, along with other volcanoes, to the surface of the sea. The rising of Kraken Point was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the island tribes. The island was littered with countless Kraken bones, which were Kraken remains that had accumulated underwater for thousands of years. As Fenris entered winter, Kraken Point was slowly sinking, so time was of the essence to seize this wealth. When the gunboat was still a dozen kilometers from Kraken Point, the Gene Seed Primarch, relying on his superhuman vision, saw a bloody melee taking place in the sea. In his warp vision, 2 Kraken with dim lights of life attacked the greedy humans who dared to approach their graveyard. Blood stained the entire sea, and shattered wooden planks, sea dragon hides, and severed limbs floated on the surface. The smaller one, about 800 or 900 meters long, rammed into a dragon ship, smashing it into splinters. The larger one was an iron-scale kraken, nearly 5 kilometers long, leaving a trail of wreckage in its wake. The Fenris people shot dense arrows and threw spears at the smaller kraken. The wounded kraken let out roars of fury. In its old age, it feared no death, only wishing to tear apart the Fenris people who disturbed its peace. The Fenris people's attacks inflicted almost no damage on the iron-scale kraken. Arrows bounced off its cast iron scales, and even if a long spear occasionally pierced a scale, it lacked the power to penetrate the hard bone sheath. Ning Lu said to Chesney and Jorginho, "You have just advanced to Seafarer, and you lack a ship, but someone has sent you a ship, and a dragon ship at that. Go, kill those two kraken." The tyrant pathway beyonders leapt from the gunboat and, led by Chesney and Jorginho respectively, surrounded and attacked the two kraken. Chapter 172, Mokai Shrine. As Chesney and Jorginho fell into the storm sea, they immediately felt power surging through their bodies. As higher-ranking deer of the ocean, the seafarer received an all-encompassing boost while in the sea. Jorginho charged alone towards the smaller kraken, his dark eyes glowing with an azure light. With his observation and memory greatly enhanced, the seafarer sketched the kraken's movement trajectory in the ocean within his mind. The Fenrisians watched in astonishment as the figure descending from the sky, like a fish in the sea, rapidly rushed towards the kraken. He easily dodged every tentacle that shot out from beneath the surface of the sea. A burly Fenrisian man, wearing a spiked mask and wielding a large axe, muttered in shock. Someone can actually dodge the kraken's tentacle attacks. The seafarer sensed the fluctuations underwater, his brain rapidly calculating to avoid the tentacle attacks. After dozens of consecutive changes in direction, he rushed to within 300 meters of the kraken. The seafarer raised his hands and slammed them onto the sea surface, the splashing seawater compressed by his spirituality into several javelins, which shot towards the kraken. After advancing to seafarer, Jorginho could still use some water-related spells to a limited extent. Still unpracticed, the water spears he condensed varied in length and thickness. The long ones exceeded 1 meter but were only as thick as a normal person's finger. The short ones were about half a meter, with a diameter like a clenched fist. Several water spears struck the kraken's head. The kraken, in great pain, let out a shriek, its massive body toppled, crashing into the icy sea. Storm power. Amidst the Fenrisians' cries of surprise, Jorginho leapt onto the kraken's head, pressing the runic symbol on his power sword, and a dazzling blue force field enveloped the blade. Blood gushed like a spring, and the massive head fell into the sea. The Fenrisians watched in shock at the tall figure on the kraken's body. Someone could actually kill a kraken alone. As they were astonished, the one who had single-handedly killed the kraken shouted to them in unpracticed Juvic. "Don't just stand there foolishly, all of you get on board." As Jorginho spoke, he boarded a longboat made from sea dragon materials. Just as he was gathering the Fenrisians and taking control of the longboat, Chesney also directed many Order Shadows of the Folk of Rage pathway to begin siege the Ironscale Kraken. He divided the 26 Beyonders into 5 teams, each led by 5 Folk of Rages. Team 1, Long Range Lure. 6 Order Shadows immediately rushed forward, and the Folk of Rage activated runes, their power fists glowing with blue light, slamming heavily onto the shooting tentacles. All their strength converged in the Furious Strike, and sparks flew from the cast iron scales. Although they failed to break through the defense, the kraken's tentacles were also knocked away. At the same time, 5 sailors, like swimming fish, avoided the tentacles' attacks. Team 2, Close Range Lure. 5 Order Shadows charged towards the kraken's head, luring its fangs to strike at them. Chesney noticed that the kraken had lost its balance due to its pounce and immediately gave the order. Teams 3, 4, and 5, attack. The Fenrisians who had climbed onto the dragon boats saw the black armored warriors descending from the sky, hunting the Ironscale Kraken in a similar manner to them, but their actions were more efficient and their coordination was more tacit. The 5 teams took turns luring the enemy. Every counterattack by the Ironscale Kraken was in vain. The black armored warriors' attacks always struck the Ironscale Kraken's injured spots. Seeing that the battle was decided, Ning Lu ordered the gunboats to fly towards Kraken Point. After the gunboats landed on the island, he disembarked. Ning Lu's black eyes were filled with spiritual light, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Treasure!" He immediately took action, his figure flickering, rapidly transporting the huge skeletal remains and long, narrow fangs back to the Nation of Disorder. Ning Lu discovered that some of them had dim spiritual light and could not be used as mystical materials. But they were not useless, they could be used as spiritual materials to forge magical items. Open black lens bracket. I remember that before Huang Laohan and I arrived, Leman Russ hunted the largest kraken in the Storm Sea, the King of Gorgon. After he returned to the Empire, the sea monster's beak was forged into a sword that could easily split the icebergs of Fenris in two. Parts of the beak that cannot be used as mystical materials can be used to forge weapons, especially suitable for Beyonders of the Folk of Rage pathway. Close black lens bracket. While Ning Lu was scavenging sea monster remains at Kraken Point, Chesney organized the Beyonders to hunt the Ironscale Kraken. He called the orbital fleet, and the tech sergeant, with his retinue, processed the remains of the two Krakens. Chesney and Jorginho rescued the surviving Fenrisians from the sea, selected 4 longboats in better condition from the ships, and formed 2 fleets. At the same moment, Ning Lu walked towards the ancient megalithic ruins on Kraken Point, the Mokai Shrine. Merkai is the wolf of death worshipped by the Fenrisians, representing death and the deceased. Ning Lu remembered that the future space wolves, believing Merkai to be Leman Russ's companion, called their recruit trials the Mokai Trials. Recruits had to follow in Leman Russ's footsteps, venturing alone into the icy wilderness, facing death itself, Merkai, and returning alive to become space wolves. The Gene Seed Primarch arrived before the shrine, and before he even stepped inside, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Ning Lu cautiously stopped, knowing that even the Fenrisians did not know when or why this shrine was built. But what was important for the tribe was that this abandoned shrine was the location of a large amount of treasure left over from past eras. Ning Lu used subspace insight to look at the shrine in front of him, and the magnificent, rugged, and solemn shrine immediately changed its appearance in his vision. The shrine's gate seemed to transform into a gate of hell, and in the unseen darkness, countless indescribable eyes densely gazed outwards. Open black lens bracket. The Fenrisians once entered it to seek treasure, so there shouldn't be anything inside that would threaten even me. Yet, I now feel it's very dangerous inside. Is it because I'm not Fenrisian, and the shrine is rejecting me? Moreover, the dying Krakens certainly didn't destroy the shrine because they cherished relics. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu walked around the shrine, discovering that its walls were carved with numerous mysterious runes, like tentacles, covering the entire outer wall of the shrine. Ning Lu gazed at the tentacles, as if realizing something. In the vast Fenris, before dying, the Krakens all, by chance, traveled thousands of miles to come here to await death. Is it just because this is a permanent landmass that occasionally surfaces from the sea? According to the logic that the dead dislike having their peace disturbed, this is unreasonable. There must be some mysterious power attracting them to the Mokai Shrine, that would be reasonable. Close black lens bracket. A flash of inspiration struck Ning Lu's mind, and he suddenly had a guess. The dying Krakens are attracted by some mysterious power within the shrine, coming here to await death. Then it's not a coincidence, but an inevitability. The Gene Seed Primarch stood before the gate, sensing the danger within. It's very dangerous, but it doesn't feel fatal. A moment later, he decided to enter the shrine and explore its secrets. Fenris is the home of Leman Russ and the Space Wolves, and it would not be easy for him to come here again. Now was the best opportunity to explore. The key is that the great death wolf Merkai is not a true deity. Chapter 173 Telemaria Mind Realm. Ning Lu walked to the bronze gate. He reached out and pressed his hand on the gate, and it felt icy cold. He felt the space he was in become eerie, and various illusory sounds echoed in his ears. The cries of infants, the screams of adults, the lamentations of the elderly. Low, dark whispers filled his ears, tugging at his spirit. The Gene Seed Primarch's eyes instantly turned pitch black and profound. His dark eyes instantly expanded, covering his entire eyeballs, with the whites completely disappearing. He entered a meditative state, becoming one with the transcendent I, the infinite I, and the cosmic I. The Gene Seed Primarch felt the trembling of the entire island, the churning of the storm sea, and even the savagery and death of Fenris. Ning Lu instantly clarified himself, casting aside all illusory sounds. After the Gene Seed Primarch obtained the Book of Thales, he emulated Magnus and began to comprehend Telemaria Mind Realm, having already realized his 2 layers of Telemaria Mind Realm. The first layer of Telemaria Mind Realm he comprehended was the core philosophy of Thales's doctrine, true will. The divine blueprint of the soul would transcend worldly desires, break self-deception, and resonate with the cosmic will. Ning Lu pushed hard, and the bronze gate slowly opened. Inside the pitch-black Mokai shrine, there was not a trace of light. Even the Gene Seed Primarch, with his superhuman senses, could only see within 4 meters of his surroundings. The shrine's dome was covered in green vines. He drew his power sword with his right hand, pressed the runic symbol with his thumb, and a shimmering disintegration field enveloped the blade. The light shone into the Mokai shrine, expanding his visible range by 1 meter. He saw a stone pillar with runic symbols carved upon it. Ning Lu stepped forward. As his foot was about to land on the ground, the vines on the ceiling came alive. Hundreds of vines, like giant man-eating pythons, shot towards him. The Gene Seed Primarch swung his sword, performing the 5th maneuver of Osber via, a downward slash. Blue light flashed, striking the giant pythons. The disintegration field shredded hundreds of vines. Amidst the pervasive scorched smell, the vines were torn apart, turning into specks of green light. The Gene Seed Primarch continued forward. He saw blood-stained golden chalices, jewel-encrusted ritual tools, and offering tables covered with withered bones. The offerings made by the Fenrisians. When they entered Merkai's shrine, they would kill captives and offer them to the Great Wolf of Death. Ning Lu swung his power sword, searching and moving forward within the Mokai shrine. He found a shrine on the wall, and inside it were statues resembling Lehman Russ's wolf brothers, Freki and Jerry. The statues were entirely black, but in psychic vision, they glowed with a deathly green light. Ning Lu also discovered several stone chambers, with the words, "Treasure Room," carved on them in Juvic. He pushed open one of them and walked inside. Inside the chilling stone chamber, most of it had been emptied, likely carried away by Fenrisians who had found the Mokai shrine. Inside the stone chamber, Ning Lu saw pearls scattered on the ground, iron axes and spearheads on weapon racks, and spread out animal hides. The treasure room, likely offerings from believers to Merkai. Every item, to the Fenrisians, was a treasure. Ning Lu knew that compared to the weapons forged from stone and ordinary sea beast bones that the scattered Fenrisian tribes on the islands were forced to use, iron axes and spearheads were far more valuable weapons. Even after Fenris returned to the Empire, the only places where such weapons could be obtained, besides the Space Wolves' Osaheim continent, were another permanent landmark, the Iron Master Islands. Any tribe that possessed iron-made weapons would gain an advantage in the brutal tribal wars. After exploring the 4 stone chambers, Ning Lu determined that the animal hides and pearls were valuable to him. He then found 4 more stone chambers named priest chambers. He pushed open one of them and walked inside. Inside the stone chamber were 24 stone beds. The priests who served the Great Wolf of Death had long been forced to leave due to Kraken Point sinking into the storm sea, taking their faith in Merkai to various tribes. Following the spiritual light, Ning Lu found 14 mirrors. Spirit medium mirrors, the main ingredient for the Gravedigger's sequence 7 inches spirit medium, potion. Ning Lu did not immediately move the potion materials into the Nation of Disorder, as there was still some danger present within this shrine. He walked through the 4 priest chambers and continued forward. The further he went inside, the colder it became, and the vines grew denser and thicker. The Gene Seed Primarch swung, swept, and slashed his sword, shredding vines with the disintegration field. Ning Lu finally arrived before a statue several meters tall. A black Fenris wolf statue stood upon a bronze pedestal. The black metal statue was like an all-consuming black hole, the lines carved by the artisan resembled real fur. The fangs revealed in its gaping maw gleamed with a chilling light. Its front paws extended, resting on the bronze pedestal, like a Fenris wolf striding forward with its head held high. Beside the statue's pedestal, a pool emitting a chilling aura reflected a distorted wolf shadow. As the ripples swayed, various forms of wolves could be seen, pouncing, prowling, howling at the sky. Ning Lu's gaze swept over the statue, looking at the wolf's head. The most significant difference between Merkai's statue and other idols was that its pitch-black eyes were covered by a bone mask. The bone mask covered approximately a quarter of the giant wolf's head, and it was covered with mysterious runes. As Ning Lu's gaze fell upon the mask, he felt as if he was facing death itself. A dim light rapidly spread from the bronze mask. The vines that had not been cut rapidly decayed, rotted, withered, and died, losing their vibrant feel in an instant. The Gene Seed Primarch's superhuman body even felt fatigued, as if he had traversed endless swamps, his body entangled by thousands of icy, slippery tentacles, being dragged towards a dark ocean. Terrifying shrieks and horrifying roars echoed incessantly in his ears. This was a mental attack capable of driving one mad and losing reason, instantly shattering the first layer of telema mind he maintained. True will was blurred and distorted, replaced by illusory and terrifying images. A bright flame erupted from Ning Lu's spine with a bang, and he ascended to the second layer of Thales' telemaria mind realm, Kundalini. Kundalini originated from Thales' system of mental practice for energy control, transforming bodily energy into spiritual power. The lingering terrifying shrieks and horrifying roars instantly vanished, but his body remained entangled by countless tentacles. Ning Lu infused his spirituality into the silver gauntlet on his left hand, and he spoke with authority. Death is forbidden here. The Sequence 6 Judges, Prohibition, when activated by the Hand of Order, unleashed Sequence 1 level power. The blooming golden light tore countless tentacles to shreds. Ning Lu's body was no longer restrained. His superhuman body instantly regained freedom, leaping into the air. He pressed the runic symbol, deactivating the power sword's disintegration field, and returned it to his waist. Ning Lu leapt to the wolf's head and reached out to remove the bronze mask. As the mask came into his hand, an icy coldness immediately spread throughout his body, accompanied by terrifying shrieks and horrifying roars. With a thought, Ning Lu arrived in the third space of the Nation of Disorder. He threw down the mask, using the authority of the source to establish a connection with this miraculous item, which was suspected to be from the death pathway. Upon returning to the real world, Ning Lu immediately felt the chilling sensation that had permeated the entire shrine gradually recede. Could that mask be formed from the true Merkai carcass? Was it refined by someone, or did it form naturally? Ning Lu pondered for a moment without success. Although Merkai had always been a god worshipped by the Fenrisians, he only existed in legends. No one had ever truly seen the Great Wolf of Death, at least not among those currently alive. After sending all the spirit medium mirrors to the Nation of Disorder, he ordered the pearls, furs, and other items to be moved back to the Wangquan Shadow's trophy room. The ancient iron weapons were also sent back to the Wangquan Shadow for the tech sergeant to study, to see if there was anything that could be learned from them. After Ning Lu had plundered the treasures accumulated over thousands of years at Kraken Point, he received a summons from Huang Laohan. Chapter 174, Huang Laohan's Reward. High orbit over Fenris, the Imperial flagship Bucephalus. Ning Lu met Huang Laohan in the magnificent Golden Palace. After he took his seat, Huang Laohan said with a smile, "Ning Lu, the progress of the 11th Legion satisfies me. Since your return, over 50 worlds have joined the Imperium. The return of the First Night World, the Daxos Twin Star System, is of great significance. How is the Vixtrix family doing?" Upon hearing this, Ning Lu replied, "The Legion's tech sergeants and the Mechanicus's wise men are helping them repair their night mechs. It is estimated that they will recover their combat effectiveness after 1 Terra year." Very good, Huang Laohan nodded with satisfaction. The victories achieved by the Knights will inspire the people of Terra to contribute to the Great Crusade. You were ordered to go into battle and won the duel with Russ. And you followed my request not to use psychic powers. I have decided to grant you 5 warships left over from the Dark Age of technology. They are about to arrive at Fenris. Upon hearing this, something illusory within Ning Lu seemed to shatter, merging with his own spirit. Receiving feedback, the potion's digestion progress greatly increased. You can also choose 2 items from my private treasury. Ning Lu once again felt the potion's digestion progress greatly accelerate, not far from complete digestion. Huang Laohan gives so much, and the briber potion gives obvious feedback. Ning Lu felt that the Huang Laohan in front of him was the most pleasing he had seen since their meeting, and he said with a smile, "Thank you, my lord. This is what you deserve." The Lord of Mankind looked directly at Ning Lu, changing the subject. "Lehman Russ, I need him. We also need him." Ning Lu saw the light emanating from Huang Laohan's eyes, and he immediately felt a heavy mental pressure, as if a great mountain was pressing on his soul. In an instant, the Gene Seed Primarch almost succumbed to the mental pressure exerted by Huang Laohan. Ning Lu immediately entered the first layer of Telemaria Mind Realm, and the mental mountain disappeared. A hint of surprise flashed in the Lord of Mankind's eyes. Ning Lu had actually resisted the mental pressure he exerted. Just as the Lord of Mankind was surprised by the Gene Seed Primarch's will, Ning Lu slowly spoke. "I will cooperate with him and fight alongside him." The Lord of Mankind frowned, then relaxed. He thought for a moment and gave up on continuing to apply pressure. Although Ning Lu did not acknowledge Russ as a brother, he still met his minimum requirements. He spoke. "Competition among brothers is encouraged, because it will drive you to work harder. Let's go, we'll go to the treasury." Ning Lu stood up and followed behind Huang Laohan, thinking to himself. Huang Laohan's art of conversation. First reward, create a good atmosphere for conversation, then make a request, and finally resolve the tense atmosphere by taking me to the treasury. Ning Lu followed Huang Laohan into the treasury door and still saw the artifact, Jushin's spear, stuck in the most prominent position. The Gene Seed Primarch circled around, recalling all the items and their placement with his superhuman memory. He found that Huang Laohan's collection had increased by 14 items and decreased by 3. Among the added items, 1 item glowed with spiritual light. It was a blood-red chain, about the width of Ning Lu's finger, with a translucent chain body made of over 1,000 interlocking rhombic crystals, with dark red flocculent matter resembling capillaries suspended inside. A ring was embedded at the base of the chain link, like solidified rich blood, or a crimson moon halo. Seeing Ning Lu's interest in the blood-colored chain, Huang Laohan began to introduce it to him. This chain comes from an alien race called Vlad, and it is a ritual item held by their high priests. The Vlad people like to drink blood. When they hold their rituals and ceremonies, the high priest soaks this chain in the fresh blood of sacrifices. Upon hearing this, Ning Lu seemed to understand something. "Blood, an item of the moon pathway. I want this chain." The blood-colored chain contained the most concentrated spirituality, and he could highly likely determine its pathway, making it the most suitable choice. Huang Laohan closed the static force field of the display cabinet. As the blood-colored chain entered his hand, Ning Lu immediately felt his spirituality become more active and his body filled with power. It can increase spiritual recovery. He made a preliminary judgment and decided to conduct further research later. Ning Lu found that the base of the blood-colored chain's link fit perfectly around the base of his little finger, so he put it on his little finger, and the ruby-like chain body wrapped around his wrist. Afterward, Ning Lu came before another item among Huang Laohan's old collection that had the strongest spiritual light. It resembled a ring made by space monkeys. The ring was entirely like a blazing flame, its diameter several times that of the rings made by space monkeys, and its spiritual light was only slightly weaker than the blood-colored chain. Considering that the blood-colored chain had the effect of restoring spirituality, its spiritual light would be stronger than that of a magical item of the same sequence, so the two should belong to the same sequence. This ring comes from a volcanic world. The race named Searcher are a group of tall giants, and the rings they forge are also larger than those of ordinary people. It originally belonged to the giant king who wore an iron crown. The Lord of Mankind glanced at Ning Lu's finger. "The size is just right for you to wear." After the static force field was closed, Ning Lu took the ring from the display cabinet, tried it on, and it fit perfectly on his middle finger. His left hand was wearing a power fist, so he put the ring on his right middle finger. Back on the Wangquan shadow, Ning Lu sent for Arsena. Open the holographic image of Fenris scan. The original body servant immediately used the control staff to open the holographic image. I have 2 tasks for you. Ning Lu said, highlighting a spot on the holographic image. This valley, the Fenrisians call Firestone Valley. When the Gene Seed Primarch read the minds of the Fenrisians and mastered their language, he also learned about several landmarks on the Osaheim continent, including the locations of Firestone Valley and the tombs of the Old Kings. The mountain tribes here are composed of exiled psykers, known as the Vulture Clan. You lead a team to this place to test them. Bring back everyone who passes the test. The boys among them will be candidates for the Legion. Among the adults and girls, if you find anyone you like, they will serve as your original body servants. The rest will be sent to the 9th Battle Group as Battle Group servants. Arsena noted the Primarch's orders, then asked, "What is the other task?" Ning Lu moved his finger to another place. This place is called the Tombs of the Old Kings by the Fenrisians. It is an ancient royal tomb ruin on Fenris's Osaheim continent. These ancient tombs and cairns bury the ancient royalty and lords of Fenris. Fenrisian runes are carved on the tombs, recording the history, glory, and stories of the deceased. The Fenrisian language originated from here, and the power of Fenrisian psykers is another practice of these runic characters. Ning Lu couldn't help but think of the Wolf King's double standard of opposing the use of psychic powers while arguing that the Space Wolves rune priests were not psykers, and a hint of sarcasm crept into his tone. They claim to be sons of the storm. Even if the Fenrisians are hypocritical and their method of using psychic powers is relatively primitive, it still has research value. Record all the runes. Since he had come to Fenris, Ning Lu naturally wanted to seize all the benefits he could get. Understood. After the original body servant noted it down, he immediately gathered a small team of honor guard and his own retinue, boarded a gunboat, and flew towards Osaheim. Chapter 175. The Boy from the Vulture Tribe. Fenris, a deep rift valley nestled among the mountains of the Osaheim continent, is known by the locals as Firestone Valley. Even during the best time of each great year, sunlight only reaches Firestone Valley for about an hour each day. The other end of the valley is guarded by blackened, massive rock peaks, protected by cairns and watchtowers. Psykers and mutants ostracized by various tribes on Fenris have all sought refuge here, forming a tribe of over 1,000 people. From a stone watchtower, a warrior of the Vulture tribe heard a roaring sound in the air and looked up. They watched in horror as a metal monster in the sky flew closer and closer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Vulture tribe warriors operated stone crossbows, firing arrows at the metal monster. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows struck the gunship, then bounced off, falling powerlessly to the ground. The gunner sneered and requested instructions from the original body servant via the communicator. Please give instructions. Should we destroy the Fenris tribe? No. They pose no threat, ignore them. As Ning Lu's representative, Arsena considered more, and although the Vulture tribe was ostracized by the various tribes of Fenris, he did not want to cause a major disturbance. Inside Firestone Valley, upon receiving the message, the fur-clad psykers, holding bone staves, rushed out howling, charging towards the descending metal monster. Attack! The chief of the Vulture tribe, wearing a wolf head mask, shouted loudly in Worgen. Lightning tore through the sky, and flames illuminated the Rift Valley. Arsena, stepping off the deck, faced the Vulture tribe's disorganized attack directly. He showed no fear, raising the psyker staff in his left hand high. The brain cat's blue eyes flashed with light. The silver-haired psyker immediately felt a difference from previous uses, with etheric tides surging around him. He flicked the staff forward, and flames ignited on the ground, a towering wall of fire rising up, protecting the 3 gunships within. The flame wall, tens of meters high, burned fiercely, its torrent of searing heat making the Vulture tribe psykers' attacks seem like mere sparks, paling in comparison. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed through the valley, all psyker attacks completely blocked by the fire shield. Arsena extended his right hand and pushed forward, unleashing a surge of psychokinesis that transformed into large hands, gripping the throats of the Firestone tribe psychers. He then lifted them up, raising hundreds of psychers into the air. The brain cat has greatly enhanced my psychic abilities, and this is not yet my limit. The Order Shadows, seeing the original body servant subdue hundreds of psychers alone, couldn't help but sigh with admiration. There is indeed a reason why Arsena Dun was chosen by the Gene Father as an original body servant. Select the Vulture Boys and bring the qualified ones back. Yes. 3 Order Shadows, accompanied by 23 servants, rushed into the valley. A mutant, running on all fours like a wolf, with a short leg growing from the outer side of each of his 2 large thighs, let out a wolf-like howl and charged towards the black armored warrior. The Order Shadows raised their guns and fired at the mutant. The bolter round pierced its yellow eyeball, and the mutant was blown into a pile of residue. The servants strode into the makeshift houses built of whale bone, pulling out boys under 10 years old and inserting crystal probes into their necks. The light emitted by the crystal probes varied in brightness. Among them, a boy with golden hair and bright blue eyes had a psyker probe on his neck that glowed with a dazzling light, attracting everyone's attention. A member of the honor guard from the 9th Battle Group strode up to the boy. He picked up the boy and injected psyker energy into his body. The boy's long golden hair fluttered in the wind, and the abundant psyker power lifted his body, causing him to float. The Order Shadows withdrew his hand and nodded slightly. He's a good prospect. The golden-haired, blue-eyed boy and other Fenrisians from the Vulture tribe who passed the test were brought back to the Wenquan Shadow. Afterward, Arsena immediately rushed to the ancestral king's tomb. While the original body servant began to study the Fenris runes carved in the tomb, at the northernmost peak of Osaheim, Mount Amaglim Gor. Joran, his face crisscrossed with scars, trudged through the snow and wind, using claw marks to identify tracks, pursuing the traces left by the Thunder Wolf. Hunting on Fenris during the long winter is not easy. After a creature passes, its tracks are quickly covered by snow and wind. Only experienced hunters can rely on their expertise to judge where a faint trace might remain. Feces mixed with undigested bone fragments, dense clumps of foul-smelling fur. Joran was the most experienced hunter, only the Wolf King surpassed him in this regard. Joran had already found 2 thunder wolves, but their body length was only just over 3 meters, which would not allow him to win. I must capture a thunder wolf over 4 meters long to ensure my victory. I hope this one is over 4 meters. Joran stumbled through the deep snow, his knees sinking into it, kicking up sprays of snow with each step. His black, murky eyes suddenly sharpened, the fierce gaze of a hunter spotting his prey. Nearly 4.5 meters long, I'm going to win for sure. As Joran found his target and began to subdue the thunder wolf, Sanchez, sniffing the strange scent in the air, strode through the snow. Compared to Joran, the hunter had a much easier time. He had already found 3 thunder wolves over 4 meters long and had summarized the pattern of their lingering scent. Open black lens bracket. The pungent, acidic smell secreted by the thunder wolf's anal glands is distinctly different from other creatures, and the larger the thunder wolf, the stronger the scent it emits. The scent's half-life is about 72 hours, the one leaving the strongest scent must be the largest thunder wolf. Close black lens bracket. The higher up the mountain path, the more biting the cold wind of Fenris became. The gale, laden with ice crystals, beat against Sanchez's body. Even Sanchez, with his superhuman physique, felt his body heavy as he traversed the icy path. As he climbed halfway up the mountain, a deep, dark cave appeared in his line of sight. Such a strong, acidic smell, more than one thunder wolf. A thunder wolf den. I'll catch a few thunder wolves for the brothers while I'm at it. Thinking this, Sanchez conveyed his thoughts to his brain cat through their psychic link. The brain cat, like Sanchez, walked with a hunter's stride to the entrance, its dark eyes fixed on the deep thunder wolf den. Sanchez entered the cave alone, his gaze immediately drawn to a massive thunder wolf. About 6 meters long, it should be the largest thunder wolf. 7 adult thunder wolves simultaneously looked at the hunter, who had intruded into their territory, while the wolf cubs lying on the ground strained to widen their yellow eyes, staring fiercely at Sanchez. Fenris wolves are the overlords of Osaheim, no hunter dared to intrude into their den. The pack simultaneously let out a howl, and the sound of their howling echoed throughout the entire cave. Sanchez did not draw his knife, he charged towards the wolf pack, lunging forward fiercely, swinging his massive fist and striking one of the thunder wolves in the abdomen. The gray-furred thunder wolf was sent flying by a single punch, crashing heavily against the stone wall. After being promoted to provoker, Sanchez had slightly improved in strength, reaction, speed, and agility. He moved through the thunder wolf pack, deftly dodging their pounces, and sending them flying with each punch. The thunder wolves charged at the provoker, again and again they were knocked back, crashing into the icy stone wall. After dozens of times, finally, a thunder wolf with a knife scar on its eyelid, inflicted by a Fenrisian, turned and ran out of the cave. As it reached the entrance, a scene suddenly appeared in its mind, a Fenrisian leaping out from behind a rock and striking its face with a knife. 3 days later, outside the Wolf King's council hall, Leman Russ watched Joran ride a 4.5-meter thunder wolf into the camp, nodding with satisfaction. Numerous Fenrisians shouted excitedly, gathering around Joran, praising him loudly. Joran, the great hunter. Joran, the warrior who subdued the thunder wolf. Amidst the praises, the Wolf King suddenly frowned, looking towards the camp entrance. He saw Sanchez, the descendant of Ning Lu, riding on the back of a 6-meter-long thunder wolf. Beside it followed 6 other thunder wolves, 2 of which even exceeded 5 meters in length. Joran, riding on the thunder wolf's back, noticed Leman Russ's expression. He followed his gaze and was immediately startled. Joran showed a bitter smile, the signs of weathering on his face becoming even more pronounced. I lost. The Fenrisians all turned their heads, seeing the approaching giant wolves, and showed expressions of disbelief. The Wolf King suddenly burst into laughter. Sanchez, you are an excellent hunter, but there are still 2 rounds, and the Fenrisian hunter will surely win. Leman Russ said, striding into the crowd, and clapped his large hand on Joran's shoulder, who had jumped to the ground, his face ashen. Old friend, I believe you will win, cheer up. Chapter 176, Provocation, incites public outrage among Fenrisians. Leman Russ looked at everyone and spoke. For the second hunt, your target is the Ice Dragon, Wing of Decay, which lurks atop Et Peak, the highest peak on Fenris. Wing of Decay is the aerial overlord of Fenris. Only true hunters, true warriors, can slay him. Joran's murky yellow eyes gleamed as he looked at Sanchez, who had leapt from the thunder wolf's back, and said, I will certainly be the victor. I will chop off the evil dragon's head and adorn my battle axe with his claws. The provoker, surrounded by Fenrisians, calmly stated, the results will speak for themselves. The Reaper Lord bowed slightly to Leman Russ and said, Gene Seed Primarch, my battle brothers are also excellent hunters. Fenris is a world for hunters, and I wish for them to come here to be tempered. The Wolf King looked at Sanchez with appreciation, laughing heartily. You have passed the first hunt and proven yourself a great hunter. I welcome your brothers to Fenris. Before leaving, he said to the Reaper Lord, Sanchez, you are more polite than your Gene father. He didn't inform me before taking people to hunt in the sea. Upon hearing this, Sanchez frowned deeply. Even alone, he could not accept Leman Russ's accusation against the Gene Seed Primarch. My lord, forgive my directness, but you have not yet conquered the oceans of Fenris, and the island tribes have not yet submitted to you. The provoker's words enraged all Fenrisians, their hair stood on end, fluttering in the wind. Joran drew his axe and roared loudly. Sanchez, shut up. If not for the Allfather's arrival, Fenris's Wolf King would surely unify this world. Sanchez's hand touched the hilt of his sword. Not yet, therefore, the Gene Father has not overstepped his bounds. Snow and wind swirled, but the Reaper Lord still sweated on his forehead under the Wolf King's fierce gaze. He spoke with difficulty and persistence. Sanchez felt as if an illusory star had exploded within him. He had taken a significant step closer to becoming a true provoker. The surging power within him made him strive to straighten his neck, not lowering his head. The Fenrisian's eyes were filled with fury, they could not accept any provocation against Leman Russ. Joran was the first to raise his axe and charge at Sanchez. The other Fenrisians also drew their weapons and rushed towards the provoker. The Wolf King's figure flashed, blocking Joran's path. "Stop," he said to the Fenrisians, "if you strike him down now, Joran will never be able to win back. Tell me, do you want Fenris's old hunter to cower in wolf skins, licking the wounds of defeat?" "No." The Fenrisians let out a near-roaring cry of unwillingness. The Wolf King stared fiercely at the provoker, who had resheathed his sword. "You have guts. I hope you are as capable as your mouth. If you win the next 2 hunts, I will tolerate your provocation today." "I will certainly win." The hunter's body was soaked in cold sweat, he did not wipe it, letting the cold wind freeze the sweat on his forehead into tiny ice crystals. Something within the provoker seemed to melt, he felt he was not far from fully mastering the power bestowed by the Gene Father. "Good." Leman Russ retracted his aggressive gaze, "the second hunting contest begins now." The provoker keenly sensed that he was unwelcome in the Fenrisian camp, no one was even willing to offer him more meat and wine. Sanchez leapt onto the back of the Thunder Wolf King, with 6 Thunder Wolves carrying their wolf cubs, following their leader. After leaving the camp, he pressed the communication bead in his right ear and sent messages to the other hunters and candidates within the battle group on the dedicated communication channel. A moment later, the Reaper Lord handed the 6 Thunder Wolves to the senior hunters and the 17 wolf cubs to the newly promoted hunters. Sanchez shouted to the 23 hunters, "Take your wolves and hunt in the Fenrisian wilderness." He then said to the 49 candidates, "If you want to prove you have potential to enter the royal court, then hunt in the snow and ice of Fenris and bring your prey back as an offering to the Primarch." While the provoker and the hunters hunted on the ice plains, hunting was also underway in the sea. Chesney and Jorginho each led their fleets, hunting in the storm sea. As Sanchez arrived at the foot of Et Peak, Jorginho's fleet encountered a storm. The atmospheric pressure dropped sharply, dark clouds hung low like an iron curtain, the anemometer needle spun wildly, and strong winds, carrying seawater, lashed against the portholes, making crackling sounds. Surging waves, tens of meters high, crashed into the bow like collapsing glaciers. The Sea Dragon's steel hull groaned as if its ribs were breaking, and the entire ship swayed and vibrated. In the captain's cabin, Jorginho did not call for orbital support. The sailor personally steered the ship. Even as the entire vessel was tossed up and down by the wind and waves, with vertical drops of over 100 meters, and the Fenrisian tribesmen had to cling tightly to masts and other objects, he, possessing the extraordinary ability of balance, remained steadily standing on the deck. The seafarer instinctively felt that about 70 nautical miles to the northeast, warm currents and cold currents were tearing open a new vortex. As a scholar of astronomy and geography, the seafarer completed the calculations in an instant. The seafarer's fingers gripped the helm, beginning to turn it, and at the same time, through the communication channel, issued commands to the stormfolk on the other 2 dragon ships. Hard left rudder. Reef the mainsail 3 sections. The seafarer was also known as the Storm Priest. The 3 dragon ships commanded by Jorginho danced amidst the storm. The Fenrisians watched in terror as the churning cumulonimbus clouds, laden with hail, violently battered the dragon ships. The seafarer showed no fear, relying solely on intuition. He predicted the trajectory of the ocean currents and guided the ships to use their thrust to break through the storm. After being tossed up and down and rocked from side to side, the Fenrisians, after an unknown period, were astonished to find that the fleet had broken through the storm without a single ship lost. Coming to their senses, the Fenrisians knelt before the storm priest, shouting in Juvic, "All-Father's messenger, priest of the storm." The seafarer felt as if an illusory sphere within him had shattered, water flowed around his body, and his slightly fatigued physique felt as comfortable as if immersed in the hot spring of the sea cradle. Closer to becoming a true seafarer. Just as Jorginho felt completely refreshed, the communication bead beeped. He answered, and the voice of his subordinate, the stormfolk, came through. "Company commander, there's a fjord ahead. It's a U-shaped deep valley formed by glacial erosion, with towering cliffs on both sides. A group of sea dragons are swimming in it, possibly having come here to escape the storm. Jorginho's deep, dark eyes flashed, and he shouted on the communication channel. "Brothers, we've just weathered a storm. Now it's time to hunt." The Order shadows leapt from the dragon ships, leading the Fenrisians to hunt the sea dragons. Each Fenrisian no longer used primitive bone and stone weapons, they held iron weapons manufactured by the Legion's servitors. While Jorginho organized his subordinates to hunt sea dragons, Sanchez also ascended to the peak of Et Peak. Chapter 177, Hunting the Wing of Decay. Sanchez and Joran began climbing Et Peak simultaneously from different directions. Both rode thunder wolves, ascending the cliff face. While frozen mountains were difficult for ordinary people to climb, the thunder wolves moved as if on flat ground. Sanchez's thunder wolf was larger and ran faster than the Fenrisians, gradually widening the distance between them. By the time Sanchez reached the peak, he had left Joran several kilometers behind. Sanchez looked around and found that the peak's area was less than 1 square kilometer. A biting wind howled across the ice-covered rocks, emitting an ear-piercing shriek. The hunter's black eyes were fixed on its prey, which was sprawled on the rocks. Its wingspan exceeded 10 meters, covered by a thin film of ice crystals. The edges of its wings were like jagged ice blades, reflecting a chilling blue light when spread, resembling two suspended frost blade scythes. One of Fenris's most dangerous dragons, the ice giant dragon Wing of Decay. Roar. The overlord of Fenris's sky saw the overlord of the ground invading its territory, flapped its wings, stood upright with its ice crystal body, and let out an angry roar. Howl. The thunder wolf roared back, taking hunting strides as it approached the Wing of Decay. On the cliff, Joran heard the roars of the giant dragon and the howls of the thunder wolf, and his expression changed. Joran immediately swung his axe, cutting a forearm-length gash on the thunder wolf he was riding. The blood almost instantly froze due to the cold, and the thunder wolf bolted forward due to the pain. On the peak, the thunder wolf dodged the Wing of Decay's first attack, and the hunter found an opportunity, pushing off with his legs and leaping towards the ice giant dragon. The Wing of Decay missed its strike, turned sideways, and spread its wings to fly. The blue glowing power sword struck the ice giant dragon's left wing, and the decomposition field shredded the ice crystal film, splattering ink like blood. The injured Wing of Decay immediately realized that the sword-wielding human was no less of a threat than the thunder wolf. Its long, spearhead-like dragon head lifted, revealing its mouth filled with ice crystal fangs. The Wing of Decay took a deep breath, and the thunder wolf's massive body was pulled towards it. Sanchez slightly bent his body, lowered his center of gravity, and stood firm in place. The Wing of Decay's eyes were cold, and it spewed an icy mist of ice crystals from its mouth. Sanchez and the claw-waving thunder wolf felt their blood seemingly congeal, their bodies stiffening, and their movements becoming slower and slower, as if entangled in spider silk. Sanchez's heart stirred, and the brain cat's black eyes shifted as it raised a paw. Accelerate metabolism. Both man and wolf experienced an accelerated blood flow and a surge in speed. The thunder wolf sprang up, its claws gripping the dense, fingernail-sized scales, and bit into the ice giant dragon's neck with its gaping maw. Sanchez swung his sword, and the decomposition field pierced and tore through the Wing of Decay's right wing. The ice giant dragon flew unsteadily, its body injured, and it already felt the threat of death. Flying big lizard, you don't want your territory anymore, don't run. The provoker's spiritual energy rapidly depleted. Although the Wing of Decay did not understand the insulting words, the overlord of the sky instinctively felt humiliated. The ice giant dragon let out an angry roar, turned its head, and lunged at the provoker. This human was too hateful. The Wing of Decay had never loathed any creature so much, and now the ice giant dragon only wanted to tear the human to shreds, even if severely wounded, even if it meant mutual destruction. The hunter charged towards the Wing of Decay in 3 large strides, his brow suddenly furrowed as he saw an axe, spinning like a windmill, chopping towards the ice giant dragon's head. Sanchez's superhuman senses immediately locked onto the Thunder Wolf and Joran. Once Joran attacks the Wing of Decay, it will be unclear who killed it. The hunter would not allow his prey to be snatched by others, nor would he tolerate being humiliated by a Fenrisian, thereby bringing shame to the Legion and the Gene Father. Sanchez, through his psychic link, commanded the Brain Cat. The Brain Cat raised its paw and slammed it onto the ground. A faint, almost invisible psychic wave swept across the entire peak, and the ice giant dragon, the axe, Joran, and his Thunder Wolf all paused for an instant. This instant was enough for an Astartes. Sanchez took a running start, leapt into the air, and struck the Wing of Decay's head with his sword. The decomposition field shredded the scales, and the ice giant dragon's head fell heavily. The next moment, the spinning great axe came down. Sanchez extended his left hand, precisely gripped the axe handle, and threw it to the ground, saying in Juvic, "Joran, you're late." The frost on Joran's face deepened. Still being immortal, he did not perceive the psychic energy the Brain Cat had used in that instant. The difference in physical fitness between me and him is too great. If I also become an Astartes, I will definitely not lose to him. Joran clenched his fists, growing more eager for the genetic modification the Wolf King had mentioned. While Sanchez was hunting the ice giant dragon, at the volcanic vent in the Storm Sea, Chesney also began his hunt for the dragons. Chesney learned from the Fenrisians that dragons named Drax would circle above geothermal vents to warm themselves in winter. He contacted the tech sergeant to create a specialized capture device for hunting Drax. After 3 longships were equipped with capture devices, Chesney led his fleet towards the volcano, discovering hundreds of dragons circling in the air. When they were still 5 nautical miles from the volcano, the seafarer stood at the bow of the ship, and as a scholar of astronomy and geography, quickly grasped the surrounding sea area and volcanic conditions. He immediately gave orders for the other 2 longships to spread out and sail towards the volcano from both sides. When they were still 1 nautical mile from the outer perimeter of the volcano, he gave the command. Fire! At the bow of the longship, 5 sailors, who had aimed at the Drax with hunting devices resembling giant crossbows, pressed their triggers. Harpoons shot into the sky. When they were still a dozen meters from the dragon, the sensors on the harpoons activated. The harpoons used Yogal arc projection gun technology, and their nozzles shot out a current, striking the Drax. The dragon's body stiffened from the high-voltage arc, then it was enveloped by a large net. The Order shadows pulled the turntable chain, and the Drax was dragged into the sea before falling into the volcano crater. An Astartes immediately organized the Fenrisians to jump into the sea to retrieve the dragon. The Drax were furious at the capture of their kin and immediately charged towards the longships. The dragons fell into the encirclement constructed by the seafarer, one after another, plunging into the sea. When they tried to escape, the 3 ships, under the command of the seafarer, had already linked bout astern, forming an encirclement, and only a handful of Drax successfully escaped. After the hunt, Chesney summoned a transport ship to send the dragons to the Wenquan Shadow. Ning Lu received daily prey from the Storm Sea in Osaheim. Initially, all came from the Storm Sea. As the hunters entered Osaheim, land beasts like mammoths also became more numerous. Among them, the most valuable was Drax, which was the primary material for the Provoker's subsequent sequence 7 inches Pyromaniac potion. Ning Lu sent all the dragons to the Nation of Disorder and thought, "I've gathered the potion materials for Pyromaniac, but Sanchez has only recently been promoted, and digesting Provoker will take some time." As he pondered, Sanchez's Thunder Wolf, carrying the Wing of Decay bound to its back, returned to the Wolf King's council chamber. Chapter 178, The 11th Legion, a force comparable to the Thousand Suns at their peak. Fenris, Osaheim, the Wolf Lord's council chamber. Without any spoils, Joran, riding his Thunder Wolf, returned before Sanchez. By the warm hearth, the Fenrisians listened silently as Joran recounted the events in Hearth tongue, Juvic. The Wolf Lord slammed his large hand on the table, mead splattering across the surface and dripping to the floor. Freki and Jerry, who had been lying on the ground, bristled and straightened their bodies. Leman Russ's azure eyes swept over everyone, and those Fenrisians he gazed upon felt as if they had fallen into an icy lake. You are sons of Fenris. Fenrisian warriors will never be defeated. The Wolf Lord rose, Freki and Jerry by his side, and walked to Joran, placing his large hand on his shoulder. Old friend, you have decided to undergo the transformation. I believe that after your sublimation, you will surely defeat Ning Lu's cub. Upon hearing Leman Russ's trust in him, the frost on Joran's face seemed to melt a little. After encouraging Joran, the Wolf Lord looked around at everyone and continued, we will not wait, the hunters of Fenris always find a way. Leman Russ's words injected confidence into the Fenrisians. His deep azure eyes gazed intently as he leaned down and gently patted his wolf brothers. We are a pack. Fenris wolves are not lone wolves, nor are we reckless brutes. Whoever underestimates the wolf pack will become dry bones in the snow. The Fenrisians, with their wild and shaggy manes, howled as they rose. Thump, thump, thump. A knock on the door sounded at an inopportune moment. The Wolf Lord's eyes narrowed, already knowing that it was Ning Lu's cub knocking. Let him in. Leman Russ walked back to his throne and sat upon the fur. The Reaper Lord entered the council chamber. Hundreds of Fenrisians, clad in dirty furs, stared fiercely at him like a pack of wolves. The hunter keenly perceived that even though they wore primitive leather armor and iron chainmail, and held only steel swords and axes, their strong bodies and the aura they exuded proved them to be powerful warriors. They were dangerous enough individually, but as a group, they were lethal, even to much larger beings like Astartes. Sanchez showed no fear. He didn't even touch the weapon at his waist, he simply walked towards the Wolf Lord. The provokers, high head and the air of defiance it exuded made the wolf pack breathe heavily, as they struggled to restrain themselves from charging at the Reaper Lord. With each step the provoker took, he felt a slight melting sensation within his body. Leman Russ watched the approaching Reaper Lord. Unlike the Fenrisian wolf pack, whose anger grew, his own fury gradually subsided. When the provoker stopped, before he could speak, the Wolf Lord spoke first. Sanchez, you have won the second hunt. The third hunt is a wolf pack hunt, limited to 13 individuals, with the King of Ice Trolls as the target. The Order Shadows sensed the Wolf Lord's dismissive attitude and, without asking any questions, simply replied, as you wish. The Reaper Lord opened a communication channel and sent a message to his subordinates operating in Osaheim. I need information on the King of Ice Trolls. Subsequently, Sanchez called the Worthy Shadow and dispatched a transport ship to deliver the Wing of Decay to the Gene Father. 1 Fenrisian hour later, Ning Lu saw the corpse of the Wing of Decay on a deck specially designated to satisfy the Gene Seed Primarch's hobbies. He activated his psychic vision and examined the colossal creature, discovering that only its pituitary gland and eyes contained the main ingredients for the audience's subsequent sequence 8 inches mind reader potion. So Ning Lu cut off the ice dragon's head and sent it back to the Nation of Disorder. Then, he opened his communicator and contacted Sanchez. It was time to check on his offspring and the progress of the hunting competition. After hearing the provoker's brief report, Ning Lu's mind immediately reconstructed the scene of his conflict with the Fenrisians. Open black lens bracket. Provoker will have a negative impact on interpersonal relationships, both through passive abilities and active roleplaying. Considering that Sanchez provoked many Fenrisians, including the Wolf Lord, his digestion speed will definitely increase, but without seeing him, it's impossible to determine when he will digest. Close black lens bracket. The Gene Seed Primarch pondered for a moment, then said approvingly, Sanchez, you have done very well, upholding the honor of the Legion. No need to worry, Leman Russ may seem like a barbarian, but it's merely a disguise, he won't lay a hand on you. As you said, I think he will treat you as a whetstone, it doesn't matter if you act even more provocatively. Receiving the Gene Father's praise, the Reaper Lord felt as if he was bathed in warm sunlight, and the wind and snow beating against his body transformed into a warm current. At the same time, it was as if a star had shattered within him, and the provoker said excitedly, I will surely win and not disappoint you. I know a bit about your third hunting target. Ice trolls, also known as ice snow ogres by the Fenrisians, are gigantic creatures inhabiting the continent of Ossahheim. They are close relatives of ice demons but are much larger, even taller than dreadnoughts. Ning Lu recalled the information he knew about ice trolls. They posed a constant threat to anyone on Ossahheim, including the future space wolves. Ice trolls often use entire trees as clubs, and their jaws have a powerful bite that can crush power armor. Unlike other creatures, ice trolls possess a certain degree of intelligence. After hanging up the communication, Ning Lu remembered that in the future, in 892, M41, Wolf Lord Harold Deathwolf heard that his native Tidehunter tribe had been invaded by a group of ice trolls. He returned to his tribe and led his people to defeat the ice trolls. During the battle, Harold himself cut off the head of the ice troll chieftain, and later fashioned its hide into his own cloak. Although Sanchez is not wearing power armor, significantly reducing his combat strength, he is a provoker, and has 12 hunter auxiliaries capable of routing an ice troll tribe. After making his judgment, Ning Lu issued an order. Send the Wing of Decay's corpse to the Void Hunter, it is Sanchez's trophy. Subsequently, the Gene Seed Primarch returned to his desk, pondering how to allocate the 5 Relic-class battleships that had just arrived in the Fenris system. Open Black Lens Bracket Lionel Johnson's approach was to keep these battleships as secret weapons, not using any Relic-class battleship normally, and then severely damaging the Night Lords fleet in the Battle of Salamas. But I know the future and have the divination dice, so I have the chance to acquire Blackstone Fortresses, Glory Queen-class battleships, and even seize the Word Bearers, Abyss-class battleships. There's no need to keep Relic-class battleships as secret weapons, it's better to distribute them to various battle groups to form a complementary fleet composition. Close Black Lens Bracket. Ning Lu made a decision at this point and issued an order. The 5 Relic-class battleships gifted by the Emperor are to be sent to the 1st, 3rd, 4th, 8th, and 9th battle groups, respectively. These 5 battle groups, along with the 7th battle group, achieved better results than the other battle groups. The abilities of the 6 lords were also recognized by the Gene Seed Primarch, and the core pathways and future development directions of their battle groups had been determined. Ning Lu then looked at the highest priority reports marked by the original body servant, 3 reports from the Tricon system. The first report came from the chief apothecary, Mikkel, reporting that all 15 groups, comprising 33,511 candidates, who returned from the Crystal Mirage, had undergone transformation surgery. Because their average age was 4.2 years older than the 29 groups of candidates who had previously undergone transformation surgery, the failure rate increased from 43.36% to 45.18%. The Gene Seed Primarch turned his gaze to the number of newly created Order Shadows, 18,371. He nodded with satisfaction, this number was slightly higher than he had anticipated. Open Black Lens Bracket as an apothecary, Mikkel played a certain role. The potions he formulated reduced the rejection reactions in mortals undergoing transformation surgery. Close Black Lens Bracket. The Gene Seed Primarch then looked at another part of the report. Open Black Lens Bracket of the 10,140 individuals who failed the transformation, only 104 died. All surviving personnel have joined the auxiliary army. Close Black Lens Bracket. The Gene Seed Primarch wrote his approval on the document. The chief apothecary has not failed his mission, and his work has been very effective. Order him to return to the Legion's flagship to receive commendation. The Gene Seed Primarch put down the data slate. His superhuman brain updated instantly, giving him the current number of Legion warriors. Open Black Lens Bracket. After the new Order Shadows join the various battle groups, the total number will be approximately 85,000. There are 2 reasons why the exact number cannot be determined. On the one hand, although the first batch of new recruits from the star systems controlled by the Legion has not yet joined the various battle groups, Terran recruits who completed their transformation on the Moon have been continuously joining the Legion. On the other hand, various battle groups are fighting on different fronts, and Order shadows are dying every day. With increases and decreases, and the reports received by the Gene Seed Primarch not being real-time, he can only estimate the approximate size of the Legion. Open black lens bracket. I have been back with the Legion for less than 10 years, and the 11th Legion has developed rapidly, with its numbers approaching the 1,000 Suns at their peak. Of course, without considering the 2nd and 11th Legions, the 1,000 Suns had the smallest numbers among the 18 Legions at their peak. Even so, this is a gratifying rate of development, and there are still 185 years until Horus's fall in 004. M31. Close black lens bracket. The Gene Seed Primarch leaned back comfortably on his throne, thinking with delight. Open black lens bracket. All the veterans from the Vostronia star system who followed me have undergone transformation surgery. The period of rapid growth in numbers has passed. Without encountering major wars, the Legion's numbers will grow steadily from now on. Even if the Emperor sends the 11th Legion as the main force to fight the Randan, the Legion's numbers should approach 300,000 by the end of the Great Crusade. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu sat upright, picked up the data slate, and looked at the second report, which came from Malina Scala. Open black lens bracket. Phase 1 of the Trichon main star project has concluded. The world has reached the standard of a garden world. Agricultural output can meet the food demands of 13.5 billion people, satisfying the needs for the next phase of development. Construction of Trichon 2 has officially begun. Close black lens bracket. The last report came from Wojciech Belik. Trichon main star has completed its industrialization, with industrial bases and shipyards constructed without damaging the ecological environment. After pondering for a moment, Ning Lu issued an order to Wojciech: proceed to Sepra Mundi and accelerate the construction of shipyards and industrial bases. 3 days later, 5 battleships laden with Kraken and Sea Dragon meat embarked for their respective battle groups. At the same time, above Osseheim, the hunt for the King of Ice Trolls began. Chapter 179, The Wolf King's Gift of a Sword. As Fenrisians, Joran's hunting party was the first to find the tribe attacked by ice trolls. Still 2 kilometers from the tribal camp, Joran, riding on the back of his thunder wolf, watched in fury as the ice trolls rampaged. With their thick right arms, they swung large trees, smashing down houses, and with their left arms, they grabbed Fenrisians and threw them into their gaping mouths. Joran's eyes were filled with rage, and he shouted to his hunting party members in the war tongue, Worgen. Hunters of Fenris, wolves of the Wolf King. Ice trolls invade Fenrisian tribes, devouring our kin. Today we shall slay them and win the hunting contest. The wolves struck their shields with their weapons, letting out howls. Slay the ice trolls, win the hunt. Joran squeezed his legs, and the thunder wolf shot forward. The thunder wolf charged out of the camp, took a running leap, and pounced on the back of an ice troll. Joran raised his axe, swinging the battle axe with both hands. The axe blade sank deep, splitting the ice troll's back, but it got stuck in the horny hide, which was like ice armor. 6 warriors followed closely, roaring as they attacked the ice troll's splayed legs from the sides and rear. Steel swords struck the ice troll's legs, making clanging sounds. Roar! The ice troll roared in anger, sweeping a large tree backward. The wolves immediately rolled to dodge, while 6 Fenrisians who had circled to the front of the ice troll immediately launched a grand charge. They attacked from the sides in front of the ice troll's legs, their weapons striking around its knees. The ice troll took a heavy blow, its body swaying, and it quickly used the large tree to support itself so it wouldn't fall. Joran commanded the wolves, repeatedly assaulting the ice troll. The heavy-bodied ice troll swung the large tree, smashing at the Fenrisians. The cunning wolves had clear duties, either luring the enemy or attacking. After several rounds of assault, no one was injured, but the ice troll's legs were covered in wounds, and blue, foul-smelling blood dripped onto the ground, freezing into icicles. The ice troll, having gained a bit of intelligence, realized it was being played with by the people in front of it, and it let out a beastly cry. Several nearby ice trolls heard the call and, like wild bulls, crashed through the Fenrisians blocking their way and charged over. Lure them away. Joran roared, and while the wolf pack lured the other ice trolls away, he urged his thunder wolf to leap high. He swung his battle axe, letting out a furious roar, and struck the ice troll's back. Boom! The massive ice troll created a large pit in the ice as it crashed to the ground. Joran shouted to the Fenrisians, "I come by the Wolf King's command to rescue you all. Follow me and slay these ogres." The Fenrisians immediately gathered around Joran, following the renowned warrior to attack the ice trolls invading the tribe. Sanchez took some effort to find the tribe invaded by the ice trolls. He led the hunters to a high slope near the tribe, overlooking the battle below. Sanchez found that the Fenrisians led by Joran held the overall advantage. They numbered over 100, while only 9 ice trolls remained. He did not act hastily, carefully observing the battle below and considering all factors. The distribution of Fenrisians, the combat power of the ice trolls. The Order Shadows quickly completed the battle simulation and conveyed his thoughts to the hunters. The Gene Father told me that ice trolls possess a certain level of intelligence, and once the battle turns unfavorable, they will flee. Joran launched his attack from the southeast of the camp. His team is the strongest, and the King of Ice Trolls' most likely escape direction is to the northwest of the camp. You. Sanchez selected 6 hunters. You will come with me to ambush in the northwest. Sanchez then said to the other 6 hunters, there is also a smaller possibility that the ice trolls will escape from the north and west sides of the camp. You will ambush in those 2 directions. Joran, you tried to steal my prey before, now it's my turn. The Order Shadows immediately sprang into action, ambushing according to Sanchez's arrangements. A moment later, another ice troll crashed to the ground. The King of Ice Trolls was at least a head taller than all its kin. It took the lead, striding forward and sweeping away 2 Fenrisians blocking its path with a large tree. The other ice trolls heard their patriarchs howl and followed behind, striding rapidly to escape. The Fenrisians blocking their retreat route hastily dodged, and Joran, seeing his prey about to escape, roared loudly. Stop them! The strong Fenrisian warriors, hearing Joran's command, immediately turned back and charged. Once the ice trolls exerted themselves and charged, they were like rumbling trains, unstoppable, and the Fenrisians blocking their path were flung away by their violent force. The Fenrisian corpses slammed heavily onto the ground, tumbling several times before stopping. Their sacrifice bought Joran time, and the Thunder Wolf caught up to the King of Ice Trolls, leaping high. Joran knew he only had one chance. He put all his strength into it, raising his battle axe high with both arms, pouring all his anger and the shame of defeat into this single blow. The battle axe struck towards the King of Ice Trolls' back. The King of Ice Trolls felt a strong wind at its back and instinctively recoiled. With that dodge, Joran's battle axe only struck the edge of its heart. The King of Ice Trolls cried out in pain and swung the large tree backward. As the most excellent hunter in Fenris, besides the Wolf King, Joran knew the moment his battle axe struck the enemy that he had failed to kill the King of Ice Trolls with one blow. He was about to continue his attack when suddenly the giant tree was swung at him. Joran strained to twist his waist and dodge, swinging his great axe to strike the King of Ice Trolls' back. The large tree grazed Joran's body, and even so, he suffered a heavy blow and was swept away. Joran, crashing to the ground, felt as if his body would fall apart. He watched in despair as the King of Ice Trolls ran out of the camp. The King of Ice Trolls burst out of the Fenrisian tribal camp and strode into the forest. Just as it was about to enter the woods, 7 figures darted out from within. Sanchez saw the Fenrisians chasing out of the camp, and he certainly wouldn't give them a chance to steal his prey. The Order Shadow's eyes turned, and, subspace insight, captured the King of Ice Trolls' weakness. Sanchez pressed a runic symbol, urging his mount to leap, dodging the King of Ice Trolls' right fist, which came down like a hammer. The Thunder Wolf bit into the King of Ice Trolls' chest, and Sanchez stomped hard on his mount's body with both feet. Sanchez leapt into the air, avoiding the King of Ice Trolls' left fist, and performed a flip in midair. As the Order Shadows descended, he used the 17th maneuver of Osber Via to strike the wound on the King of Ice Troll's back. A blue disintegrating force field bloomed at the wound Joran had caused, crushing the King of Ice Troll's heart. Joran, staggering out of the camp, clenched his fists in frustration, saying bitterly, "I lost again." Sanchez and the Fenrisians returned to the camp together. The rescued tribe was initially overjoyed at the prospect of meeting the Wolf King. They learned from others that Joran had lost all 3 hunting contests against the outsider, and like the other Fenrisians, he was dejected. The Fenrisians waiting for Joran's return, seeing the approaching group's low morale, had already guessed the outcome. Leman Russ's brows furrowed, his eyes deep. A moment later, the Wolf King's brow smoothed, and he said to Joran, who had approached him, "Congratulations on winning all 3 hunting contests. You have defeated Fenris's most excellent hunter. I bestow this sword upon you." Leman Russ said, drawing the shorter of the 2 swords at his waist. "This sword was forged for me by the Mechanicus, using the beak of the Gorgon King the first hunted as its material. It is yours." The provoker received the longsword with both hands. He felt something dissolving within him. Before he could examine it, he heard the Wolf King say, "But this sword is not yet entirely yours. How long you can hold it depends on your ability. Once Joran and the others are reformed, they will challenge you, win the hunt in space, and reclaim this sword." The Fenrisians' low spirits instantly transformed into motivation. Joran shouted loudly, "I will definitely challenge you to a hunt again. Next time, I will be the one to win." The Order Shadows keenly perceived the surging emotions of the surrounding Fenrisians and thought to himself, "As the Gene Father said, the Wolf King is using me as a whetstone to temper the Fenrisians." The provoker, remembering what the Gene Seed Primarch had said about being bolder, raised his head and spoke, "Since it's mine, no one can take it away. The winner is always me." The Fenrisian's eyes filled with rage, while the provoker felt the stars within him shatter. "I am truly the provoker now." 5 Fenrisian days after the hunting contest ended, Ning Lu received news that Horus's fleet had arrived in the Fenris system, and he was summoned to the Bucephalus cherubim. In a previous chapter, I wrote about a cherubim welcoming Ning Lu, and many people said it was wrong. I even thought I had made a mistake and revised the original text. Many people adamantly claimed that Russ would not permit the existence of cherubim. Today, while researching, I happened to flip to the official novel, Thousand Suns, Chapter 18, page 217, as shown in the picture. A cherubim was floating above Russ's head. What an aversion indeed. This was during the Council of Nicaea. Regarding false gods, which some people mentioned, Horus's aversion to cherubim is on page 178 of the original text. What Horus found difficult to understand was religious worship. One cannot equate his dislike of the state religion with a dislike of cherubim. What he disliked was the darkness, the reverence for death, and the funeral dirges of death, broadcast by the cherubim's loudspeakers. It didn't say he disliked cherubim themselves, okay. Chapter 180. Voluntarily, requesting to participate in the Flame Wheel battle. On the Emperor's flagship, Bucephalus, Horus Lupercal stood in the circular observation gallery, frowning as he looked through the curved glass at the group of barbarians in the dining room below. They were out of place with the luxurious flagship. Their armor, crafted with crude techniques, was primitive and ugly. Their tattooed skin was filthy, and their hair even dirtier. Even from over 60 meters away, the Gene Seed Primarch could smell their unbearable stench. They behaved like children, playing with the glass ornaments and light bulbs decorating the dining tables. They laughed aloud when they broke items during their play. They sniffed the fine wines and expensive food with suspicious faces, then laughed at the servants who served the dishes. They were rude, unworthy, and mocked the Lord of Mankind's generous gifts. Horus frowned. Even though he followed the Lord of Mankind's teachings and accepted the responsibility of an elder brother, he could not find any trace of civilization in the Fenrisians. Compared to the Kosonians and Voskid, they were barbarians. As he pondered, he turned and smiled at Ning Lu, who was approaching. "My brother, it's good to see you again. Your achievements astound me, and I am proud of you." Not as much as the Shadow Moon Wolves, Horus. Your legion's achievements are unparalleled. Horus did not continue the discussion. The rapid expansion of the Order Shadows, which conquered 14 star systems in 5 years, put immense pressure on him. After the Shadow Moon Wolves launched a full-scale assault and captured 19 star systems, the Wolf God learned that Ning Lu had subjugated Night World. Upon hearing of the Lord of Mankind's great joy and the grand ceremony welcoming Ning Lu to Terra, Horus eagerly wanted to conquer similar worlds to offer to his father. Although the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet swiftly conquered 11 star systems, it did not discover Night World. It was not until he heard that the Order Shadows had slowed their pace and begun construction within the star systems they occupied that he felt the pressure slightly ease. The Order Shadows have done more. I hear your legion brings new order to the worlds that join the Imperium. Your 4th battle group, after occupying 6 star systems of the Round Spider Alliance, has been building on the world now renamed Necromunda. Ning Lu walked to the curved promenade and looked down at the Fenrisians below. The Lord of Mankind agrees with my approach. Horus spoke with admiration, his voice filled with passion. Every lost colony we reunite with should be greatly improved, enlightened by the imperial truth, and transformed into a shining jewel and prosperous nation within this vast domain. This is precisely our duty. In this regard, the Order Shadows have done better than the Shadow Moon Wolves. I have already instructed the Council of 4 Kings to study your methods and require our captains and lieutenants to emulate them. I'm not sure if that group of Fenrisians can be like the Vostonians. Horus looked at Ning Lu. I heard he challenged you and your descendants to a hunt, and all of them failed. That's right, we won. Ning Lu nodded slightly, not satisfying Horus's curiosity by detailing the hunt. He returned to the previous topic. They view the Lord of Mankind as the All-Father, a divine king descended from the heavens. They will carry out any command from the All-Father. This is a violation of the imperial truth. Father has long said that he is not a god. Horus frowned tightly, speaking angrily. He is a great man, but he is still a human. He must understand this. Russ and all of them will understand. As the voice sounded, the Lord of Mankind appeared behind the 2 Gene Seed Primarchs. He walked to the curved promenade, looked down, his eyes gleaming, and spoke with interest. Inik Lahevan has met his Gene father. Ning Lu also looked over. The Fenrisians showed no fear of the Astartes, they were much shorter than the Space Marines, but Joran and others still tracked every movement of the 6th Legion warriors with their eyes. Joran and the others did not understand the Raptor's head emblem and battle honors. They were merely evaluating the strength of the person before them compared to Sanchez. The Wolf King and Inik met each other's gaze, they recognized each other. Leman Russ grabbed Rannick's shoulder, my cub. The Lord of the 6th Legion immediately knelt, bowing his head at the Gene Father's feet, offering his loyalty and the Legion. The Lord of Mankind watched Rannick, relieved of his duties as Lord of the 6th Legion, depart. He pointed to the hall. Horus, will you go see your brother? Horus looked towards the dining room, where the Wolf King was looking up, a barbarian smile on his face. Yes. Ning Lu, come with me. After Ning Lu and Horus exchanged nods, Ning Lu followed the Lord of Mankind to the bridge. As soon as he entered the strategy room, Ning Lu looked at the golden armored warrior holding a spear. The Gene Seed Primarch keenly sensed an aura similar to Jushin's spear from the spear, powerful and repulsive. Jushin's spear. At the same time, Ning Lu also confirmed the identity of the person holding this artifact. Feeling the Gene Seed Primarch's gaze, the Lord of Mankind began to introduce. Constantine Valder, my custodian guard commander. Ning Lu, Gene Seed Primarch of the 11th Legion. After Ning Lu and Valder greeted each other, the Lord of Mankind said to the custodian guard marshal. Valder, display the status of the Flame Wheel. Our current understanding of the Flame Wheel star system is limited. What we can confirm now is that this star system has 8 planets. A powerful orc warlord has risen, establishing an orc empire, with hundreds of millions of greenskins gathered under his command. Upon hearing this, Ning Lu understood Huang Laohan's purpose in seeking him, and he thought to himself. The Flame Wheel battle, the Space Wolves fought for 5 years, losing 1/3 of their forces. Due to the Wolf King's achievements and the immense sacrifice of the Space Wolves, Leman Russ received a reward from Huang Laohan. The Jushin Spear, an artifact personally forged by Huang Laohan, is a pair with the Jushin Spear. One of the strongest fortresses in the galaxy, Wolf Fang Fortress. The orcs of the Flame Wheel Star system pose a great threat to the Imperium's expansion. After listening to Valder's briefing, the briber, voluntarily, asked for orders. My lord, I am willing to lead my legion to the Flame Wheel Star system, purify the evil greenskins, and present the orc warlord's head to you. The Lord of Mankind smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. My son, I believe you can defeat all powerful enemies. Upon hearing Ning Lu felt something melt within him. The digestion of the briber potion was just a little short. After finishing the flame wheel, presenting the orc warlord's head to Huang Laohan will fully digest the briber potion. Although it's a tough battle, there are many potion materials on the orcs, especially the auxiliary materials needed for the Baron of Corruption, 11 teeth from Evil Sun's orcs, which will definitely be enough. Moreover, I should also get Wolf Fang Fortress and Jushin Spear. I don't want that artifact. If I trade it for something else, will Huang Laohan agree? While Ning Lu was pondering, the Lord of Mankind continued. Your brother Russ, after receiving instruction and concluding the Terra celebration, will also go to the Flame Wheel. Upon hearing this, Ning Lu couldn't help but feel worried. It won't be one for me and one for the Wolf King, will it? I want Wolf Fang Fortress, not Jushin Spear. You will come with us to Terra, and together we will go to the Flame Wheel. Is this to make me compete with the Wolf King, or to promote our cooperation? It's good to go to Terra. Tierney should have already digested Marauder's potion. On the way, I can let him advance to Sequence 8, Swindler, and send the Brain Cat to him. If he finds traces of the 8-legged Black Wolf, he can get both at the same time. As he pondered, the Lord of Mankind added, Come with me, I have an important matter to discuss with you. Ning Lu followed Huang Laohan into a private room. After they sat down, Huang Laohan activated the runes, and the shielding field engaged. What are your thoughts on Psykers? The number of Psykers in your legion is greater than in most legions, and the 15th Legion, which you command, possesses a large number of Psykers. I have faced the warp directly and know the various disasters lurking within it. Russ's opposition to psychic powers has its reasons. Ning Lu was silent for a moment, his mind racing. After a moment, he said cautiously. Psionic power is a weapon, just like a bolt gun. Only a fool would discard their weapon in battle. Like any weapon, lack of training makes it dangerous. Warriors who are trained and understand its power can direct it towards the correct target when unleashed. For the Psykers of the Legion, and to conceal the existence of the extraordinary, he had to support the use of psychic powers. But he couldn't show that he was obsessed with the warp, nor could he call it a tool like Jagatai Khan, allowing for both advance and retreat. The Lord of Mankind showed no expression, weighing Ning Lu's words carefully. The danger of psychic power is greater than others, but its use is beneficial to the Great Crusade. I permit the legions to experimentally establish think tank departments, until my judgment. My lord, as you wish. Ning Lu returned to the Wangquan Shadow and issued an order for each battle group to establish a think tank department. He also sent messages to Arsenadun and Sanchez on the surface of Fenris, summoning them back to the flagship. Through questioning and observing the provoker's aura, Ning Lu was astonished to discover that Sanchez had digested the potion in a short period of time. Ning Lu then had Sanchez advance to Sequence 7, Pyromaniac. 3 days later, the fleet set sail for Terra. Chapter 181, Governor Hermar, followed by the Caryatid. During the Wangquan Shadow's voyage, Ning Lu summoned his original body servant to the Primarch's office in the palace. What have you gained from the royal tombs of Fenris? My lord, the runes of Fenris utilize a primitive but indeed valuable method of etheric energy manipulation. Besides that, I also found prayers on the stone tombs. I know you've been interested in this recently, so I made rubbings of them. The Dun language dictionary, researched and compiled by Arsena, has already reached 33,411 words, which can satisfy most needs. Ning Lu could not reveal the existence of the disordered country to them, so he could only pray alone, ensuring the ritual pointed to himself. To make the ritualistic language meet the requirements of this world's rules, he extensively referenced prayers from various races. Ning Lu picked up the data slate and looked at the prayers sent by the original body servant. Great All-Father, Master of Fenris, Creator of Osaheim and the Storm Sea. Quote. Similar to what I've seen before, I'll use a 3-part directional description to ensure they point to me. The Gene Seed Primarch instantly memorized the prayers, then said, I brought back some sacrificial items from Murkai's temple, you are to research them. Understood. After the student of ratiocination obeyed, the Gene Seed Primarch began to issue Legion deployment orders. Mobilize the 2nd, 5th, and 11th Legions to Terra, then follow me to the Fire Wheel star system. Ning Lu decided to use the Fire Wheel War to temper the 6 legions whose development direction was not yet clear, and to discover talent. Considering the current state of the 6 legions, he decided to first gather 3 of them to the Fire Wheel. Other legions, cooperate closely with Louis von Valenzius and others who were conscripted to explore new routes, and quickly connect the legion's territory into one continuous area, centered on Vostronia. Send a message to Mikkel, ordering the chief apothecary to Terra. Arsena noted down the Gene Seed Primarch's orders, then operated the data slate, displaying several holographic images. My lord, the tech sergeant has made initial progress in the technical research of the captured Eldar Ranger long rifles. Although the Eldar's psychic cultivation crystal technology cannot yet be deciphered, after modification, it can now be used by Astartes and the auxiliary army. Compared to Imperial-made laser guns, the improved Eldar long rifle has a longer range and higher accuracy. Ning Lu's black eyes looked at the holographic image. The modified laser gun no longer had the elegant streamline of before, losing some of the characteristics of an Eldar weapon. The length of the gun body was also shortened by 1/5, making it more suitable for ordinary humans. The modified laser gun will be named the Ranger type. How many Ranger types are currently available? 65. Ning Lu tapped his fingers, thought for a moment, and then said, 50 will be allocated to elite snipers of the auxiliary army, and 15 will be sent to me. He wanted to allocate the 15 to the treasure hunting squad to enhance their strength. Order the tech sergeant to continue researching the Eldar spoils of war. While the Gene Seed Primarch was issuing orders, on Necromunda, Adams looked at Leandro Hermar before him. Leandro was well built, and his facial features were sharply defined, with a high nose bridge and deep-set eyes. A winged humanoid creature flew on his shoulder, its blue skin was covered with various complex patterns. Adams knew it was a Caryatid. The people of Necromunda regarded them as symbols of luck. They lived in the vents and pipes throughout the Necromunda hive city, possessing a relatively mild psychic talent, able to passively foresee fate, and were attracted to powerful individuals. They would follow those who were about to rise to power. The 7th Iron Lord of the Round Spider Alliance gained a Caryatid's following when he was still a commoner. Subsequently, he began to rise, unearthing several ruins consecutively, quickly becoming the most powerful person on Necromunda. Once a Caryatid left its master, that person could be said to have received a death sentence, and misfortune would soon follow. Before the 11th Legion arrived, the 7th Iron Lord's Caryatid left him, and he met his death not long after. Leandro's original surname was Hemare. After encountering the Caryatid, he claimed to have received a revelation of fate and changed his family's surname to Hermar. He was then chosen by Adams, who supported him in establishing his power. Adams carried out what the Gene Seed Primarch had said, supporting the Hermar family to establish order and rule the populous Necromunda. My lord, I have already established the Primus Hive City with your support. It will become the future administrative center of Necromunda. Leandro Hermar respectfully reported to the Death Lord before him in the High Gothic he had just mastered. He knew that Lord Adams had chosen him, and could also abandon him at any time, just as the Caryatid might abandon him. Fortunately, He had a caryatid following him, and the Death Lord also trusted him and gave him strong support. Countless Necromunda people bowed to him, which allowed him to grow into the most powerful person on Necromunda in a short time. Adams nodded slightly and asked, "How is the integration of the techno-nobility's factories progressing?" "My lord, as of now, I have controlled 14,800 factories of various types, accounting for over 10% of the factories controlled by the techno-nobility. Among them, 9,400 have resumed operation, and their production capacity has reached, or even exceeded, the original capacity of the factories." The Death Lord nodded in satisfaction. Hermar's performance made him believe he had chosen the right person. Adams did not provide much practical help to Hermar, only granting him the title of planetary governor, and he quickly opened up the situation, which also allowed the 4th Battle Group to focus its efforts on the other 5-star systems. Adams's brain calculated rapidly, drawing a conclusion. At the current pace, within 5 years at most, I will be able to completely control the 6-star systems of the Round Spider Alliance and integrate them into the Legion's system. If you encounter insurmountable obstacles, you may report to me. My lord, I will try my best to solve them myself. I understand. You chose me to entrust worldly affairs to others, not to be bothered by trivial matters. Adams glanced at the caryatid. Hermar's ability to achieve such accomplishments in a short time certainly did not rely solely on luck. Maintain your proactive attitude, and you will get what you want. The Hermar family will be the ruling family of Necromunda. My lord, I will not disappoint you. One more thing, when developing the hive cities, pay special attention to searching for giant spirit spiders. Lord Monarch is very interested in them. Hermar's eyes showed reverence and longing. He had heard of Lord Monarch's deeds. Lord Adams's gene father, the great gene seed Primarch Ning Lu, was the one who ended the era of the techno-nobility. My lord, I will pay close attention and report to you immediately if I find any giant spirit spiders. Besides giant spirit spiders, also report to me in a timely manner if you discover any ruins or large burial sites. Adams had explored 4 burial sites, with meager gains. To master the power of the grave digger, he needed to explore larger burial grounds. Necromunda was too vast, and the domes in the hive city were as dense as a spiderweb. To find large burial sites, he still had to rely on the locals. My lord, I found that the 4th Steel Lord's family has a tradition of elaborate burials. I speculate that hive city should have at least one large burial complex. I have already dispatched capable subordinates, and I believe its location will be determined soon. Go, I await your good news. While Necromunda and the other 6-star systems were developing rapidly, Ning Lu's fleet also arrived at Terra. Tierney, who received the news, sent a communication to Ning Lu using an encrypted communicator. The Gene Seed Primarch sent the Order Shadows of the Honor Guard to bring him before him. After Tierney and the other Honor Guard members withdrew, he reported to Ning Lu. My lord, I have located the approximate activity area of the 8-legged black wolf you instructed me to find. Chapter 182, Telemaria Mind Realm, 3rd Layer. Tierney operated the data pad embedded in his arm, projecting the moon before Ning Lu. Ning Lu noticed a highlighted area, and Tierney began to speak. Lord, my team members have discovered that the average sleep time of locals in the Aristotle Beta Dome is 1 hour longer than in other domes on Luna. Everyone has nightmares every time they sleep, and the 2 team members who went to investigate also experienced this. The crucial thing is that every so often, someone falls into a deep sleep and never wakes up again. Ning Lu nodded upon hearing this. Longer sleep, nightmares, never waking up again. If it truly is extraordinary power, then it should be related to the darkness pathway. It's highly likely to be the 8-legged black wolf. Thinking of this, he spoke. You've done very well. Afterward, he confirmed that Tierney had digested the Marauder potion by asking questions and observing his aura. Ning Lu then said, your performance satisfies me, and I will enhance your abilities. Go to the reception hall. There you will find your brain cat and a ranger-type laser gun. Return in 5 minutes. A moment later, Tierney, having been promoted to Sequence 8 and consolidating his power, muttered, swindler. Indeed, there are many ancient families on Terra, and I believe you will find suitable targets. Among the treasure hunting team, are there any individuals with outstanding abilities? Lord, there are 13 individuals with outstanding abilities. They have all found valuable items, and I have brought them to the palace. Ning Lu nodded slightly. Order them to come and attend to me. I will assess their abilities. The next day, as Terra celebrated Lehman Russ's return with a grand ceremony, Ning Lu boarded a transport ship and headed for the satellite Luna. The orbital defense platform, upon learning of the Gene Seed Primarch's arrival, quickly and accurately completed identification code communication and recognition with the transport ship. After the Selena Gene cult communicated with the original body servant, they learned that the Gene Seed Primarch's destination was not the Gene Laboratory, but an ordinary dome. A black gunship flew out from the transport ship, and Ning Lu looked down at the Aristotle Beta Dome through the viewing window. The battle from which the Shadow Moon Wolves got their name ended 6 hours later with the surrender of the Selena Gene cult. Most of the moon's domes still existed, their distinctively local silver domes gleaming under the sun's illumination. Ning Lu did not immediately spread his consciousness to search, as this would startle the mythical creature. The spaceship landed in the Aristotle Beta Dome half an hour before sunset, as the Gene Seed Primarch had anticipated. The moment the sun's light completely disappeared from the Aristotle Beta Dome, the Gene Seed Primarch keenly sensed a pure darkness, surging like a tide, enveloping the entire dome. Aristotle Beta seemed to be pulled into a dark realm, and the dome's residents were all yawning, their consciousness blurring. They lay on their beds or slumped at their tables, quickly falling into dreams. Beside Ning Lu, the treasure hunting team members, excited to follow the Gene Seed Primarch, also felt as if they saw a serene moonlight. Their eyelids quickly grew heavy, and they yawned uncontrollably, as if they could fall asleep standing up. They struggled to stay awake, but 3 of them couldn't resist and fell asleep. Ning Lu gave a low evaluation of the 3 individuals' willpower. The Gene Seed Primarch's black eyes flashed, and his consciousness spread in all directions. In an instant, his consciousness covered the entire dome. The Gene Seed Primarch did not sense the presence of any special, powerful creatures, and he was not surprised by this. He judged that the creature occupying Aristotle Beta was the 8-legged black wolf, a mythical creature of the darkness pathway, which excels at concealment. Mythical creatures can hide all traces, misleading corresponding prying and divination. The Gene Seed Primarch's consciousness spread to the mind of every resident in the dome. If his guess was correct, the 8-legged black wolf should feed on people's dreams and nightmares. A person's mind is a true reflection of them, and even if a mythical creature wants to devour it, it will inevitably leave traces within it. Unless the 8-legged black wolf is a mythical creature of sequence 2 or higher, capable of making everything that happens unseen. But it clearly had not reached that level. It was discovered by Mikado and had even been witnessed by someone arriving by moonlight. The Gene Seed Primarch's consciousness, like moonlight, merged into the darkness, seeping into the mind of every dome resident. His superhuman brain quickly distinguished among the dreams of the people. Immediately, the Gene Seed Primarch made a discovery in the dream of a beautiful noblewoman wearing silver silk pajamas. The noblewoman ran through a forest, and behind her, a giant wolf, completely black, playfully pursued her. The noblewoman ran through the endless dark forest, terrified. She screamed for help, but the surroundings were silent. Whenever she stumbled and was about to be caught, the black wolf would miss, and she, tearfully, got up after her narrow escape and continued to flee. Apparently, this black wolf is toying with the noblewoman, likely feeding on her nightmares. As Ning Lu pondered, he had already identified the silver tower where the noblewoman resided. His consciousness covered the treasure hunting team members, the honor guard, and the hunters, instantly establishing a one-way psychic link with them. Only Sanchez, whose will was far beyond ordinary, could not be instantly invaded by the Gene Seed Primarch's mind. The Gene Seed Primarch sent a thought pulse to the Reaper Lord, "Open your mind to me." Sanchez did not hesitate. he immediately opened his mind to the Gene Seed Primarch as Ning Lu had instructed. When establishing a psychic link with their Gene Father, Sanchez, like the other Order shadows, felt as if he was bathed in gentle sunlight. Even though Ning Lu did not open his mind to them, the keenly perceptive Order shadows were immersed in their contact with their Gene Father. They felt as if they were being caressed by a father's large hand, but the intoxicatingly wonderful experience was soon broken. A more three-dimensional, multi-dimensional image of Aristotle Beta, more vivid than their memories before the operation, appeared in their minds. The height, width, and length of each building. They saw the fear, despair, and other emotions emanating from the residents of each household who were trapped in nightmares. Everyone instantly understood their mission from the thought pulse transmitted to them. They spread out through the dome like a net. The treasure hunting team was on the edge of the net, while Sanchez's target was between the Silver Tower and the outer perimeter of the dome. The Gene Seed Primarch moved faster than everyone else. He ran at full speed, the air exploding, and a black lightning bolt reached the Silver Tower in an instant. In the darkness, a voice chanting a poem began to sound, the song of tranquility gently ripples. The curled body unfurls within velvet. Stars fall as silver wind chimes. Humming a soothing lullaby. Time tiptoes with dewdrops, lest it crush the sleeping chrysalis in its swaddling clothes. In the depths of eternal night's folds, all is silent. The poem was peaceful and serene, inducing sleep. The Gene Seed Primarch keenly sensed that even his soul was affected by a mysterious force, becoming slow, as if it had gained peace of mind. Nightmares, extraordinary ability, forced dream pull. No, it's a qualitative change, a high sequence ability. Ning Lu, who had used Sequence 1 level extraordinary abilities with the help of the Hand of Order, immediately felt a similar power hidden within the soul-soothing ability. Moreover, compared to the high-level power Ning Lu used with his spirituality, its power was more complete. The Gene Seed Primarch's black pupils instantly expanded, filling his entire eye, and he directly entered the third layer of Telemaria mind realm, will is law. The philosophical concept of telema is, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Will is law, and everything submits to will. Following the Gene Seed Primarch's will, his psychic power instantly condensed into a scythe. The psychic scythe fell. Chapter 183 I am willing to be your pet. Peace and tranquility were shattered in an instant, as a surging psychic storm erupted between Ning Lu and the hidden eight-legged black wolf. The Gene Seed Primarch clearly perceived that, following his will, the psychic side heavily wounded the opponent. But the opponent remained hidden in the darkness, and he was unable to pinpoint its location. It's nearby, fleeing rapidly. My consciousness cannot find the hidden him, but the Order shadows should be able to detect it within a certain range using their senses. As soon as the Gene Seed Primarch thought of this, he sensed that Sanchez was surrounded by darkness, and a chanting sound arose. The song of tranquility gently sways. Deep within the folds of eternal night. All things are silent. The Gene Seed Primarch immediately injected psychic power into the Reaper Lord's mind through a psychic link, while also striding towards his position. Sanchez heard the poem and felt his consciousness slow down. He struggled to resist the influence of the mysterious power. Just as he was enduring, not yet falling asleep, a powerful force erupted within his mind. Sanchez instantly became clear-headed, and the Order shadows were about to activate subspace insight, when his black pupils suddenly dilated. Sanchez saw the black wolf treading through the air. Inheriting the keen perception of his Gene Father, he was nevertheless unable to sense its presence. A swarm of fiery crows quickly condensed around Pyromaniac. He allocated a bit of spirituality to each fiery crow generated by Fire Crow spell. He abruptly raised his hand, and the fiery crows, detached from his body, flew towards the eternal darkness under his control. Sanchez's Thunder Wolf swiftly lunged into the air, pouncing on the black wolf, which was larger than it. The Fenris wolves do not allow other wolves to leap before them. The black wolf's eyes flickered. The black armored giant below had not been pulled into a dream by its innate ability. If it were peacetime, he would stop and play with this interesting person for a while. But he had no time now, the terrifying creature behind him was closing in. The black wolf decided to immediately shake off the black armored giant below. Black mist rose, and eternal darkness swallowed the flock of crows. Sanchez vaguely saw 2 pairs of legs instantly grow from the black wolf's abdomen. 8 legs sliced through the sky, stirring up ripples. The thunder wolf, leaping into the air, lost focus in its pupils, and its massive body fell powerlessly. The brain cat, walking with a hunter's stride on the ground, comfortably lay down and fell into a dream. Sanchez felt his consciousness, his mind, and his soul all involuntarily slow down. If not for the continuous influx of psychic power from the Gene Father, he would have already fallen into slumber. Just as Sanchez was struggling to resist, the Gene Father's voice rang out. "Well done, leave the rest to me." The Gene Father's praise filled Sanchez with joy, and he was invigorated, awakening from his dazed state. He saw Ning Lu striding across Luna's silver spiral building, leaping high into the sky, and pouncing on the 8-legged black wolf. Golden force field light bloomed, the Gene Seed Primarch leaned forward, clenched his fist, and swung his arm. His body merged with a peculiar power, dragging afterimages as he collided with the black wolf, his fist striking the black wolf's back with irresistible and unavoidable force, causing powerful lethality. The sequence 1 level, death, slammed into the 8-legged black wolf, instantly making the newly grown 4 legs disappear. The black wolf was sent flying by a single punch, like a cannonball, crashing into the silver spiral building. Rumble. The entire silver tower collapsed with a crash, burying the black wolf in the rubble. Woo, woo, woo. The surrounding order shadows all heard terrified wails of distress. The black wolf felt with horror that the golden force field contained terrifying power. The terrifying destructive power was much more frightening than the blue force field it had encountered before. The black wolf had been hit by a blue force field before, but after it merged into darkness, it quickly recovered. Now it could feel that it would take a long time to recover. The difference in force field color was not the reason. The terrifying strength of the black armored giant was the cause of the terrifying destructive power. It ignored the pain in its body. It knew it had to enter a special state to possibly escape the giant. 1,000 years ago, it accidentally discovered that it could briefly enter an 8-legged state. In this state, its abilities were comprehensively enhanced, and only then would it be possible to escape the black armored giant. If it could maintain it for a long time, the black wolf was even confident of dragging the black armored giant into a dream through a war of attrition. The black wolf swayed and got up. Darkness spread around, and 2 more pairs of wolf legs grew from its abdomen. The song of tranquility gently sways. The second line of the chant had not yet fully resonated before it abruptly ceased. The Gene Seed Primarch flashed and appeared in front of the black wolf, delivering a punch. The blood-colored chain wrapped around Ning Lu's right pinky finger had established an initial connection with him during the voyage. He had already confirmed that the blood-colored chain was a magical item corresponding to the moon pathway, capable of greatly enhancing spiritual recovery. His superhuman body, accelerated by the blood-colored chain, could recover all spirituality within a few seconds. The golden disintegrating force field had not yet enveloped the black wolf, but an invisible, immense force had already lashed out at its body. The black wolf was exiled into the air by the sequence 1 level, exile, its black body spinning like a pinwheel, and its 2 pairs of abdominal legs instantly vanished. Ning Lu's black eyes flashed. Through these several confrontations, he had judged the black wolf's strength. The mythological creature form of the darkness pathway is the 8-legged demon wolf. Sequence 2 Beyonders and extraordinary creatures, mastering the complete mythological creature form, can maintain it continuously. The black wolf can only briefly enter the mythological creature form, and it seems incomplete. He should belong to the sequence 4 level, considered to have just stepped into this domain. While Ning Lu pondered, he pursued the black wolf, which had been exiled from Aristotle Beta, leaving the dome. Behind him were countless dome residents who had escaped the darkness created by the Black Wolf but had not yet woken up. Just outside the dome's temperature control system range, the Gene Seed Primarch sensed the moon's night, with temperatures below -100 degrees Celsius and a low-gravity environment. The Gene Seed Primarch slowed slightly, his superhuman body rapidly adapting to the drastic environmental changes. 2 steps later, the Gene Seed Primarch had adapted to the low-temperature, low-gravity lunar environment and pursued the Black Wolf. He caught up with the Black Wolf in a canyon 20 kilometers from Aristotle Beta. The temperature here was below -150 degrees Celsius. Ning Lu leapt into the air, kicking the Black Wolf's abdomen with both legs. Rumble. The Black Wolf crashed into the canyon, the immense impact raising a sky full of shattered rocks. The Gene Seed Primarch landed, smashing onto the Black Wolf's body. He swung his power fist, smashing it onto the Black Wolf's body. Boom, boom, boom. The Black Wolf was struck by heavy punches one after another. It struggled desperately, trying to throw off the black armored giant on its body. But the giant's strength completely suppressed it, and the violent power made the Black Wolf whimper and wail. After taking 11 heavy punches, the Black Wolf finally found an opportunity to block a heavy punch with its claws, and it found a chance to speak in standard High Gothic, intermittently saying, "Stop hitting me. I am willing to be your mount, your pet." The Black Wolf's eyes met the darkness even deeper than its own, and it keenly sensed that the black armored giant was considering whether to accept its proposal. It decided to increase its value in the black armored giant's eyes and spoke. "I can also find you other creatures like me." By the end, the Black Wolf could speak more fluently. Ning Lu gazed at the Black Wolf beneath him, pondering. A Sequence 4 level extraordinary creature would also be a help to me. When facing a powerful enemy, the Black Wolf's brief influence on the enemy would also increase my chances of winning. Lehman Russ has his Fenris Wolf brothers Frecky and Jerry. It wouldn't be bad for me to raise a stronger Black Wolf. Ning Lu had made his decision at this point. He naturally would not believe the Black Wolf's words, but he had a way to make the Black Wolf submit. Ning Lu got up, turned off the runes on his power fist, and the golden light dissipated. As the Black Wolf crawled up, revealing a fawning smile, Ning Lu flashed behind its head and delivered a punch. The Black Wolf's mind was full of confusion as it crashed to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 184, Complete Stormbird Data. Ning Lu opened his communicator and sent a message to Sanchez. "I have captured the Black Wolf." He placed his hands on the Black Wolf, and with a thought, brought it back to the disordered country, to the third layer of space. In the blood-like chain wrapped around his right little finger, blood seemed to flow slowly, emitting a spiritual glow. The Black Wolf was a Sequence 4 extraordinary creature. Besides establishing a connection with the third layer of the disordered country, Ning Lu also needed to use other methods to make it submit. Ning Lu's spirituality had fully recovered. With a thought, he reshaped the Silver Tower. Spirituality was continuously consumed and replenished until all scenes were reconstructed. The Gene Seed Primarch walked to the Black Wolf, threw it under the Silver Tower, and said with a smile, "You were once the nightmare of countless people, now it's time for you to experience the cycle of nightmares." As he pondered, Ning Lu's spirituality was instantly drained. The cyclical dream he prepared for the Black Wolf would continuously replay. After meeting Huang Laohan, his authority increased. Although he had not yet opened the fourth layer of space, his control over space further improved. By calling upon the disordered country, Ning Lu could construct such a cycle, as long as he replenished his spirituality before it ran out. The Gene Seed Primarch's eyes flickered with light and shadow, using subspace insight to peer into the cyclical area before him. A moment later, he gave up helplessly. "I can only vaguely perceive that some power, a power related to rules, is acting on this area, repeating in a cycle." After being promoted to Baron of Corruption and undergoing the first qualitative improvement, I should be able to somewhat grasp the mysteries contained within. After returning to the real world, Ning Lu boarded the gunboat and, on his way to the transport ship, he gazed through the observation window at the other side of the moon. Open black lens bracket. Although I know the primordial mother is in the Herodotus Omega Dome, Talab Vitra 37 has set up 7 layers of genetic seals. She is a powerful gene witch. It's not difficult for me to defeat her, but she could destroy the primordial mother before I break through the genetic seals. I cannot take the risk. It's better to wait until the solar war, when Abaddon raids the moon and she is forced to seek help, then I can seize the opportunity. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu further thought, if I act then, I can also win her loyalty. With a gene witch, research into Primaris space marines and genetic mysteries will also proceed more smoothly. Upon returning to the Wangquan Shadow, Ning Lu went back to the Primarch's office in the palace to handle affairs. My lord, I have communicated with the Ministry of Interior representative dispatched by the Hand Imprinter. The new casting world established by Mars in the star sector adjacent to Vostronia has already begun operation. According to your agreement with Lord Mikado, our supply burden has decreased by 20%. The representative from the Ministry of Interior conveyed the Hand Imprinter's gratitude. He also conveyed Lord Mikado's invitation, hoping you will attend the banquet held at the Imperial Palace tomorrow. Ning Lu nodded slightly. This was good news for the ongoing war in the Flame Wheel. What banquet? A banquet personally hosted by the Hand Imprinter for you and Russ. Besides that, noble families like Chief Saul of Terava have also requested a meeting with you. Ning Lu pondered for a moment and made a decision. I will attend the banquet and meet Chief Saul the day after. My lord, I have organized the documents and data sent by Tierney. Among them, the data on Tang, the tech warlord defeated by the Emperor at the end of the Age of Strife, is of the highest value. The Gene Lord's research into biological evolution and life extension technology, centered on genetic superiority and inferiority, holds research value. Ning Lu nodded. Even though Tang implemented cruel policies, and was even killed by fellow inmates after being imprisoned in the notorious Nusakan Bagam prison because he was despised by them, his research was valuable. Store the data and make 2 copies, giving one to Mikkel and the other to Malina Scala. My lord, besides the genetic data, there is also complete Stormbird data. The models recorded in it are different from those produced by the Indonesic group and the Mechanicus, who share manufacturing technology. There are special models with greater maneuverability and equipped with quantum domain repulsors. Upon hearing this, Ning Lu immediately became interested. The special model mentioned by the original body servant was similar to the characteristics of the Darkwing he knew. He remembered that the Stormbird was developed to replace the older Sky Lance gunboats during the Unification Wars, and its technology originated from the Indonesic group. The Indonesic group manufactured Stormbirds for the Imperium and shared the technology with the Mechanicus. The Stormhawk was a variant of the Stormbird, while the Darkwing was a special model used by the Raven Guard, possessing outstanding stealth capabilities. Tang was the warlord leader of the Indonesic group. He possessed more complete technology. Give the data to the tech sergeant for research. At the same moment, on Terra, the area once ruled by the tech warlord Tang was now Tierney's base. The Emperor, disgusted by the cruel policies of genetic superiority and inferiority implemented during Tang's rule, turned this place into ruins. Tierney's base was built upon these ruins. For the next period, your task is to prepare a dossier on the Terran nobles, including the temperament and behavior of the patriarchs, the history of their families, the treasures in their vaults. After Swindler arranged for his subordinates to prepare for the deception, he left the dilapidated palace and came to a circular ruin. This place was once an arena, now most of the buildings had collapsed. Tierney walked to the cage and said to the ginger-furred brain cat, "My abilities combined with yours will be an excellent combination. We will be excellent partners, trust me." Swindler's eloquence was extremely persuasive. The brain cat, though not highly intelligent but having been kept by humans for a long time, had deep blue eyes that seemed thoughtful. But when the brain cat was released from the cage, it immediately turned and ran outside. After advancing to Sequence 8 Swindler, Tierney's speed and agility improved. He flashed and blocked the brain cat's path. A flash of fire appeared in the brain cat's blue eyes, and several fireballs shot directly at Tierney. The moment Swindler's gaze met the blue eyes, he suddenly bent down and rolled forward. Boom! The flames struck inside the arena. As the shockwave from the flame burst, spread around, Swindler had already appeared in front of the brain cat. Didn't I tell you that you can't escape my grasp? When will you understand that following me is your only and best choice? Swindler's eloquence made the brain cat hesitate for a moment. Tierney's hand shot out and grabbed the brain cat. The brain cat let out a cat-like sound, and it angrily raised its paw. An invisible telekinetic force struck Tierney. Swindler was forced to let go. He leaned back, avoiding the heavy blow that slammed towards him. The brain cat landed on the ground, turned its head, and ran out of the theater. Swindler dodged the continuously incoming fireballs with abnormal agility, either by sidestepping, lunging forward, or rolling. The moment the brain cat was about to run out of the arena, Swindler had already appeared in front of it. Tierney shook his head and kicked the brain cat. I told you, you can't escape. An hour later, having completed the day's schedule of taming the brain cat, and having adapted to the agile movements of his promotion to Swindler through intense dodging and interception, Tierney sent it back to its cage. Afterward, he walked into a tower-shaped building, which was the best preserved structure in the ruins and also his residence. Swindler operated the control staff, brought up a holographic image of Terra, and muttered softly. To deceive those nobles, I must make them believe there is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they seize this opportunity, their families will soar. If they lose this opportunity, they will never have a chance to rise. As Swindler conceived his plan, Ning Lu, accompanied by Arsena, Sanchez, and the honor guard, arrived at the Imperial Palace banquet hall. Chapter 185, Mikado's gift for the Fire-Wheel Victor. Terra Imperial Palace, banquet hall. Servo skulls adorned with streamers drifted slowly back and forth in the air, repeatedly broadcasting synthesized audio. Mikado, regent of Terra, appointed by the Lord of Mankind, welcomes the Emperor's progeny, Ning Lu and Leman Russ. Ning Lu, Gene Seed Primarch of the 11th Legion, King of Vostronia. Leman Russ, Gene Seed Primarch of the 6th Legion, Wolf Lord of Fenris. Bronze braziers exhaled dark red tongues of flame, creating the atmosphere of a Fenrisian hearth. On the oak table, whole beef short ribs, their pink musculature exposed along the bone seams, crackled with fat exploding on cherry wood charcoal, resonating wonderfully with the hum of a jazz double bass. Waiters in white gloves served roasted suckling pigs with cracked skins. Beneath the burnt brown crispy skin, the translucent fat layer, like melted beeswax, slowly oozed along the angle of the carving knife. Black Angus tomahawk steaks sizzled against a 280-degree cast iron plate, searing deep brown caramel marks into the marble-like marbling. The chef in a linen shirt rang a brass bell, and 4 burly men carried an oak wine barrel. Mikado drank the mead in his cup and praised it, saying, "This mead doesn't show its true flavor until you've had 1,000 cups." The Fenrisians took only a few years to brew a mountain of fierce liquor that even heroes couldn't climb, and we took even longer to make it mellower. The Wolf Lord was delighted by the words. Mikado, drink as much mead as you wish. Ning Lu keenly perceived the hand imprinter's appreciation for Fenrisian mead and culture. Sure enough, just as I remembered, the Wolf Lord and Mikado have the best relationship. What happened to the supposed hatred for psychers? Ning Lu, you should also drink your fill of mead. I believe you will like it. Ning Lu sensed Mikado's intention. He wanted to foster a brotherly friendship between himself and Leman Russ. Perhaps he also wants to gain my and the Wolf Lord's support in the War Council. Before the formation of the Terra Council, the War Council was the Empire's de facto governing body. Besides the Emperor, Mikado, and the Chief Forgemaster of Mars, every Gene Seed Primarch and Custodian Guard Commander also held a seat in the council. I prefer Lurs Vort, Ning Lu said with a double meaning. The hand imprinter was silent for a moment upon hearing this, then changed the subject, saying, Ning Lu, I must express my gratitude. Your support for the Great Crusade has made the Empire's expansion in the Obscurus sector much smoother. I will also provide supplies for you and Russ in the war in the Flame Wheel star system." At this point, Mikado said with interest, "I heard Russ mention that you two are engaged in a series of hunting competitions. You and your progeny have won all victories. This time, cleansing the orcs in the Flame Wheel is a new hunting competition. I have prepared a gift. The one who severs the head of the Orc Empire's warlord will receive it." Ning Lu was startled. Mikado had also prepared an item for the Fire Wheel battle. "This is a change brought about by my arrival. The Emperor and I discussed who we thought would win. He and Horus favored you, but I favored Russ. The Fenrisians will transform into space wolves, they will shine in the stars. The outcome this time will be different." Mikado's eyes were deep. His words made the space wolves roar. Joran and other Fenrisians were undergoing transformation and attended as companions. Inik Lahivan, sitting next to him, looked provocatively at Sanchez. "Sanchez, you only won because I wasn't on Fenris. I will challenge you in the upcoming war and reclaim the Wolf Lord's sword. Only wild wolves are worthy of wielding the Wolf Lord's sword." Sanchez looked directly at the former 6th Legion master. In the early stages of the Great Crusade, only a handful of people could compare to Rashevan. But now he was merely a wolf lord of a great company of the Space Wolves, while he himself was no longer what he used to be. "I am a Reaper Lord, a Baron of the Black Duke Court who has received 3 blessings from the Gene Father." The provoker caressed his sword. "If you want it, come and get it, but you are destined to fail." "Wait." Ning Lu suddenly interrupted their verbal sparring. He gazed at Lehman Russ. "Since the sword was given, how can there be talk of reclaiming it? Your cub dares not accept the challenge. Dares not accept an honor duel between Astartes." The Wolf Lord used crude language to mask his use of Astartes' tradition to force Ning Lu to agree to the duel. Ning Lu waved his hand, stopping Sanchez from speaking. "My Reaper Lord naturally dares to accept challenges. But he is a commander, not a reckless brute with nothing to do. He cannot be challenged just because someone feels like it. To challenge him, you must offer something." Ning Lu didn't want Sanchez to face endless challenges from the wild wolves just for having a sharp blade. He had to set a threshold for this, so that Sanchez would gain something after winning. "I am not a brute. I am a wolf lord of the Space Wolves, not some nobody." Inik Lahivan shouted loudly, clenching his fists. If the person opposite him wasn't a Gene Seed Primarch, and if they weren't at the Imperial Regent's banquet, he would have rushed over to wash away his humiliation. Lehman Russ immediately understood Ning Lu's meaning upon hearing this. "I will put up a stake for my cub, but your cub won't get it. The victory will belong to Rashevan. I will also cut off the head of the Orc warlord. The wild wolves will prove in the Flame Wheel that we are the best hunters." Ning Lu's black eyes were deep. "The wild wolves are excellent hunters, victory belongs to the Order Shadows." Mikado saw the 2 legions and their progeny at loggerheads, and he sighed imperceptibly, an extra wrinkle appearing on his weathered face. "Let's see who wins after the orcs of the Flame Wheel are purged. I will prepare a gift worthy of the victor." The day after the banquet, Ning Lu met with Thor, the Patriarch of Terava, at his villa. Thor, dressed in a grey robe, said to the Gene Seed Primarch, "My lord, I have received a report from the Tricon system. My people have discovered a large amount of rare minerals beneath the Tricon main star and have established a new base there." He looked at Ning Lu with admiration. "My lord, the Tricon main star is truly admirable. It possesses the beautiful environment that Terra has long lost, and it is also an efficient industrial base." Environment and efficiency, these 2 contradictory concepts, are perfectly integrated in your world. The Gene Seed Primarch smiled as he listened to Thor's praise, then asked, "Then why have you come on this trip?" "I have come to seek your support. Terava wishes to grow and expand in the Tricon system, not just be limited to the main star. We have been providing weapons to the Emperor since the Unification Wars. Although the Mechanicus has now taken over this responsibility." Thor's expression darkened, but his eyes immediately brightened. "But after the Empire was established, we became responsible for the manufacturing and maintenance of the Custodian Guard's weapons. We will bring the dark age of technology that the Emperor shared with us, and these experiences, to Tricon. Ning Lu nodded in satisfaction. He stood up and said, Patriarch Thor, I wish Terava a soaring rise in Tricon and a shining presence in the galaxy. On the third day of his arrival on Terra, the Gene Seed Primarch met with the Patriarch of the Drake family, accompanied by 2 black armor warriors. Benefit: Planet Killer Blueprint. I splurged on a campaign book with last month's royalties, one I previously couldn't bring myself to buy. The main reason was the low cost effectiveness. Official novels of 200 to 300 pages cost tens of yuan, while a 120-page campaign book was 298 yuan. However, it really does contain some content not found elsewhere. At least, I've never seen any major figures share internal blueprints before. The Planet Killer Blueprint is the most valuable part. Any royal court member who sees it has at least earned 5 yuan to 120*298. In reality, I've earned tens of yuan. At least 1/5 of my decision to buy it was seeing someone else take a picture of this blueprint for me. The Planet Killer is a good ship, as are the Spirit of Vengeance and the Blackstone Fortress. So, they are all mine now. Black Crusade. No, Black Delivery. What? Chaos Corruption. I have, Sun, and, Perfector, Pathway Beyonders. Referring to the Rongguang Nuong class battleship of the Word Bearers, the Ash Chronicle, it was captured and purified by the Ultramarines and then given to the Avenging Goddess chapter for use. Of course, the Ash Chronicle will also belong to the 11th Legion in the future. Seriously, I will strive to make the Scarlet Land campaign exciting and detailed in the future. Finally, I ask for monthly votes. For the sake of this benefit, please cast your monthly votes. Chapter 186, Drake Family and Lucifer Blackguard. Inside the Gene Seed Primarch's villa, Ning Lu's gaze swept past Barton, the Drake family patriarch, to the black-armored warriors standing on either side behind him. The 2 black-armored warriors were robust, with broad, heavy shoulders and rigid legs like they were carved by knives and axes. Their weathered cheeks and necks were covered in pale scars. Ning Lu felt the powerful aura they exuded, which was no less than that of the Fenrisians, and he recognized their identities by the numerous medals from the Unification Wars pinned to their chests. He looked at Barton. Barton, are they Lucifer Blackguard? Barton, the Solar Auxilia commander, respectfully said, Yes, my lord. Please allow me to introduce them to you. Barton stepped aside to reveal the warrior standing on his left, wearing black ballistic armor, his right eye replaced by a bionic. Captain Theo. His swordsmanship is highly praised, even among the Lucifer Blackguard. Ning Lu's black eyes narrowed as he looked at the power sword at his waist. Theo's swordsmanship should be close to the limits of a mortal. He remembered that Chain, a Lucifer Blackguard captain, had excellent swordsmanship, once exchanged several blows with Alfarius, and left a sword wound on him. Although Alfarius was actually impersonated by a First Company captain of the 20th Legion, a First Company captain during the Legion era had combat power far exceeding that of a typical Astartes. Barton then turned to his right, revealing another warrior with a mechanical arm, wearing a ballistic jacket. Shield Guard Laurent. He once blocked 10 of Theo's sword strikes. Ning Lu gazed at the ancient medals on the chests of the 2 black-armored warriors. The Lucifer Blackguard made immense sacrifices during the Unification Wars. Your achievements are admirable. Upon receiving praise from the Gene Seed Primarch, Theo and Laurent both felt honored, and they bowed slightly. Primarch above, thank you for your praise. Barton, nearing 40, sighed, My lord, precisely because of their great sacrifices, there are now fewer than 100 of them. Captain Theo has only 1 warrior under his command, Laurent. The mighty army that once swept across battlefields now serves as bodyguards for high-ranking officers. The 2 Lucifer Blackguard members showed complex expressions, a mix of nostalgia for the past and sadness for their current predicament. Ning Lu nodded slightly. He knew that the Lucifer Blackguard had not been rebuilt throughout the Great Crusade. After the Horus Heresy, they were rebuilt to serve as elite household guards protecting the Imperial Palace, and also frequently as bodyguards for Terra nobles and high lords. Knowing the Lucifer Black Guard's current situation and future, he had already guessed Theo and Lawrence's purpose, but he wanted them to state it themselves. "What is the purpose of your visit?" Theo stepped forward and spoke. "My lord, please provide us with assistance to rebuild the Lucifer Black Guard." Ning Lu tapped his fingers lightly on the back of his chair. "Why do you seek my help? Did the hand imprinter not help you?" Barton spoke before Theo, explaining to the Gene Seed Primarch. "My lord, Lord Mikado is busy with countless affairs and has no time to attend to this matter." He hesitated for a moment, then continued. "Furthermore, although the Lucifer Black Guard does not have very high equipment requirements, the training time and resources for each warrior far exceed the standards of the Solar Auxilia." Ning Lu nodded slightly, already understanding why the Lucifer Black Guard had not been rebuilt during the Great Crusade. Although the Lucifer Black Guard was stronger than many auxiliary army units, they took too long to train, and their combat power was not as good as that of the Astartes. It was better to train Astartes than to train the Lucifer Black Guard. The Great Crusade consumed enormous resources, so Mikado naturally would not waste effort on the inefficient Lucifer Black Guard. "The worlds under your rule, my lord, are prosperous, populous, and rich in resources, capable of helping the Lucifer Black Guard return to its peak." After Barton stated their purpose, Theo and Lawrence's hearts sank when they saw that the Gene Seed Primarch did not speak. "Without them, who will guard you?" Upon hearing that the Gene Seed Primarch was actually considering him, Barton felt a warm current surge through his body, and he puffed out his chest. "My lord, I am not so old that I cannot hold a sword, and the Drake family also has elite guards, though they are far from Theo and his men. Theo and Laurent are my guards, but more importantly, my friends, my brothers. We fought side by side. I hope they can restore the glory of the Lucifer Black Guard." Theo and Laurent looked at Barton gratefully. Ning Lu took in the expressions of all three and said with a smile, "Barton, your safety is also very important. Among my subordinates, there are many warriors who have not undergone complete modification surgery. There are over 15,000 Vostonia auxiliary warriors who have undergone at least one modification surgery." Ning Lu's support for the Lucifer Black Guard's rebuilding was precisely for this reason. He hoped that some auxiliary army warriors, after being steeped in Lucifer Black Guard culture and rigorous training, would become even more excellent warriors. "I will select elites to provide you with guards. Terrava is relatively independent, and the Drake family is the largest family fully subordinate to the Imperium that has pledged allegiance to the Gene Seed Primarch. Most of the Terra forces currently allied with Ning Lu are military factions. The Drake family has served in the military for generations, and its members all hold positions in the Solar Auxilia. In his memory, the Drake family flourished and continued for 10,000 years, with family members serving as Lord Commanders of the Astra Militarum in every generation. Even the ostracized collateral branches would receive a letter of marque, becoming rogue traitors. Sending guards could both protect Barton's safety and exert influence over the Drake family. Ning Lu looked at the two black armored warriors and said, "You can select the first batch of recruits from the auxiliary army to quickly recover. You can also select new recruits from the worlds under my rule. In worlds outside Vostronia, your priority is only lower than that of the legions. You will receive weapon and equipment replenishment. Every soldier can at least be equipped with carapace armor, and officers above captain level can receive artificer power armor." Theo and Laurent did not expect the Gene Seed Primarch to not only be willing to provide help but also to treat them so favorably. Both knelt on one knee. "My lord, the Lucifer Black Guard will swear to serve you until death. Whatever you command, we shall obey." Ning Lu rose from the throne, came before the two, and helped them up. "No need for such formality," he said, turning to the original body servant, "Arsena, take them. Barton, you stay." After the original body servant led the two Lucifer Black Guard members away, Ning Lu said to Barton, "You should know that my legion has already controlled 6 star systems, with Necromunda as the core." "My lord, I know. A beautiful lightning strike by 6 battle groups. Barton's eyes gleamed. He pledged allegiance to Ning Lu because he admired the Gene Seed Primarch's swift and precise strikes. The Shadow Moon Wolves' attacks were fiercer and their achievements more noticeable, but the Order's shadows were more precise and lethal, and they brought a new order to the reconquered worlds. Compared to Horus, Barton admired Ning Lu more. Necromunda is populous, but it has not been fully utilized. I need elite solar auxilia to go there and reform the old armies. Ning Lu would not leave the 4th battle group in Necromunda for long. Once Adam's established order, he would transfer the Death Lord away. My lord, I will select retired elites from the Drake family and its affiliated families. They will take their elite soldiers to Necromunda to forge loyal, elite armies for you. As Ning Lu met with numerous families, within the Nation of Disorder, the Black Wolf began to experience a nightmare cycle. Chapter 187. The final assessment confrontation between the 11th Battle Group and the 1st Battle Group. Nation of Disorder, 3rd True Space. The Black Wolf tilted its head, curiously examining the silver tower in front of it. Where did the black armored giant go? The Black Wolf suddenly shook its head, expelling the terrifying black armored giant from its mind. It had originally submitted temporarily due to circumstances, waiting for the black armored giant to relax its guard before finding an opportunity to escape. The disappearance of the black armored giant couldn't be better, no matter the reason. The weakened Black Wolf gazed greedily at the silver spiral high tower. It remembered the noble girl's nightmare, so fresh and pure. The Black Wolf's eyes flashed, and it immediately pulled the noble girl into a dream. Chasing, toying. After enjoying it 5 times, the Black Wolf decided to swallow the girl's nightmare. Just as it was about to devour the girl's nightmare, it felt a terrifying aura approaching. The Black Wolf twisted its body and fled. It didn't encounter the black armored giant who could cast fire spells again. Ning Lu simplified the cyclic process, highlighting himself to leave a deep impression in the Black Wolf's mind. A moment later, the Black Wolf was once again sent flying, landing on the ground in a sorry state. The Black Wolf lay resentfully at the black armored giant's feet. It became even more determined to find an opportunity to escape, but it spoke ingratiatingly like a pet dog. I am willing to be your pet. The next instant, the scene changed abruptly, and the Black Wolf found itself back beside the silver tower. It looked around with surprise and uncertainty. What's going on? The Black Wolf looked around, then cast a lingering glance at the top of the silver tower, before turning and fleeing. After more than a dozen consecutive cycles, it lay on the ground like a salted fish, physically and mentally exhausted, and said, "If you want to kill me, just kill me, don't torment me anymore." The Black Wolf lay comfortably for a long time. It found that it was still alive, and when it opened its eyes, it realized it was lying beside the silver tower. The Black Wolf flipped over and stood up, a fierce glint in its black eyes. Since it couldn't escape, it would eat its fill. The Black Wolf pulled the noble girl into a dream. Its body trembled as a terrifying aura approached, and it struggled to control its instinct to flee. It quickly created a nightmare, then eagerly pounced on the food. The next moment, the Black Wolf found that the nightmare it had swallowed shattered like a bubble. There was nothing, as if it had just had a dream. As it was sent flying, the Black Wolf thought sadly, "This is truly a nightmare from which I cannot wake up. I create nightmares every night, and now I'm trapped in a nightmare." The Black Wolf immediately understood many words it had encountered in its dreams but hadn't comprehended. Irony, self-inflicted, evil begets evil, life worse than death. While the Black Wolf was in its cyclical reincarnation, Ning Lu received a report that Mikkel had arrived after meeting with 23 families on Terra. The Gene Seed Primarch immediately returned to the Wangquan Shadow. Through questioning and observing the aura colors, Ning Lu confirmed that he had digested the apothecary potion. Ning Lu then returned to the Nation of Disorder, and prepared the sequence 8 inches Beast Tamer potion, using Fenris's largest mammoth as the main ingredient. Inside the Primarch's office in the palace, Mikkel, who was restraining his scattered power, said in a low voice, "Beast Tamer." The orange-furred brain cat beside him suddenly sprang up and leapt aside. In the brain cat's mind, nightmare memories surfaced. It had been tormented repeatedly by the black-armored giant with various elixirs. It only calmed down after feeling familiarity and comfort from the mind link. The ginger-furred brain cat lying on the ground beside Ning Lu bristled. Through the mind link, Ning Lu could feel the brain cat's thoughts. The brain cat instinctively felt that Mikkel was very dangerous, its natural enemy. The Gene Seed Primarch stopped the brain cat from using psychic spells through the mind link, but it didn't lie down again, its dark eyes vigilantly staring at the beast tamer. Ning Lu's lips curved into an arc. The brain cat's reactions were very interesting, he said with a smile. That's right, I have a mission for you. After you complete this mission, you will be able to master the power I bestow upon you. Father, please speak. Go to the 7th battle group, tame those thunder wolves, and breed wolf pups. After Mikkel accepted the command, Ning Lu asked again. How many apothecaries and servants does the Legion currently have? The Legion currently has 52 official apothecaries and 134 apprentices. 1,384 servants are capable of performing modification surgeries. Ning Lu nodded with satisfaction, then said. When dispatching apprentices to the Selena gene cult on the moon for study, in addition to modification knowledge, emphasis should also be placed on learning communication signals and language. The chief apothecary recalled that during his training on the moon, he noticed that the communication signals used by the Selena gene cult differed significantly from the Imperial common signals. They used an organic form of gene binary code, a rotating cipher language technology based on the sender's unique gene sequence. Mikkel left thoughtfully, secretly pondering the deeper meaning in the Gene Seed Primarch's command. The 3 battle groups of the 11th Legion, according to the Gene Seed Primarch's command, gathered in the solar system. In Exemplar City, Vostronia, Perkasielny, dressed in a black robe and about to enter the Arbiter Hall, had memories rapidly flash through his mind. In his memories, there were both vague images and vivid, profound experiences. After passing the recruit selection, he and other candidates boarded a void ship together. The subsequent modifications were all completed on the medical deck, the cold operating room, the hard bed board, and the metal training cages on the training deck together formed his vague and monotonous memories on the void ship. Experiences in training facilities across various worlds were clearer and more vivid. The urban training base in Vostronia, the endurance and adaptability training facilities in Sea Cradle, the high-gravity training base in the Ape-Man Galaxy. Perkasielny consistently performed excellently, receiving an A+ rating from every instructor. Today was the final assessment he had to face, an assessment unique to the 11th Battle Group. Perkasielny was to act as a lawyer and defend his client. Having undergone all modification surgeries, did not need a data slate, all the case files were exceptionally clear in his mind. Knew that all new recruits, during their final assessment, defended individuals who, in a strict sense, violated the laws of Vostronia. They did not violate the Monarch's Iron Law, established by the Gene Seed Primarch, but rather the open double-angle bracket omniscia guide close double-angle bracket, which was still used on a small scale. After the Gene Seed Primarch unified Vostronia, he did not abolish the entire open double-angle bracket omniscia guide close double-angle bracket. He retained its essence to ensure that factory facilities continued to operate efficiently. Who had undergone thought training, understood that this was an embodiment of the Gene Seed Primarch's philosophy of utilizing rules. The regulations in the open double-angle bracket omniscia guide close double-angle bracket were effective in industrial production and should be put to good use. Strode into the Arbiter Hall and immediately looked at the Arbiter in the main seat. He knew that today's opponent was a candidate from the 1st Battle Group. In the entire Legion, only the 1st Battle Group and the 11th Battle Group had all their new recruits from Vostronia. The 1st Battle Group and the 11th Battle Group did not accept new recruits from other worlds, including Terra and Sea Cradle. This was a regulation set by the Gene Seed Primarch. The arbitration system from before the Gene Seed Primarch's descent remained. In the final assessment, candidates from the 1st Battle Group and the 11th Battle Group would act as arbiters and lawyers respectively, engaging in a confrontation, which was a continuation of tradition. As the top-ranked candidate in the 11th Battle Group, his opponent was the top-ranked candidate from the 1st Battle Group in the same period, and the second-ranked of the 11th Battle Group's opponent was the second-ranked of the 1st Battle Group, and so on. Only one of them might pass the final assessment, unless both performed exceptionally well, receiving a passing evaluation from all jurors, in which case they could both pass. Those who pass the assessment will receive black power armor and become True Order shadows. Those who fail will have to undergo special training with their battle group again and await the next final assessment. Chapter 188, defeated by the Gene Seed Primarch, and then by his descendants. Third update, please vote for monthly tickets. Pell took a deep breath and looked at the arbitration panel, where 3 arbiters sat, from the Honor Guard, 1st Battle Group, and 11th Battle Group, respectively. There was not a single member from the Ministry of Law in the entire arbitration hall. Vostronia, in its laws, did not enforce imperial law and was not affected by the Ministry of Law. Pell walked into the defense stand. He was the first 11th Battle Group candidate to undergo the final assessment, and he had to defend the battle group's honor. The candidate from the 1st Battle Group looked at his opponent, picked up the gavel, and struck it once. Prosecuting attorney, please present your opening statement. Golovin, who had once been defeated by Ning Lu, now had white hair. Tezvok's first gold medal lawyer, after being defeated by the seemingly 10-year-old boy Ning Lu, had been disheartened, considering himself useless and wandering bars to drown his sorrows in alcohol. But in just 1 year, Ning Lu unified Vostronia and was crowned king. Feeling that he was not in the same world as the king who had created miracles, Golovin regained his confidence, and his career continued to rise, becoming Vostronia's first lawyer. Later, when he learned that the king was not an ordinary person but a Gene Seed Primarch, he was completely relieved. Today, he did not charge any defense fees, only to defeat the king's descendant. Golovin glanced at the giant opponent across from him. He took a deep breath, suppressed the fear in his heart, and let professionalism and the desire for victory overcome his fear. Your Honor, the defendant Greenwood's laser gun manufacturing factory violated Chapter 11, Factory Governance Regulations, Article 11, Factory Management Rules, and Article 5 of the Detailed Rules of the Open Double-Angle Bracket Omniscia Guide Close Double-Angle Bracket. No process shall be altered without certification and approval. Unauthorized changes to production processes can lead to production hazards and even affect the dome and the entire hive city. As Golovin spoke, he operated a data pad to display a holographic image. A005 ammunition factory in the bottom nest once caused an explosion due to unauthorized changes in production procedures, resulting in the death of 404 workers. The arbiter looked at Golovin's impassioned speech. By ordinary standards, his performance was excellent. After 11 minutes of presentation, the nobles and merchants in the audience applauded thunderously, paying tribute to the gold medal lawyer's outstanding presentation. Golovin looked at his giant opponent with full confidence, then said in a deep voice, "Your Honor, my statement is complete. I ask for your and the arbiter's clear judgment." Pell calmly stood up under the gaze of his opponent and the 3 order shadows. Arbiter, 3 arbiters, it is true that Greenwood violated the detailed rules of the Open Double-Angle Bracket Omniscia Guide Close Double-Angle Bracket. However, when Howard Fend implemented reforms in Vostronia, he added an annotation to the Open Double-Angle Bracket Omniscia Guide Close Double-Angle Bracket. The annotation in Chapter 11 stipulates that factory owners, after undergoing 2 standard steps of analysis and experimentation, if they can prove that the improvements are effective and no accidents occur in 33 experimental runs, can use the improved process while the report is being approved. As Pell spoke, he operated the data pad, displaying data and images one by one. Golovin's face turned ashen. He realized that this time he might lose to the king's descendant again. After his last failure, he had mastered 200 million words of supplementary legal provisions, but today he failed because he had not mastered the annotations. 500 million annotations, only superhumans who have undergone modification surgery can remember them. He looked at Pell, and the black-robed giant slowly overlapped with the figure in his memory. He was momentarily in a trance. The Arbiter sighed. Victory was important, but the spirit of a just Arbiter was more important. Moreover, he also knew that maintaining impartiality was an important assessment criterion in the Arbiter's evaluation of him. He picked up the gavel and struck it heavily. Defendant Greenwood is innocent. Golovin then came to his senses. He once again left, treading the path of defeat. 5 days later, he would step into the arbitration court again, and the defending lawyer would still be the king's prospective descendant. As far as he knew, that was the 1133rd assessment of the Order Shadow's final assessment. 5 minutes later, all the audience left the arbitration hall. The honor guard member from the 4th battle group showed a hint of a smile on his stern face. Both of you have passed the final assessment. You will receive your power armor and become true Order Shadows. Facing the Arbiter's puzzled gaze, the Arbiter from the 1st battle group spoke. The most crucial indicator for evaluating an Arbiter is to remain unaffected by the eloquence of both the prosecution and the defense, to restrain the temptation to become a Legion warrior, and to always maintain an impartial attitude. This is what a true Arbiter is, and it is also Howard Fenn's requirement. 11 days later, in Vostronia's high-altitude orbit, Perkasielny, clad in black power armor, stood before the observation window, gazing at his home world, Vostronia, which was growing smaller and smaller. His heart stirred. Having just become a full-fledged Order Shadow, he could now follow the Gene Seed Primarch to participate in the war against the Orcs in the Flame Wheel star system. At the same time Pell departed for the Flame Wheel, Wilshire of the 2nd Battle Group had already joined the Wenquan Shadow. As a Terra recruit, he underwent modifications on the Moon. As the 2nd-place finisher in his cohort, after completing initial training, he should have, like the other top 15 trainees, become a candidate for the Shadow Moon Wolves. However, before undergoing the modification surgery, Bradshaw of the Order Shadows, 11th Battle Group found him and extended an invitation, making Wilshire feel that his instructor placed special importance on him. After Wilshire requested 5 days to consider, he began to learn everything he could find about the Gene Seed Primarch Ning Lu and the 11th Legion. He asked Hollis, another instructor from the Order Shadows, 1st Battle Group, about the Gene Seed Primarches and the Legion's philosophy. The Primarch's former Honor Guard member gave him a relatively detailed answer. The philosophy of using rules, precise strikes, and establishing order deeply attracted Wilshire. Compared to the Shadow Moon Wolves, gang culture, the Order Shadows philosophy appealed to him more and suited him better. He also learned that the king not only found the First Night World but also provided supplies for the Great Crusade. The Gene Seed Primarch leading 6 battle groups to launch a swift strike against the Round Spider Alliance simultaneously became a classic battle example discussed at the Moon Training Base and Strategic Analysis Room. The lecturer's limited understanding of the war could not satisfy the candidate's curiosity, but it made Wilshire even more interested. After careful consideration, he finally accepted Bradshaw's invitation. Afterward, Wilshire worried that, according to his performance, he should have been assigned to the Shadow Moon Wolves. Later, Bradshaw, by some means unknown, which Wilshire speculated involved the utilization of certain rules and an exchange of interests, managed to get him assigned. Ultimately, he and other specially invited boys joined the Order Shadows separate candidate training camp. As a key training subject for Bradshaw and Hollis, he received much stricter training than others. Space training on abandoned warships near Pluto, hunting training in the Necromunda bottom nest, armored vehicle driving training on the agricultural world plains. He ranked first in all training programs among the final total of 1,133 candidates. Wilshire thus became the only new recruit jointly recommended by the 2 former Honor Guard members to serve as a member of the Honor Guard, attending the Gene Seed Primarch. Chapter 189, The Observer. Upon arriving at the Worthy Shadow, Wilshire felt a slight discomfort the moment he stepped into the palace. Obsidian, defying the laws of physics, tilted haphazardly to support the dome. 12 metal rods extending downwards from the dome, and the banners of various battle groups hanging from their bottoms, were arranged asymmetrically, 3 on the left, 4 on the right, and 5 in the center. Inside the Grand Palace, dark jade floor tiles spread out asymmetrically in a Fibonacci sequence of dot spacing. The flagship has been imprinted with the Primarch's mark. Wilshire had learned from Bradshaw, who was both his mentor and friend, that the Primarch preferred black and asymmetrical architectural structures. Vostronia, his home world which he had not yet visited, featured such designs in the Legion monastery currently under construction. Wilshire followed the Fibonacci sequence path to the monarch's court. The court was divided into 2 areas, with Astartes commanders seated in one and fleet officers in the other. The Astartes walked to the left area and sat in the last row. Bradshaw had reminded him that as a newcomer to the honor guard, he should listen to everyone speak but not speak himself. After taking his seat, Wilshire looked to the front of his area, where James, the Lord of the 2nd Battle Group, Sanchez, the Lord of the 7th Battle Group, and Chief Apothecary Mikel sat closest to the Primarch. On the other side, Lady Captain Diana Boland, the flagship's captain, sat closest to the Primarch's throne. 15 minutes later, the War Council began on time. Arsena Dunn raised his control staff and projected a holographic image of the Flame Wheel star system into the air of the court. At the same time, the surrounding display screens lit up, showing different aspects of the imagery. Gentlemen, after Imperial scout ships infiltrated the Flame Wheel star system, they conducted a comprehensive scan of the entire system. The Orc fleet numbers over 1,000 vessels, most of which are cobbled together from scrap metal. The tech priests completely fail to comprehend how they managed to fly through the void. It is worth noting that there are an unknown number of capital ships within the Greenskin fleet. After the original body servant introduced the general situation of the Flame Wheel star system, Ning Lu spoke. The orcs in the Flame Wheel are numerous, representing the 11th Legion's greatest challenge to date. I want to hear your strategic ideas. Diana leaned back in her leather chair, entering an observer state, like a bystander, her blue-green eyes scrutinizing the Astartes on the other side. She saw James rise first. From the original body servant's introduction, we know that the situation in the Flame Wheel is unclear. Therefore, we should adopt a steady advance tactic, centered around the worthy shadow. The observer, with her keen and independent perception, caught the 2nd Battle Group's lord hesitate for a moment, a flicker of jealousy in his eyes, before James continued to speak. Using the Void Hunter's range advantage to strike at orc warships, the frenzied greenskins, unwilling to be slowly devoured by us, will launch an attack. My flagship will become the orcs' nightmare, inflicting cruel blows upon the Xenos. Wilshire frowned upon hearing this, looking at the Lord's back and thinking to himself. Lord James is too conservative. According to this strategy, facing tens of times more orc warships, the losses would be too great. The observer discerned his jealousy from James's almost imperceptible movements, and combining it with her understanding of the Legion's situation, she thought to herself. Open black lens bracket Sanchez and other lords have achieved brilliant victories, making James's achievements seem much dimmer. He wants to win the monarch's favor, but he lacks creative strategic thinking. The plan he proposes is to prove himself and the 2nd Battle Group to the Primarch through direct combat. The observer thought of this and looked up at the Primarch. The Lady Captain was the person, apart from the original body servant and honor guard members, who most frequently saw the Primarch, and was more accustomed to looking directly at Ning Lu than others. A moment later, the observer reluctantly gave up and retracted her gaze. The Primarch's expression was normal, she could not deduce Ning Lu's thoughts from any expression or action. Diana began to recall past battle examples commanded by the Primarch. Relying on the observer's powerful memory, she recalled all the content she had seen. Although I can't discern the Primarch's thoughts, James's plan probably doesn't align with Lord Ning Lu's strategic thinking. While the Lady Captain was contemplating, James took his seat, and Sanchez then rose. Although there are many orc warships, most pose little threat. We should adopt a swift strike strategy, launching decapitating strikes against large greenskin warships. This strategy has an advantage. Without large warships as support, the threat of those dilapidated ships will significantly decrease. If we engage in a war of attrition, they will use large warships to launch attacks. As far as I know, orc warships often employ crude ramming tactics. Wilshire's brows relaxed slightly upon hearing this. He believed that the 7th Battle Group's lord had proposed a superior plan to his own lord's, but it was too risky, and the Legion would still suffer considerable losses. While Wilshire fell into contemplation, thinking of a better plan, Diana was also observing Sanchez. The observer saw flickering flames in Sanchez's eyes, capturing the soaring fighting spirit and zeal within them. Sanchez made a wager with Inic Laheven, the Wolf Lord of the Space Wolves, betting on who could first purify a planet of greenskins. The Reaper Lord urgently wanted to launch an attack as quickly as possible. The observer then recalled Sanchez's past battle reports. The plan he proposed also aligned with his previous tactical approaches. Diana looked up at the Primarch again. After becoming the observer, her enhanced mental capacity made her more resilient to pressure than before. When Sanchez took his seat, Wilshire had not thought of a better plan, and the observer still could not discern any answers from Ning Lu's face. Just as the observer was about to retract her gaze, she saw the Primarch's deep eyes look over, and she was forced to disengage from her transcendent state. Diana, what is your plan? The lady captain stood up. My lord, I believe both lords' plans have their advantages. I think they can be combined. Oh, Ning Lu said with interest, tapping his fingers on the back of his chair, speak. The worthy shadow will draw the orc fleet's fire, while the Void Hunter seizes the opportunity to launch swift strikes, and the capital ships intercept ramming enemy vessels. After the 5th and 11th Battle Group warships arrive, they will initiate the final encirclement and annihilation. Wilshire's eyes lit up as he looked at the lady captain. Her proposed plan was more complete and would result in fewer losses. It was more militarily feasible and politically took into account the ideas of both lords. The Gene Father indeed knows how to use people well, appointing her as the flagship's captain. As Order Shadows contemplated, he indeed heard the Primarch speak. Diana's suggestion is feasible, effectively combining James's and Sanchez's strategies. I order the fleet to be divided into 3. Uranus, 4 light-years from the Flame Wheel, on 2 routes, will serve as a supply transfer point. Ning Lu swiftly issued commands, and the massive fleet set sail under the Primarch's dispatch. After the War Council ended, Wilshire left with other Honor Guard members from the 2nd Battle Group. Wilshire, I'll take you to the mess hall. You haven't tried Fenrisian Kraken steak, have you? Kraken, what is that? Sea monsters. The large ones can be several kilometers long, some even longer than a Rongguang Nuong class battleship. As a new member of the Honor Guard, he had not been to Fenris, but the story of the Gene Father defeating another Gene Seed Primarch still fascinated him. The father and the Wolf Lord of Fenris had a hunting competition. The Kraken was the prize, its meat was distributed to the various fleets. 5 Relic-class battleships even sent some meat to the various battle groups. Unfortunately, our battle group has not yet received a reward from the Primarch. Wilshire caught up to his comrade's jumpy thoughts. I know the Wolf Lord lost to the Gene Father. At the same moment, Uranus, Cezanne Slaughter, holding the sword forged by Val, the god of forging, spoke to the Eldar warriors before him. I have received a revelation that chaos will perish along with humanity. The threads of fate have recently shown another change. Ning Lu will obtain Jushin's spear, becoming the weapon of the Lord of the Monkey Pack. He will be a variable in the threads of fate. We must kill Ning Lu on Uranus before the Flame Wheel War breaks out, so that the Fenrisian wolf gets it. To ensure the annihilation of the variable, I have spent 10 years weaving the threads and devising a complete series of plans. Ning Lu must die. He cannot obtain Jushin's spear. In the 9th week of the ship's journey, the worthy Shadow received a distress signal from Uranus. Chapter 190, The Avengers of Biel Tan. On the Wangquan Shadow, Ning Lu sat on his throne, listening to Arsena Dunn's urgent report. My lord, Orenis has sent an urgent distress report. Francis Solar, the imperial governor, has sent an urgent distress message. A large number of Eldar have suddenly appeared on the planet. Governor Solar led his troops in resistance, but they were defeated repeatedly and are now retreating to the governor's mansion for a final stand. Ning Lu recalled that the Sesic family was a noble family loyal to him, and Orenis was an important supply point for the Battle of the Flame Wheel, so he decided to go to their aid. After the Wangquan shadow docked in high orbit above Orenis, the Gene Seed Primarch led the Honor Guard members aboard 5 Stormbirds and flew towards the governor's mansion. En route, an original body servant noticed the Gene Seed Primarch's gaze on the Stormbird's inner wall and spoke. My lord, the tech sergeant has made progress in studying the complete Stormbird data, especially concerning the quantum domain repulsor. Based on the current research progress, we expect to achieve substantial progress in 5 months and manufacture the first experimental prototype aircraft. Ning Lu nodded, turning his gaze out the viewing window towards the governor's mansion. As his dark eyes swept across, the first thing that caught his eye was a green heavy aircraft. The moment he saw the green heavy tank, Ning Lu recognized the ark it belonged to. Beal Tan, the ark with the strongest Eldar military might. The Void Weaver is a tank unique to Beal Tan. Its doomsday weaving cannon not only fires monomolecular threads but also spews out large quantities of bacteria and spirit bone parasites. They will dissolve everything, even the spores of the Eldar's old adversaries, the orcs, will leave no trace. Although Void Weaver tanks are effective, many Eldar despise this method of killing. They view this heavy tank as an abomination. For the Eldar, bacteria and spirit bone parasites are meant to reshape worlds. Their purpose is to create life, not to kill. Only Beal Tan, dedicated to restoring the glory of the ancient Eldar Empire, uses this tank. Ning Lu, who was about to campaign against the Orc Empire, couldn't help but think, isn't this a gift? Capture the Void Weaver for research. If we can cultivate spirit bone parasites, the war on the Flame Wheel, and even future wars with the orcs, will go much smoother. Ning Lu scanned other vehicles and Eldar, identifying the runes on their bodies. The Eldar attacking Orenis had runes on their bodies composed of 3 parts, a heart shape, a semicircle, and a cross, from top to bottom. It really is Beal Tan. For Beal Tan, the runes not only symbolize reincarnation and rebirth but also the return of old days, embodying their ambition to restore their nation. Fire. Hearing the Gene Seed Primarch's command, the Stormbird launched 6 Terror Strike missiles, locking onto the Void Weaver. The missiles, trailing exhaust plumes, shrieked as they smashed into the bifurcated tip of the Eldar heavy tank's green body. The Void Weaver spewed black smoke and spun, plummeting. The Vol engine roared, and the Doomsday Weaving cannon unleashed a sky full of monomolecular threads, firing at the Stormbird. The Void Shield generator emitted a piercing buzzing alarm, which only stopped after several seconds. The 4 twin-linked laser cannons and 3 twin-linked heavy bolt guns on the turret fired blinding beams and dense volleys of explosive shells at the ground. More than a dozen Avengers in green armor were torn apart by the concentrated firepower. Before the Stormbird landed, Ning Lu had already opened the hatch and leapt out. Upon landing, the Gene Seed Primarch immediately charged, crashing into the Avengers wearing Blue Branch war armor. In the eternal war of the galaxy, most Eldar choose the warrior path. They are different from the militia, guardians, who only take up arms when faced with crisis. They are fully devoted to the art of war, dedicating every breath to the pursuit of military perfection. The warrior path is complex and long, with multiple branches. Each branch is called a combat branch, representing a different aspect of the Eldar war god, Kala Mensha Kane. Warriors of the Avenger branch originate from the first Phoenix Lord, Asurman. After the fall of the Eldar, Asurman led his arc far from the ancient Eldar Empire's homeworlds and established the first warrior branch shrine there, the Avenger Shrine. Wearing ornate feathered headdresses made from the manes of green alien creatures, the Avengers, more distinguished than their kin, raised their shuriken catapults and launched a precise, covering attack on Ning Lu. Shuriken weapons are almost synonymous with the Eldar, but most Eldar, such as Guardians, cannot precisely control their attacks. Their monomolecular thread-covering attacks are more precise than human marksmen. The branch warriors of the Avenger Shrine are different. Their faith stems from the war god Cain's wrath towards Vol, the god of the Forge. In Eldar mythology, Lilith, the goddess of dreams, had a dream that the Eldar would destroy Cain. Lilith's dreams have precise prophetic qualities. Upon learning of the prophecy, Cain naturally began to slaughter the Eldar. Isha, the goddess of life, pleaded with the chief god Asurion to save her children. Asurion, the Phoenix King, granted her request and erected a barrier between the warp and the physical universe, stipulating that no deity should interfere in mortal affairs. Isha, the Eldar mother god, and Kurnus, the father god, unable to abandon their love for their children, secretly taught them how to advance. When Cain discovered this, he reported it to Asurion, the king of the gods. The god king handed the two gods who defied the law over to the war god for punishment. The god of war and murder used every torture he knew to punish the two gods. Vol, the god of the Forge, made a pact with Cain to forge 100 swords for the war god within a year. Even a mortal wielding a sword forged by Vol could easily defeat 1,000 enemies. For a year, Vol worked day and night, but in the end, he only forged 99. He was forced to mix in a mortal weapon. The aftermath of the 100 Swords of Vol, like other Eldar myths, has two versions. In the version recounted by the Avenger Shrine, the war god and the Eldar were defeated in their war against the space Necrons precisely because of this ordinary weapon. The precise firing of the Avengers stems from their anger at Vol's broken promise. They seek to hit their opponent with every monomolecular shuriken, inflicting the cruelest punishment on the betrayer. Every Avenger is a shuriken catapult master. They use the extended model unique to the Avenger Shrine. Their advanced computerized aiming assistance on their shoulders is connected to their ranged weapons through their armor. The multispectral analyzer within can work independently, detecting and tracking multiple targets and projecting their information onto the helmet display, distinguishing friend from foe. They also establish a close connection between the spirit bone in their hand and the shuriken weapon, and with a precise locking system, they use psychic power to launch precise and deadly attacks on targets. Under the command of the Exarch, wearing exquisitely ornate armor, the Avengers launched a synchronized blade storm. Hundreds of Avenger-type shuriken catapults locked onto Ning Lu, and their triggers were pulled simultaneously. The Avengers emptied their weapons in an instant, and every shuriken fragment maintained its accuracy. Razor discs swept across the sky. Each razor disc contained thousands of monomolecular threads. Every monomolecular thread, under the psychic control of the Avengers, shot towards Ning Lu. Under the direction of the Avenger Exarch, dense monomolecular shuriken converged into a storm, covering the black armor. No one could evade such a dense attack, not even the Gene Seed Primarch. Ning Lu raised his left arm, protecting his head. The dense monomolecular threads converged into a storm, striking the black armor. The shuriken storm was blocked by the cast iron scales covering the black armor. The scales were sourced from the iron scale kraken hunted by the Gene Seed Primarch, and the tech sergeants processed the scales and inlaid them onto the black armor. The monomolecular shuriken, capable of tearing apart more than a dozen Mikado heavy tanks and piercing the Stormbird's void shield, caused no damage to the black armor. Ning Lu swung his left arm, and his power fist smashed into an Avenger, a golden light striking the Avenger shuriken catapult, tearing the shuriken catapult along with the blue and white heraldic robe. The Gene Seed Primarch ascended to the Telemaria First Realm, swinging his sword to block the Avenger Exarch's attack. Ning Lu, who had not felt a psychic attack, was momentarily stunned, then realized that the Eldar had not yet discovered the Spirit Stones, and the Sword of Rage had not yet been born. Cain's spokesman roared in anger, donning his war mask. Chapter 191 Slaughter and the Esoteric Orders Scheme, 3rd update, seeking monthly votes. Ning Lu flicked his wrist, performing the second counter-stab of the Osbervaya. The Avenger Bishop parried the attack with his sword, then launched a furious cleave. In an instant, the two exchanged blows more than 10 times. The Gene Seed Primarch was astonished to find that his opponent, after parrying his attack, could still launch a furious counterattack. From his ornate armor and the banner behind his head, Ning Lu identified the opponent. Avenger Bishop. War Mask. Ning Lu knew that the bishop of every war shrine of the Arch-Eldar must master the ultimate mysteries of their branch and permanently adopt the war mask to become a bishop. The war mask is not a literal mask, but a state of mind. Different paths require different states of mind. The Eldar immerse themselves in a state of mind like immersing themselves in a certain emotion, from state of mind to skill. Walking the path is both training the walker's skill and using their state of mind as a template to train the walker's inner self. Warriors need anger, they must learn to switch to war mode during wartime, release their anger, and utilize the art of killing. They must also learn to control their fury during peacetime and learn to conceal it. The war mask is the warrior's wartime mode, allowing the Eldar to focus their energy on a state of anger and killing. This state is not a second personality, they are still themselves and will not fall into a mindless frenzy, only knowing how to wildly hack. They need to become the warrior self, fully immersing themselves in the role of a warrior, thinking and acting like a warrior. After Ning Lu confirmed the identity of the Avenger Bishop and the means to contend with him, an idea arose. Open black lens bracket Mythali's state of mind has begun to form, but its scope is limited to mental confrontation. I had planned to discuss the state of mind with Magnus after his return and then extend it to the combat domain. But now is a good opportunity, at least in close combat. The war mask is not inferior to the state of mind Magnus comprehended, and perhaps even stronger. Close black lens bracket. Thinking of this, Ning Lu decided to capture the Avenger Bishop alive and obtain the war mask and the mysteries of the warrior's path and Avenger's path from him. After he comprehends its mysteries, he will adapt it into a version suitable for the Astartes and humans. As the Gene Seed Primarch thought this, his eyes fixed on the Avenger Bishop. The furious Avenger Bishop felt a chill, and before he could react, the Gene Seed Primarch pounced without warning. He dodged sideways, swinging the hilt of his longsword downwards, attempting to parry the attack. The Gene Seed Primarch twisted his wrist, pressing past the Eldar's blade. His deduced second derivative technique of the Osbar Via went straight for the Eldar's arm. The ethereal blue charged blade pierced the Avenger Bishop's arm, igniting a searing, burning pain like being engulfed in flames. The Eldar warrior, wearing the war mask, suppressed the intense pain of losing his right forearm with anger. The Avenger launched a new round of volleys, relying on spectral analysis, with monomolecular darts precisely distinguishing between friendly and enemy targets at close range. The Avenger Bishop, seizing the opportunity created by his subordinate's attack, retreated with all his might, pulling a power spear from behind his back with his left hand and thrusting it at Ning Lu. Ning Lu raised his left arm, blocking his face, as monomolecular darts struck his black armor. He felt the honor guard members behind him closing in on the battlefield, and the Order shadows raised their bolt guns, attacking the Avenger. The Bealtan warriors ignored the incoming bolter fire. They were known as Swordwind, and their shared belief was that dying for the Ark was glorious. Their fighting will was unparalleled among all Arks. Cezanne Slaughter told them that to restore the glory of the ancient Eldar Empire, Ning Lu must be killed, allowing both the monkeys and the Chaos Gods to perish together. Ning Lu keenly sensed that the Avenger treated him like a Slaanesh demon. Their attacks were furious and merciless. Thinking of the Eldar prophecy, his mind raced. Could their target not be Arenas, but me? As the Gene Seed Primarch thought this, his eyes flickered with light, and his brain cat's black eyes simultaneously glowed. Vast warp energy gathered, spreading towards the Eldar multitude with the Gene Seed Primarch's consciousness. The Gene Seed Primarch's consciousness first collided with the Avenger Bishop's mental gate, a burning, majestic divine phantom. His belief in the war god Kala Mensha Kane and the burning anger of the war mask. Ning Lu was thoughtful, his consciousness bypassed the hard bone and spread to the other Avengers. Immediately, his consciousness permeated the Avenger's gate of burning furious flames. A flicker of surprise crossed Ning Lu's eyes, and the name Cezanne Slaughter appeared in his mind. He remembered Slaughter resurrecting John Grammaticus, granting him the ability to become an immortal, and making him an esoteric order agent. Ning Lu then saw another scene. What? I will obtain Jushin's spear, and I will influence the plan for humanity and chaos to perish together. The Horus Heresy was not just a battle between the rebel and loyalist factions, nor just a game between humanity and chaos. Various forces across the galaxy participated in it. The esoteric order believed that the chaos gods had invested heavily in humanity, and the four gods allowed the emperor to steal the spark. As long as humanity perished, chaos would perish with it. Grammaticus was a crucial pawn for the esoteric order, tasked with convincing the Alpha Legion for their cause. Grammaticus also disguised himself as an archaeologist named Callus Sabaton and discovered a mysterious artifact called the Thunderstone. Grammaticus, with the Thunderstone, which could kill immortals, was ordered to kill the Gene Seed Primarch Vulcan, who might disrupt the esoteric order's plan. The shaman Eldred Ulthrin convinced Grammaticus that prophecy was not absolute and that humanity was the frontline against chaos. Grammaticus ultimately sided with his own species. And the beginning of all this started with Cezanne Slaughter. Ning Lu's mind raced. He did not want Jushin's spear, and even less did he want to face the chaos gods-infused Horus. In his opinion, Huang Laohan sitting on the Golden Throne would be more in line with his long-term interests. During the Horus Heresy, he would preserve his strength and seize as many benefits as possible. But if the esoteric order's prophecy came true, then he would have to wield Jushin's spear to do something significant that would influence the situation. Ning Lu also immediately had a bad premonition, which for a Gene Seed Primarch was almost equivalent to a prophecy. Open black lens bracket Huang Laohan won't give me a choice and will force Jushin's spear into my hands. During the Horus Heresy, he will use empathy magic to formulate a plan, assign me a role, and have me destroy the Chaos God's vessel. If I then actively or passively demonstrate the corresponding strength, even without considering the prophecy, Huang Laohan might do it. And this is possible, depending on what sequence I advance to at that time, and what sequence, holding Jushin's spear, can contend with the Chaos God's infused Horus. Close black lens bracket. A cold light flickered in Ning Lu's dark eyes. Being manipulated and treated as a stumbling block to be removed made him furious. After being dragged into the warp by the Chaos Gods and feeling powerless, he once again deeply realized that he must control his own destiny. I will not be a pawn, I want to be the player. I must become the Black Emperor, I must advance to Old One, I must become a pillar. Flames of anger erupted from the Gene Seed Primarch's eyes as he flashed before the Avenger Bishop. Even Kayla Menshik Kane's mortal avatar, wearing the war mask, could not keep up with the Gene Seed Primarch's speed. A blue light flashed, and the left arm holding the power spear was severed at the shoulder. Wilshire and the other Honor Guard members keenly sensed the Gene Father's anger. They accelerated their charge, launching a fierce assault on the Beal-Tans, Swordwind. Even filled with anger, the Order Shadows did not lose their composure. The belief forged by the Gene Father in the Legion allowed them to transform anger into strength. The calm Ning Lu mobilized his psychic energy, activated his power fist, and golden light enveloped the Avenger Bishop's body. As the light faded, extremely viscous transparent liquid flowed, as if forming a giant amber, imprisoning the Avenger Bishop. The blood-colored chain wrapped around Ning Lu's right little finger shimmered, and his depleted psychic energy rapidly replenished. He cast his gaze towards the governor's mansion. He knew Slaughter was there. Slaughter had paid a huge price just to lure him into an ambush. He still had to think about how to deal with the future. The urgent matter was how to handle Slaughter. The Viper's Trap, Val's Sword. Chapter 192, Human Traitor. Ning Lu pondered for a moment before finally deciding to step into the trap Slaughter had prepared for him. From Slaughter's actions in his memory, he could confirm that the Aeldari Cezanne was a dangerous individual lurking in the shadows. Today was the best opportunity to eliminate this venomous snake. The Gene Seed Primarch did not believe he would lose to Slaughter, even if he wielded the Val sword. If he could capture Slaughter, he could also extract information about the esoteric order and the secret of creating perpetuals from his mind. Ning Lu knew that members of the esoteric order came from various intelligent species across the galaxy, including, naturally, the Eldari and humans. Their goal was to eradicate chaos and save the galaxy at all costs. In the esoteric order's current plan, the race designated for sacrifice was the young human civilization. They had been operating in secrecy for millions of years, recruiting psychers and perpetuals even during the ancient Terra era, subtly altering the course of major events to align human history with the esoteric order's interests. Unlike esoteric order operative Damon Prytanis and John Grammaticus, he was wholeheartedly loyal to the esoteric order, even using the Eldari derogatory term, monkeys, for humans to refer to his own species. Shortly after the Battle of Sulphur Island, he was recruited by the esoteric order as an assassin. His life as a human traitor was filled with countless atrocities, as he successively killed good people and brothers. In M19, he assassinated Holaid at the Manujan Glass Temple. In M22, he assassinated Mathar Hassan at the Open Spire, and in M30, he assassinated the infamous tyrant of the Pan-Pacific Empire, Nathan Doom. For Ning Lu, who was destined to become the Black Emperor, the esoteric order was undoubtedly his enemy. Crucially, the esoteric order already viewed him as a threat, and understanding the workings of this mysterious organization would enable him to respond more effectively. At the same time, the esoteric order was the only force Ning Lu knew of, besides Huang Laohan, that possessed the secret of artificial perpetuals. Slaughter had used the arcana obtained from the esoteric order to resurrect John and transform him into a perpetual. By mastering the secret of perpetuals, Ning Lu could transform his capable subordinates, such as Arsenadun and Malina Scala, into perpetuals, granting them ample time to advance to higher sequences. Slaughter also possesses the War Mask and arcana gained from walking multiple paths. Even if the Vol sword isn't a psychic material, it is still a powerful weapon. With this thought, Ning Lu made his decision. Seeing that all the Beal-Tan forces in front of the governor's mansion had been eliminated, he spoke. Leave 3 squads to bring this Eldari and the other spoils back to the Wenquan Shadow. He strode forward, and with each step, the blood-colored chains restored his expended spirituality. Entering the palace, any scattered Eldari he encountered along the way were killed by him. A moment later, he reached the depths of the palace and looked at Francis Soler. The governor laughed heartily, saying mockingly, "Lord Ning Lu, thank you for your timely rescue. How dare you?" The honor guard glared at Governor Soler, and immediately, 4 order shadows strode up the marble staircase. Ignorant, the great Eldari, Assyrian's children, are the noble race. As ignorant monkeys, we should serve our masters. Only then will we receive enlightenment. Ning Lu listened, deep in thought. Did Slaughter also walk the path of the mind or the path of deceit? Grammaticus's will is not so easily manipulated, so it should be the path of deceit. Ning Lu gained a bit more understanding of his enemy, and his resolve to eliminate Slaughter, this venomous snake in the shadows, grew even stronger. His consciousness extended towards Francis Soler. No. The governor let out a tragic scream as he saw scene after scene. The noble race he worshipped being shot dead by bolt guns. The enlightenment promised by the Eldari was merely a trick, he had been played for a fool. The scenes Francis Soler witnessed caused him to instantly collapse. The governor knelt on the ground in agony, pounding the floor with his fists. Fake. It's all fake. His eyes were bloodshot, and his fists bled from pounding, but the images continued to appear in his mind. Ning Lu used psychic abilities from the path of mind to reveal the cruel reality to the human traitor, Francis Soler, causing him to die in terror. The moment the governor died, he keenly sensed as if a certain mechanism had been triggered, and the entire space changed. The hidden psychic array was activated, and the governor's palace rumbled and trembled. The marble floor beneath their feet cracked, first undulating like ripples on water, then completely collapsing and shattering. Accompanied by a sharp, deafening roar, a new, deep chasm opened its dark maw beneath the feet of the Order shadows. Wilshire was the first to react. Without time to warn the other Honor Guard members, he flashed like lightning to the Gene Father's side. The Gene Seed Primarch glanced at him with slight surprise, comparing him to the data of the 524 members of the current Honor Guard, and then confirmed that this quick-reacting son was named Wilshire. He's the only one recommended by Bradshaw and Hollis, their judgment is quite good. The Gene Seed Primarch's thoughts raced, and his attention returned to dealing with the collapsing ground. Psychers, raise your shields and protect the guardsmen beside you. Arsena Dunn and the other Psychers in the Honor Guard raised their force fields and psychic shields, protecting the surrounding Order shadows. The next instant, the gaping chasm swallowed everyone along with the rockslide like tumbling rubble and falling marble debris. Ning Lu struggled to maintain his balance as he fell, raising his left arm to shield his head. He then reinserted his power sword into his waist, twisted his body, and reached out to grasp Wilshire's arm, pulling him closer. The rumbling roar of collapsing rock then drowned out all other sounds, and everyone plummeted rapidly into the dark, blurry subterranean world. For a moment, Wilshire felt as if it would never end, but he showed no panic. He even felt proud. Of all the Guard members, only he had fulfilled his duty. Wilshire had realized that the entire Arenas was a conspiracy, and the vile Xenos and the foolish governor who had sided with them had the Gene Father as their target. When the Gene Seed Primarch supported him, his heart surged with emotion, but he immediately forced himself to detach from his filial reverence. He struggled to ascertain his surroundings, searching for enemies. But his helmet display was filled with chaotic signals, unable to provide any data. After a few seconds, his helmet's vision gradually stabilized. Wilshire turned his head. He saw numerous tunnels extending in various directions, winding and twisting in the darkness. He saw teams of Aeldari in the passages, standing ready, looking up at them. Wilshire was even more certain that the Xenos had prepared an ambush. Wilshire attempted to contact other Honor Guard members through his helmet's built-in communicator, but there was no response. The communication channel was filled with interference. He checked his enemy detection system, threat indicator, and close-range scan, all of which yielded nothing. Wilshire tried to use the talent inherited from the Gene Father to sense his surroundings. He immediately found that he was like a normal boy back in his blurry memories. Some kind of Xenos interference. As Wilshire pondered, he fell into the tunnel, rubble striking his armor. He felt the Gene Seed Primarch's hand leave his arm, and a calm voice sounded, filling his body with strength. "Follow me." Wilshire quickly followed Ning Lu, and they proceeded through the tunnel. Suddenly, the Gene Seed Primarch spoke. "The enemy is here." Wilshire looked around vigilantly but found no trace of any enemy. The Order shadow did not relax his guard. He knew the Gene Father would not be wrong. Suddenly, in his black eyes, there seemed to be ripples of vibration. Enemies clad in green armor, wielding chainswords, burst from the shadows. On the chest of each green-armored Aeldari was a yellow rune. The upper part of the rune was an upright triangle, extending into two curved arcs like horns. The lower part had a vertical line passing perpendicularly through three horizontal lines, connecting to the triangle above. Wilshire immediately raised his boltgun and fired boltguns at the Xenos. The Order shadow's eyes widened. The boltguns accurately struck the green armor, but they failed to inflict any damage on the Xenos. Chapter 193 The Way of Cezanne's Command. Thunder Hammer. The Gene Seed Primarch's voice rang out, and a thought pulse simultaneously leapt in Wilshire's mind. The Order shadows quickly digested the received information, understanding the meaning of the path, the warrior path, and the aspect warriors, and also knew that the green-armored Aeldari before him were striking scorpions. He also knew the characteristics of striking scorpions. They were equipped with heavier, more robust armor. The weight of the armor made them slower, but its protection was sufficient to render a boltgun useless, requiring multiple fire sources to effectively attack a striking scorpion. Wilshire slung his boltgun onto his back and drew the thunder hammer hanging at his waist. At the same time, he noticed that the dense rain of bullets fired by the Gene Father precisely struck the same spot on each striking scorpion. The striking scorpions, emerging from the shadows, seemed to run into the bolts themselves, and several instantly fell. Wilshire knew he didn't have the swift firing speed of the Gene Seed Primarch, nor could he make his bolts precisely hit the same spot. He pressed the runic symbol, and a blue force field glowed. Wilshire raised his power hammer high with both hands and smashed it onto the head of a green-armored Aeldari. The disintegrating force field tore apart the striking scorpion's helmet, smashing the Aeldari's head into pulp. The striking scorpions continued their advance. They were as deadly as their name suggested. Members who joined the striking scorpion shrine were all malicious and merciless individuals. They were the bloody hands of Cain's wrath, unleashing brutality on their enemies without warning. The power hammer collided with a chainsword, and Wilshire felt that the striking scorpions were more robust than their kin, possessing greater strength. Wilshire suddenly lowered his body and slammed into a striking scorpion. His charged impact sent the striking scorpion flying, and he immediately swung his thunder hammer, striking the enemy's head according to the 23rd principle of Osber Vaya. The Way of Osber Vaya was already a compulsory course for the 11th Legion, starting from the new recruit phase. Under the tutelage of Bradshaw and Hollis, the Terran new recruits also mastered the swordsmanship of their home world. They forged the Way of Osber Vaya into their own techniques, adapting it to the weapons they habitually used. Ning Lu drew his power sword and strode forward. The shielding field weakened the Gene Seed Primarch's perception, but he could still grasp the general situation around him. In his warp vision, one Aeldari shimmered with a brighter light than the others. Ning Lu advanced in that direction, gathering members of the Honor Guard along the way. On his path, the Gene Seed Primarch encountered Aeldari warriors of various aspects, agile close combat experts like the Howling Banshee, and dimension spiders suddenly appearing via teleportation devices. He updated Slotta's information through wave after wave of battles. Ning Lu knew that aspect warriors who had walked multiple aspect paths and mastered the different facets of the war god Cain's mysteries could choose to embark on the Path of Command. The Path of Command originated from the leaders in ancient Aeldari mythology, being the successors of Eldred Ulthran, Uthwe, and Belin. A warrior who completed the Path of Command would receive the title of Season. While Farseers were guides and advisors to the craft worlds, Seasons were the leaders and generals of the craftworld armies. Seasons' perfect understanding of the art of war allowed them to serve as the war leaders of an entire craftworld, leading their warhosts into battle. Open black lens bracket Slotta's warhost gathered every aspect warrior I knew of. He may not have completed all these aspects, but he has at least walked through most of them, possibly even touching upon all. Slotta's ability to gather so many aspect warriors with conflicting ideologies under his command suggests that his leadership, command ability, and personal combat skills should be considered excellent among Seasons. He is not only a cunning schemer but also a war leader. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu led the remaining 483 members of the Honor Guard and Arsena onto the battlefield, looking at Slotta. The Season wore ceremonial robes, with symbols composed of two parts. The upper part was an upright triangle, with two lines extending vertically from its sides. The lower part featured a hook passing through one long and one short horizontal line. Slotta wore a howling mask, held a fire dragon fusion gun in his left hand, and carried a dimension spider leap device on his back. In Ning Lu's line of sight, the most dazzling object was the sword he held in his right hand. The blade was long and narrow, intricately carved with mysterious runes, and within the blade flowed a cold light interweaving Ulanan silver. The hilt was inlaid with a psionic crystal, and its shining psionic light shone through his slender hand. In the Briber, psychic vision, the shining psionic light was not as bright as a power fist, but it surpassed other extraordinary items like the divination dice. Beyond Sequence 4, below Sequence 1, either Sequence 2 or Sequence 3. Ning Lu. Slotta's High Gothic was impeccably standard, with a clear Terran accent and a tone imbued with the unique Aeldari cadence. Your end is destined, today you shall surely die. The Season declared his proclamation, then began to command his warhost of over 1,000. Guardians arrayed themselves neatly, forming the front line, firing a dense volley of monomolecular darts at the Order shadows. Arsena Dun and his brain cat, with their shining blue eyes, used telekinesis to erect a protective force field. The monomolecular darts slammed against the protective force field, making clanging sounds. The Season maneuvered his warhost, launching a three-dimensional attack from all directions. Windrider riders shrieked as they charged from the air, striking scorpions stealthily moved to the rear of the honor guard, howling banshees rushed towards the flanks of the Order shadows, and dimension spiders leapt directly into the formation. Ning Lu's consciousness spread outwards, establishing a psychic link with the honor guard and original body servants. His commands instantly synchronized with the minds of every honor guard member. The Order shadows responded to the warhost's attacks in an orderly manner. Honor guards skilled in shooting raised their bolt guns, firing dense barrages of bullets that detonated the jet bikes. Wilshire and other honor guard wielding heavy weapons like thunder hammers turned and charged the striking scorpions. The most skilled swordsmen among the Order shadows spread to both flanks, engaging the howling banshees. Honor guard members with quick reactions and agile movements swiftly charged the dimension spiders. The Season was astonished to find that the monkey army, under the command of the Gene-Seed Primarch, was holding off the warhost's attack despite being outnumbered. Even during the engagement, the black-armored monkeys and his elite warhost subordinates achieved a casualty ratio of 1-4. The Gene-Seed Primarch, as expected, is a war machine crafted by the Lord of Monkeys. He actually surpassed my path of command. Being proficient in the path of command, he also discovered that Ning Lu understood the characteristics of various Eldari aspect warriors perfectly, and several of these aspects were encountering humans for the first time. How is this possible? Does he possess prophetic abilities equivalent to a Farseer who has completed the path of foresight? Slotta gripped Val's sword tightly, his gaze coldly fixed on Ning Lu. Ning Lu must die, he is a fatal threat to the great Eldari. He is also an obstacle to our grand plan, he must not be allowed to become a weapon for the Lord of the Monkey Horde. The Season coldly issued a command. All Warhost members were to launch a death charge against the Honor Guard members. At the same moment, Slotta began to move. Chapter 194, Eldar Hunter Order. Slotta activated the personal psychic teleportation device mounted on his Dimension Spider aspect armor, instantly vanishing from his original spot, causing the bolt rounds fired by the Honor Guard members to miss. The two marksmen did not engage in futile searching. The Gene Father had already sent the characteristics and armaments of each aspect, their origins, and other information, combined with footage of his battles along the way, to the Honor Guard members over a dozen times. The Order shadows quickly assimilated and understood the Gene-Seed Primarch's teachings through combat. They were the human armed force most knowledgeable about the various Eldar aspect warriors. The two marksmen knew that Dimension Spiders, unlike most other aspects from the side of Cain, originated from tiny but aggressive spiders within the Infinity Circuit. Dimension Spiders could perform short-range jumps, vanishing into thin air and reappearing in sight in an instant. They were the bravest of all aspect warriors, traversing the kingdom of the great enemy, Slaanesh, without protection, even as Slaanesh coveted their souls. After a short-range jump, Dimension Spiders would reappear in an instant, launching unexpected surprise attacks on their enemies. The two marksmen immediately retreated among 5 Honor Guard members wielding power swords. After several engagements, they had learned how to respond and no longer needed the Gene Father's concern. However, as they retreated to a certain spot, they suddenly realized that the red-armored warrior, whose chest was painted with Season runes, was not targeting them, but the Gene-Seed Primarch. He flashed behind the Gene Father, raising a dazzlingly bright sword, and struck at the Gene-Seed Primarch. The Honor Guard members immediately sent a warning to the Gene Father through their psychic link. As their thoughts arose, they already saw the Gene-Seed Primarch. As if prescient, he did not turn back, but dodged the attack by sidestepping, and counter-attacked by stabbing the Eldar Season in the abdomen. Ning Lu was not prescient. Light and shadow flickered in his eyes, and the trajectory of the Season's short-distance high-speed jump was exceptionally clear in his subspace insight vision. The energized blade tore through Slotta's Dimension Spider aspect armor, wounding his abdomen and drawing blood. Slaughter's mind stirred, and he leapt into the sea of souls, the ear-splitting screams of his dying kin echoing in his ears. The Season's body trembled slightly, he sensed the presence of the great enemy. The Eldar call her the Thirsting Lady, also known as Slaanesh. The psychic array set up by Slaughter shimmered with colorful light, creating a mental barrier in the warp. Terrifying screams echoed in the Season's ears, and he felt soul tides crashing against the barrier. He knew his time was running out. Slaughter donned his war mask, harnessing anger to suppress the instinctive fear that welled up, entering a combat state that made his thoughts and actions swifter. The Season's ritual spread into the real world faster than usual, finding a psychic anchor point. Slaughter leapt back into the real world. Before he even landed, he sensed a blue force field. The Season jumped into the warp again, thinking in surprise. Open black lens bracket. How is this possible? How does he know my location? The first time, Ning Lu discovered my sneak attack, perhaps from his combat instincts. The second time, he actively attacked, indicating that he could predict my location after returning to the real world. Close black lens bracket. Slaughter bitterly realized this cruel truth: the equipment he had chosen to hunt the Gene Seed Primarch was wrong. He had chosen the Dimension Spider aspect armor precisely because he did not want to confront the Gene Seed Primarch head-on. According to his combat simulations, he would exhaust the Gene Seed Primarch's patience through countless flash attacks, forcing Ning Lu to expose weaknesses. But the Season realized he was wrong. The Dimension Spider's techniques were useless. The Season, who had completed all 6 aspect paths, had better options, but he had chosen a useless combination. Slaughter, realizing his conviction wavered, skillfully controlled his war mask, expelling negative emotions. In his anger, his thoughts raced like lightning. He was a warrior, he could find a way to defeat his enemy. The Season leapt back into the real world and immediately saw a black afterimage pounce. He swung his sword to block the energized blade. Slaughter's eyes narrowed, his innate Eldar keen senses made him notice. As the blades clashed, the treasured sword in his hand caused a slight damage to the runes of the power sword. The monkey's senses could not detect this imperceptible damage, but he was the mortal avatar of Cain. He knew all weapons, including the monkey's weapons, like the back of his hand. Slaughter instantly entered howling banshee state, letting out a piercing shriek. The lion's mane extending from the top of his helmet shook, and the howling banshee rune on his forehead flickered. The surging shriek was amplified by the psychic amplifier built into the banshee mask, sending a psychic shockwave directly into Ning Lu's mind. Ning Lu knew that howling banshees originated from the crone goddess Mora Heg. She wished to obtain all wisdom from her blood, but only the war god Cain could harm her. So she had herself and 2 of Cain's daughters run to her consort's ear and shriek, tormenting the war god. To end the torment, Cain, forced into a corner, finally reluctantly acted, cutting off his consort's finger, and Mora Heg successfully obtained the wisdom contained in her blood. Therefore, howling banshees are arguably the most terrifying of all aspect warriors. Their ancestors once used shrieks to torment the war god himself. Craft worlds do not have gender discrimination, but the howling banshee shrine is particularly special, usually only accepting females. In Eldar mythology, banshees are the daughters of the crone goddess, but there are also a very few males who walk the howling banshee path, and Slaughter is a rare exception who has reached its end. Ning Lu felt the piercing shriek reverberate within his skull, and he bypassed the first layer of the Telemaria mind realm, directly entering the second layer. His physical energy instantly transformed into psychic power, and, Kundalini, isolated the shriek. Entering the howling banshee state, the Season transformed into a high-speed close-quarters combat warrior. The Gene Seed Primarch and the Season engaged in close combat, and even the keenly perceptive Order shadows could only barely see afterimages. They could only see the bright silver and ethereal blue shimmering trails left by the blades in the air, and the bright, dazzling sparks that erupted. The Season invoked every ounce of power, agility, and skill from all the paths he mastered, but he found that the Gene Seed Primarch parried every one of his attacks, leaving sword wounds on his body. Slaughter felt his body being wounded. His speed had reached its limit, and he could no longer maintain his current frenzied speed. But he also succeeded. The power sword in the Gene Seed Primarch's hand showed cracks from colliding with Val's sword. Accompanied by a piercing screech like shattering glass, Slotta smiled. His left hand raised a Fire Dragon fusion gun, unleashing Kane's destruction, forcing back the Honor Guard members who tried to approach. Slotta poured his last strength into the howling Banshee path, letting out a terrifying shriek. His explosive speed avoided the power fist, and he swung the treasured sword in his hand, stabbing towards Ning Lu. When the sword point was an arm's length from Ning Lu, he suddenly saw the ring on the Gene Seed Primarch's middle finger flash with a greenish light mixed with brilliant white. Then Ning Lu's body transformed into several streams of flames, and his attack missed. Slotta was greatly alarmed. He desperately twisted his arm, trying to avoid the 6 streams of flame that grabbed like hands. He avoided 2 of them, but the avoided flames suddenly turned, striking his arm. The other 4 streams of flame suddenly merged into one, forming a flaming longsword that severed his arm. Slotta had not yet felt the pain. His right arm was incinerated into ash, and when he reacted, Val's sword had already fallen into Ning Lu's hand. The Season looked at Ning Lu in shock. Ning Lu's bizarre transformation into several streams of flames to attack was swifter and more bizarre than any pyromancer he had seen, including those Eldar kin skilled in this path. Open black lens bracket. The intelligence obtained by the agents and the prophecies of the esoteric order did not indicate that Ning Lu had the ability to freely control flames. The flame light came from that ring. Could it be it? Even if the ring granted him the ability to release flames, how could it allow him to become flames? Close black lens bracket. Slotta clearly perceived that the Gene Seed Primarch's body just now had completely transformed into flames. His confusion was quickly swallowed by failure. Val's sword had fallen into Ning Lu's hand, and he could no longer threaten the Gene Seed Primarch. Ning Lu grasped Val's sword with his right hand, feeling the blood-colored chain on his little finger rapidly replenish his depleted spirituality. He had just used the ring on his middle finger. He had already established a preliminary connection with the ring, confirming its primary ability was to release flames. Ning Lu confirmed that the ring corresponded to the Red Priest, Pathway Sequence 4 inches Iron-Blooded Knight's extraordinary item, which could be known from the color of the released flames and its ability to flame him. Ning Lu swung his sword, severing Slotta's right arm. Then, he deactivated the runes on his power fist, knocking out the Season. Ning Lu surveyed the battlefield, finding that only 131 Honor Guard members remained. A hint of sorrow flashed in his eyes. This is the greatest loss I have suffered leading my sons since returning to the Legion. The Gene Seed Primarch then realized that the sacrifice also had meaning, and he said to the Honor Guard members, "From this day forward, establish the Eldar Hunter Order. You are the first members, and you shall bring this knowledge and experience back to your battle brothers in each warband." After Ning Lu's spirituality was full, he released imprisonment, trapping Slotta within an amber-like liquid. Bring all the Order shadows back to the flagship for burial. Bring the Eldar corpses back for dissection. Members of the Eldar Hunter Order will participate to deepen their understanding of the Eldar. Bring back all other spoils of war as well. 2 standard days later, Ning Lu ordered Wilshire to stay behind with a small team to rebuild a Rennis order, then ordered the Wangquan Shadow to set sail. As the Wangquan Shadow sailed towards the flame wheel, Ning Lu brought Slotta to the 3rd layer of the disordered country. He looked at the black wolf lying on the ground, motionless and resigned. The Gravedigger. In the 3rd layer of the disordered country, outside the Silver Spiral High Tower, the 8-legged black wolf, after countless cycles of nightmares, had completely given up on the idea of escaping. It had been waiting for the black armored giant to appear, but it never did. The 8-legged black wolf didn't know how much time had passed. It could sense that time was flowing here, but it was different from the outside world. There was no distinction between light and darkness. The place it was in was also affected by some rule, shaped into a constantly repeating scene. This place was like a dream it created, an independent space where it was difficult to define what constituted a day. The eight-legged black wolf was in a daze, not knowing how much time had passed, when footsteps sounded in its ears. It suspected it was still in a nightmare until the black-armored giant walked beside it. Only then did it weakly twist its neck to look. The eight-legged black wolf's eyes narrowed. It saw a scene completely different from before. The black-armored giant appeared before it, holding something like amber in both hands. The eight-legged black wolf immediately sprang up. It was both expectant and afraid. It hoped the nightmare would end, yet it worried it was a new nightmare illusion. It stammered, I sincerely want to be your pet. Good, Ning Lu said. He didn't feel the eight-legged black wolf's sincerity but rather an invisible thread connecting it to him. He and the eight-legged black wolf had established a preliminary connection. Ning Lu's lips curved as he said to the eight-legged black wolf. You must be starving. I've brought you food. Compared to the humans in the dome, his dreams are richer, more multidimensional, and a more delicious food. Upon hearing this, the eight-legged black wolf's heart churned. It almost drooled like those wolf-like beasts, but it controlled its instincts. It was the eight-legged black wolf, once worshipped by thousands. It was not a wolf, it was a mythical creature. The eight-legged black wolf tried its best to maintain its image, to not appear like a starving wolf. I am willing to serve my master. Upon hearing this, Ning Lu injected psychic energy into the power fist, undoing the imprisonment of Slaughter. Cezanne slowly woke up. Before he could figure out where he was, Ning Lu and the eight-legged black wolf disappeared from his sight. Slaughter found himself in a colorful vortex, and an evil claw reached out to grab him. That was Sai Landsleish's evil claw. After the eight-legged black wolf dragged Cezanne into the dream, it realized that creating a dream that instilled fear in the food was not easy. Creating the claw alone consumed a lot of energy, and shaping a complete image of the food was utterly impossible. If the food's mind hadn't been shaken, the dream it created might have already been seen through. The food is so delicious. Its fear is more varied than a human's. For the first time, I discovered there are so many kinds of fear: the prey's fear of the hunter, the mortal's fear of the deity. The eight-legged black wolf sucked the food heartily, gnawing on tender steaks and fresh vegetables, and the feeling of hunger quickly disappeared. Ning Lu noticed the eight-legged black wolf's body, which had been trembling slightly, gradually calmed down, indicating that it had pulled Slaughter into the dream. The Gene Seed Primarch began to act, his consciousness spreading towards Cezanne. Slaughter, trapped in a nightmare, had a psychic defense that was as good as none. Ning Lu's consciousness easily permeated his mind. As the Gene Seed Primarch began to unearth the treasures of Cezanne's mind, Atoms of Necromunda also received news from Leandro Hermar that a large burial ground had been discovered in the Fourth Hive City. Considering that the burial ground was the tomb of a Steel Lord, which might involve mechanical creations, and the spoils of war should belong to the Tech Sergeant's domain, Atoms sent a message to Rozicki Czech. They arrived together at the Fourth Hive City and found Leandro Hermar in the filthy bottom nest. The rising Hermar family was increasingly viewed as the ruling family by the people of Necromunda. Governor Leandro becoming the most powerful person in Necromunda, it was unbelievable for him to personally come to the dirty bottom nest. But Governor Hermar took the initiative to go to the bottom nest, knowing that the Order Shadows were the true masters of Necromunda. Leandro came before Atoms and respectfully said, "My lord, I originally intended to send my subordinates to retrieve everything from the tomb and offer it to you. But after they entered the tomb, they were attacked by living corpses and suffered heavy casualties." Leandro thought that the Death Lord might not be familiar with Necromunda's local culture, so he began to explain to him. "My lord, Necromunda has always had a culture of the dead. Once food doesn't arrive on time, hungry workers will even eat corpses. They formed a shamanic religion called the corpse grinding cult, believing in an entity named the Lord of Flesh and Skin." He sighed and operated a data slate to show Atoms an image. The culture of the dead was brought by the earliest colonists more than 5,000 years ago. After the death of nobles in that era, their servants and slaves would be buried with them. This burial culture has disappeared. This burial ground should be at least 4,000 years old. Adams saw images of ragged, pale, decaying corpses shambling in the video. These buried individuals, for some reason, transformed into living corpses. They are fearless of death. Even with bullets and lasers hitting them, they will continue to advance with their broken bodies. The people I sent to explore suffered heavy losses. I dared not use flamethrowers or other weapons, as that would damage the contents of the burial ground, and I imagine that's not what you wish to see. The grave digger's eyes flickered upon hearing this. It was his first encounter with living corpses, and he immediately became interested. You did well. Adams looked at the burial ground ahead. The entrance gate was circular, with 8 metal spider legs spread open, revealing a deep tomb. In Adams's mind, the original shape of the gate was outlined. Inside the metal disc gate, 8 spider legs were retracted, just like the emblem of the Round Spider Alliance. The Order shadows, relying on Lehman's ear, could distinguish the shuffling footsteps of the living corpses and the rustling sounds of spiders crawling inside. He said to Rosicky, who was examining the surrounding architectural structure, "The ability granted to me by the Gene Father will make those living corpses treat me as one of their own. I will investigate the situation inside alone first." The chief forgemaster withdrew his gaze. He nodded. "I have developed a short-range teleportation device based on the armored teleportation technology currently being researched on Mars, combined with the Round Spider Alliance's portal technology. I have conducted 52 experiments, all of which have been successful. After activating the teleportation device, it can complete directional teleportation within a 10-kilometer range." 5 hours later, Rosicky directed the tech sergeants and servitors to complete the arrangement of 3 adamantium pillars and set up the teleportation device in front of the tomb gate. Adams took off his power armor and changed into the experimental teleportation armor adjusted to his physique. Without the suppression of the life support system, the grave digger's eerie aura fully emanated, chilling the thin layer of metal armor that encased his body. The grave digger strode into the main burial ground, and the stench of decay and death assailed him. The grave digger felt no discomfort. The dark tomb was exceptionally clear in his eyes. He saw a group of living corpses wandering in the passage ahead of him. The living corpses' gazes were unfocused. They stumbled and shuffled through the passage, occasionally bumping into walls or each other. The grave digger walked into the horde of corpses, moving through them, occasionally bumping into a living corpse, but none attacked him. When the Order shadows was still a corpse collector, his body temperature was lower, but it had not reached the level of a corpse. Upon his promotion to the grave digger, his body became ice cold, and walking among the corpses, he was indistinguishable from a walking corpse. The grave digger continued forward, the passage gradually widening, and a circular burial plaza appeared before him. From the pits of corpses, walking corpses crawled out, and others fell into them from above. The Eye of Death. Adam's brain cat walked beside him, its orange fur even colder than the gravedigger's body, more like a dead cat. Adams noticed that the decaying graveyard was not dim. Following the light, he saw stone pillars with spider and zombie bas-reliefs carved on them. Adam's dark eyes narrowed. He noticed that each stone pillar was inlaid with a varying number of glass-like circular discs of different sizes. The light within the graveyard came from these discs, each emitting light of varying brightness. No zombies approached the areas illuminated by the light, and rusted weapons and broken bones were scattered on the ground. Adams walked to the nearest pillar and noticed runes engraved on it. He glanced at the corpses on the ground and deduced the function of the runes. The owners of the graveyard don't want to be disturbed. The runes are an alarm system that draws the zombie horde over. Touching the pillars will cause a disturbance, attracting the zombie horde. The gravedigger cautiously did not reach out to touch it. He gazed at the blue discs, which were etched with intricate, spider-like patterns, forming complex designs. Data crystals. Adams knew that data crystals could store a large amount of memory data, with storage capabilities several orders of magnitude higher than data slates. They emit light when storing information, and the brightness of the light corresponds to the amount of data stored. The Round Spider Alliance possessed the Hado system, which produced data crystals, so data crystals had always been the storage medium for important data. Adams looked at the thousands of pillars supporting the graveyard, each with anywhere from a dozen to dozens of data crystals. This is a huge fortune. If the chief forgemaster saw this, his eyes would surely light up. Adams strode forward, then discovered stone chambers. One of the stone chambers had its door open, so he walked inside. At the entrance, he found weapon parts scattered on the ground. Adams crouched down to examine them. A look of surprise flashed in Adams' eyes, and he thought to himself, could it be atomic disassembler weapons? The soldiers of the Round Spider Alliance didn't have such powerful weapons in previous battles. He stood up and walked into the stone chamber. He saw a dozen weapon racks scattered on the ground, but 5 weapon racks still held firearms. Adams strode to a weapon rack and picked up the metal gun body. It really is an atomic disassembler weapon, and it's well preserved and safe to use. Such relic weapons from the Dark Age of technology are not common in the Legion's armory now. Adams, holding the atomic disassembler weapon, left the stone chamber and continued forward. After walking a dozen steps, he found cobwebs stuck to the ground, stone chambers, and walls. The gravedigger immediately thought of giant spirit spiders, but then noticed a difference. In his natural psychic vision, the cobwebs emitted faint green light, tainted with the aura of death. The gravedigger looked into the distance. His eye of death penetrated through layers of cobwebs, seeing decaying spiders whose compound eyes flickered with greenish-red light. Adams' gaze shifted downwards, seeing the large spider statue and the entrance to the building below it, in the center of the burial ground. The reconnaissance was complete. Adams returned to the graveyard entrance along the original path. Rosicki saw the weapon in Adams' hand and immediately came over. After inspecting it for a moment, he spoke. An atomic disassembler weapon, perfectly preserved and safe to use. There's more inside, the Death Lord said coldly, then informed the chief forgemaster about the situation in the graveyard. There are data crystals on the pillars in the outer perimeter of the graveyard, and relics from the Dark Age of technology in the stone chambers in the central area. Below the central spider statue, there's a passage leading underground. That should be where the nobles are buried. The archaeologist's eyes lit up. This is a major discovery. We must bring them all back. The Death Lord and the chief forgemaster immediately began discussing the cleanup plan. Rosicki said, we cannot use bolt guns, they might damage the data crystals. The gravedigger said, we can't use chainswords either, the roar is too jarring and will attract zombies. 4 standard hours later, the gravedigger led 144 corpse collectors into the graveyard. They were not wearing power armor, they walked in silence, their expressions grim. The corpse collectors' natural psychic vision allowed them to clearly see the zombies through their decaying bodies. They simultaneously raised their arms and swung their swords. The charged blades struck the zombies' heads, and the disintegrating force field crackled, pulverizing the zombies' brains. Adams raised his atomic disassembler weapon and pulled the trigger. A beam of light struck a zombie. In the blink of an eye, the foul-smelling zombie disintegrated and vanished, turning into atoms. The gravedigger led the corpse collectors, clearing zombies from one area after another. After each area was cleared, the Death Lord would use tactical hand gestures to order one corpse collector to remain. The chief forgemaster led the tech sergeants into this area. Rosicki would remove the brightest data crystals, while his subordinates handled the others. After the corpse collectors confirmed the zombies were completely dead, they handed the bodies over to the Legion servitors. At the same time, they would feel a slight dissolving sensation within their bodies. Legion servitors, wearing gas masks and protective suits, dragged the bodies away and threw them into the incinerator set up outside the graveyard gate. Leandro Hermar did not leave. He stood outside the graveyard gate, awaiting an opportunity to serve the Death Lord. He first saw bodies being carried out. The Order shadows cleared the zombie horde so quickly using only power swords. It's truly efficient, far beyond what my hunting teams can achieve. Governor Hermar then saw hundreds of data crystals being carried out, and tall giants directed the servitors to transport them away. His eyes gleamed, wide with astonishment. Each data crystal contained thousands of years of lost knowledge, its value even exceeding that of a dome city. The transportation of the data crystals continued for 5 full work cycles. The gravedigger stood before the stone chamber again. He clearly felt that he could better wield the power bestowed by the Gene Seed Primarch. As the sealed stone chambers were opened one by one, the chief forgemaster saw various creations from the dark age of technology. 44 Order Shadows were equipped with atomic disassembler weapons, and 5 more were sent away by the tech sergeants for research. Archaeological pistols capable of firing various types of ammunition, originally secondary weapons for high-ranking Imperial officers and Space Marine commanders, were now given to every corpse collector and tech sergeant. 16 savants were equipped with portable X-ray viewers, operating mobile screens to view 3D simulated images of the stone chambers within solid stone walls. The chief forgemaster, who had studied on Mars, was shocked that there were so many artifacts from the dark age of technology remaining within the graveyard. Rosicky was even more eager to discover how many precious relics they could find in the central graveyard. To reach there, they had to deal with the giant decaying spiders. While the chief forgemaster rejoiced at the discoveries, the gravedigger had already begun hunting the decaying spiders. Using combat hand gestures, he ordered the corpse collectors to stand by, then walked alone towards the nearest decaying spider. The decaying spider in the air was nearly 50 meters tall, and foul-smelling, viscous pus dripped onto the ground, instantly corroding the stone floor into pits. The gravedigger's dark eyes glowed green. He entered the realm of spirits and necromancy, looking down at the giant decaying spider from a higher plane. His gaze penetrated the decaying body, seeing a green node within the spider, a grayish-green, fist-sized crystal. Just as my father taught, the warp vision, when activated, grants similar abilities. Unfortunately, I haven't mastered it like Sanchez yet. The range is limited, but in this domain, the effect is stronger. Adams pulled the trigger of the weapon in his hand, and the beam of light shot directly at the grayish-green crystal. In the blink of an eye, the crystal vanished, and the massive decaying body disintegrated like rotten mud, collapsing onto the ground. The gravedigger then successively killed 3 more giant decaying spiders. Their massive compound eyes didn't even detect any trace of an enemy before they were killed. The team reached the central plaza of the graveyard. The archaeologist, Rosicky Czech, motioned for everyone to stop, walking to the base of the giant spider statue and gently caressing the text and patterns on it. He had learned the spider language from the Steel Lords, data crystals. The archaeologist discovered that the text on the base inscription, while slightly different from the spider language, belonged to the same language family. He immediately began analyzing the text with 16 savants. We first use glyph and symbol analysis to compare the morphological evolution of the letters, and then statistically analyze the distribution patterns of the symbols. The savants dispersed, reading the phrases in their respective areas, memorizing every phrase they read. They gathered together, comparing all the letters and matching the ancient and modern spider languages one by one. The C on the base and the modern. The savant then statistically analyzed high-frequency letter combinations and word-ending symbols, determining the frequency of each letter's appearance in specific positions, thereby inferring its grammatical function. The Order Shadows first identified articles and pronouns, then verbs and nouns. Finally, the savant deciphered the words and determined the meaning of the sentences. The results converged in the archaeologist's hands, and after sorting them, he grasped the meaning of the entire inscription. Rosicky briefly summarized the results in the communication channel. The Round Spider Alliance worships spiders, regarding them as embodiments of death, calling them death spiders, and has erected statues for them. There are 8 burial chambers underground, containing the bodies of Steel Lords and techno-nobility, who believe the death spiders will bless them. The archaeologist finally stated his judgment based on his knowledge of the ruins. At the center of the underground burial chambers, there should be an altar. Only through the altar can the death spider's blessing, its beneficence, be bestowed upon the deceased. Are there guardians in the burial ground? Since gaining the power bestowed by the Gene Father, Adams had developed an interest in death culture, collecting numerous books and artifacts during his campaigns. He knew that the deceased did not like to be disturbed, and the core burial ground should have guardians. The archaeologist nodded slightly, acknowledging the grave digger's judgment. I found on the base that besides spiders, there are also canine-like creatures, referred to in the inscription as the gatekeepers of death. Necromunda's native mechanical hounds, they are 1 meter long and are modified semi-mechanical creatures. I think we will encounter some special kind of dog in the tomb, perhaps a more powerful mechanical construct. The grave digger nodded slightly, his tone as usual. Since that's the case, let's go to the burial chamber. The archaeologist caught a hidden interest in the grave digger's almost cold voice. The Order shadows immediately walked towards the underground burial chamber, and just as they reached the gate, Rosicky spoke. Stop. The chief forgemaster's eyes were deep as he gazed at the gate, raising his left arm to activate the mounted multifunctional scanner. Seconds later, the scanning results confirmed the chief forgemaster's visual judgment. The alloy gate is a technological relic made of various metal materials using ancient technology. The tech sergeant beside him, unlike other legions, did not paint his power armor red to indicate a connection to Mars. The Order Shadow's tech sergeant's power armor remained black, with only the shoulder pads painted Mars red. After scanning with his mechanical eye, the tech sergeant exclaimed in admiration. The alloy gate is integrated with the burial chamber, using a thermal detonator to destroy the gate might bury the entrance. Not just that. The chief forgemaster retracted his left arm, raised his right arm, and dense mechanical probes extended from his gauntlet, tapping on the alloy gate like tentacles. The touch probe identified an average surface roughness of 0.52 micrometers, and the thermal probe identified a thermistor of -4.1% per degree. 10 seconds later, the chief forgemaster summarized all the parameters and spoke. The alloy gate uses special ancient technology, connected to the entire burial ground through a special negative thermistor array. The icy burial chamber is equivalent to an ammunition depot. Once violently detonated, it will bury the entire burial ground. Adams gasped upon hearing this. The owner of the burial ground was more ruthless than he had imagined. To prevent tomb raiders from entering, they even went so far as to be incinerated along with those who disturbed their slumber. Rosicky, can you open the gate? The chief forgemaster did not speak immediately. The mechanical probes in his hand tapped rhythmically, and after 12 seconds, he spoke. Yes. The servo arm behind the chief forgemaster extended, its mechanical claws spread open, and mechanical probes extended. Each tap of the mechanical claws was accompanied by the tapping of several mechanical probes. The servo arm moved at high speed, crackling. 30 minutes later, the servo arm retracted, mechanical parts flashing with electric sparks due to high-speed operation. With a roar, the alloy gate slowly opened. Rosicky was the first to enter the burial chamber, followed by the other Order shadows. After passing through 2 passages, accompanied by the ground trembling, numerous mechanical hounds nearly 2 meters long appeared around them. Ordinary mechanical hounds were only 1 meter long, but those in the burial chamber were nearly 2 meters long. Not only did mechanical hounds attack from the ground, but others rapidly climbed on the walls and ceiling with their mechanical claws. The mechanical hound's eyes simultaneously lit up red, launching attacks on the Order shadows. More than 10 mechanical hounds from above and around simultaneously rushed towards Rosicky Czech. Rosicky was no longer the technical expert he once was. He possessed the superhuman physique of an Astartes, and after his promotion to archaeologist, he had received a slight physical enhancement. He drew his power axe, slashing diagonally upwards, shattering the mechanical hound. The Order shadows swung their power axes like windmills, shattering more than 10 mechanical hounds. Although Adams was not wearing power armor, he had undergone the corpse collector and grave digger enhancements, making his body stronger and his movements more agile. He strapped his atom-disintegrating weapon to his back and drew his power sword. The grave digger's figure flashed swiftly, dodging the lasers shot from the mechanical hound's eyes, swinging his charged blade to slash and pierce. The decomposition field tore apart the alloy bodies, scattering parts everywhere. The Order's shadows pushed forward, arriving before a burial chamber. Under the cover of the Order shadows, the chief forgemaster used his servo arm to decipher the gate. After the gate roared open, Rosicky saw that it was filled with burial data crystals and strange mechanical constructs. Leaving 2 tech sergeants and 4 corpse collectors to handle the bodies, the Order's shadows continued forward. After swiftly passing through 4 passages, the Order's shadows reached the center of the burial chamber, and the moment they saw the altar, all Order's shadows narrowed their eyes. The entire altar was constructed from data crystals, each crystal more dazzling than any they had found before, emitting light that even the Astartes found blinding. "This is a data altar, it is a treasure," the chief forgemaster exclaimed, leading the tech sergeants towards the data altar from the dark age of technology. The grave digger led the corpse collectors to clear the mechanical hounds, then excavated the other 7 burial chambers. After excavating all 8 burial chambers, Adams felt stars exploding within him. He had fully mastered the grave digger's power. While the archaeologist was studying the data stored in the data altar, the fleet led by the Gene Seed Primarch arrived at the rendezvous point, meeting with the fleets of the 2nd and 7th Battle Group. Before Ning Lu gave the attack order, a scene he had obtained from Slaughter's mind flashed through his mind. Before Slaughter stood Jose, the prophet of the Futuris arc. "Slaughter, fate has revealed to me that the Lord of Monkeys will bestow Jushin's spear upon Ning Lu. Ning Lu obtaining that cursed artifact will hinder our great cause, he must die." Ning Lu's eyes were deep, and he thought to himself, "Should I slow down, deliberately lose to the Wolf King?" This thought was dismissed as soon as it arose. Open black lens bracket no, Huang Laohan never said he would bestow Jushin's spear and wolf-fanged fortress upon the Gene Seed Primarchs participating in the Fire Wheel battle. This is merely my speculation based on memory. Huang Laohan never said he would give Jushin's spear to the Primarch who obtained the Orc warlord's head, or another one. If he chose me, no matter my victory or defeat in the hunt, he would give Jushin's spear to me. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu thought of this and decided to strive for victory, so he could receive Mikado's gift. The Gene Seed Primarch then gave the order, execute the plan, attack. Flame Wheel. The First Flames of War 3rd update, requesting monthly votes. The 3 members of the War Council, the Emperor, Mikado, and Horus, the ruling body in the early stages of the Imperium of Man's Great Crusade, were all observing the war in the Flame Wheel star system. The King of Vostronia and the Wolf Lord of Fenris extended their hunt from Fenris into space, both choosing the side they favored. Further intelligence gathered increased the number of orcs from hundreds of millions to billions. This meant that the war in the Flame Wheel star system was the largest-scale conflict the Imperium had faced since the beginning of the Great Crusade. Order's shadows took the lead, but Ning Lu encountered a rebellion launched by planetary governor Francis Soler in Arenas. The Wolf Lord's rapid advance allowed the 6th Legion to catch up to the 11th Legion. In the third to last week of 819, M30 Terran Standard, the 2 battle groups of Order Shadows and the Space Wolves simultaneously warped back into real space from the Mandeville Point. The 6th Legion's Glory Queen class battleship had not yet been completed, so Leman Russ temporarily housed his court on the Legion's original flagship. The bridge was dimmer than other warships, like a wolf's den. The Wolf Lord's azure eyes fixed on the holographic image, grasping the battlefield situation within seconds. Having returned to the Imperium for several months, Leman Russ had left a crude impression on the high echelons of the Imperium, with only a few seeing through his disguise. The Wolf Lord's learning ability was quite excellent. He mastered High Gothic in just 5 days. After subsequently receiving brief instruction from the Emperor, Horus, and Mikado, he was deemed capable of commanding a legion independently in combat. Flame Wheel was Leman Russ's proving ground. He stared at the holographic image, seeing 25 dazzling light points, then 130, and after that, 256. The Wolf Lord immediately realized that the number of greenskin warships far exceeded 1,000, he bared his sharp fangs and growled. "I knew it, the intelligence was just shit. How could the enemy ships be so few in the battlefield where Ning Lu and I are competing? His rough tone immediately infected the space wolves and senior officers on the bridge. Inik Laheven looked at the Rus wolf helmet, meticulously crafted for the Wolf Lord by the Allfather's personal artisan, a symbol of the Legion's glory. It was also the Wolf Lord's wager, a testament to his father's trust in him, believing he would win the victory. The Wolf Lord clenched his fist, making a vow. I will never lose to Sanchez. The Wolf Lord's sword can only be wielded by a space wolf. Lehman Russ spoke in Worgen, not raising his voice intentionally, but his voice echoed throughout the bridge, imbued with a Fenrisian roughness. The good news is, we're not with Ning Lu's cubs, which means we won't be held back. He loudly issued the combat order, let Ning Lu and the Imperium witness the speed of the wolf pack. Attack! Attack! Rashevan let out a roar, and every starship in the Space Wolves fleet increased its engine power. Each of the Space Wolves warships was adorned with a ferocious wolf head at its bow, their hulls enveloped in shimmering void shields. The frigates, machine spirits yearned to begin the hunt early, and they moved first. 25 capital ships turned their prows, following slowly behind. The gray warships spread out into an assault formation, creating a sphere of destruction radiating outwards from the flagship as its core. Hundreds of flickering bright spots bloomed in the red glow of the star system, and the entire fleet accelerated to attack speed. The flagship's bridge lights grew dimmer, and a sharp alarm sounded. Inik Laheven reviewed all the comm screens. The warship's weapon systems were in place, and fire solutions were being generated one by one. Turn 3 degrees up, the Wolf Lord ordered, destroy it. The flagship smashed through the scattered debris, its lance weapons spewing out crystal clear, deadly energy directly at the prey's ugly hull. The broadside weapons unleashed dense laser fire, raining down on the greenskin warship. A tremor swept through the bridge, and the servitors on the control console lost power due to severed internal cables. The Space Wolves ships endured damage while inflicting even more severe damage on the enemy ships. This was the Space Wolves' style of void warfare, they had always been this way. The style of Order Shadows, however, had long since changed. Adjusting fleet formations according to orders was a time-consuming process, especially for Astarte's Legion battle cruisers, whose kilometers-long hulls were like steel cities in the void. Diana Bolin received authorization from the Gene Seed Primarch to command this, the Imperium of Man's largest naval battle to date. Through the console, she dispatched orders to hundreds of sector commanders. The sector commanders tracked the relative positions of other warships in real time, submitting trillions of sensor readings and cogitator calculations to ensure that void warships did not intrude upon other ships' paths. Thousands of junior officers rapidly made various decisions, ensuring that the power and frequency of engine thrust were flawless. Hundreds of thousands of serfs and crew members of the 11th Legion took their positions, activating energy conduits, initiating weapon systems. The black warships displayed astonishing coordination in the void, executing the battle plan methodically. The massive Worthy Shadow attracted the attention of a large number of orc warships. The greenskin ships, like bloodthirsty sharks, charged towards the Glory Queen-class battleship. Gretchens bounced around, operating the artillery, attacking the Worthy Shadow. With each shot, a Gretchen would be thrown off, tumbling for dozens of meters before crashing onto the deck, dizzy and disoriented. The unluckier ones would be engulfed by shrapnel and flames from exploding cannons. Countless missiles, shells, and torpedoes struck the Worthy Shadow's hull. The powerful shields of the Glory Queen-class battleship fended off the overwhelming assault. The Worthy Shadow's bow spewed earth-shattering light and torpedoes, the explosions illuminating space. Macro cannons continuously fired at the orc warships, shells smashing into their haphazardly assembled hulls. On the Worthy Shadow's bridge, the Lady Captain gazed at the comm screens. Diana determined from the feedback readings that the energy shields generated by the greenskin force field generators possessed defensive capabilities comparable to the Imperium's void shields. She glanced at the comm screen, unable to comprehend why a shield crackling with lightning and spewing toxic fumes could produce such an effect. The lady captain's curiosity lasted only a moment before she picked up the microphone and issued an order. Ether cannon, fire. Worthy Shadow, Void Hunter, and 11 other capital ships, with ether cannons mounted on their flanks, fired beams of colored energy. The ether beams pierced through the energy shields of the Orc capital-class ships, and the second volley detonated the vessels. The explosions of the greenskin capital ships generated destructive shockwaves in the void, significantly reducing the firepower striking the Worthy Shadow. The second battle group's capital ships arrived at the void node, deploying their formation to block the Orc fleet recklessly crashing towards the flagship. The 7th Battle Group's warships, according to the strategic plan, used Void Hunter as their spearhead, thrusting into the weak points torn open by Worthy Shadow. Under Diana's coordination, the 11th Legion's fleet organically combined into a cohesive whole. Like a seasoned gladiator, Worthy Shadow was a feint, luring the enemy to lose their balance. The charge of the greenskin warships towards the Glory Queen-class battleship was blocked by the 2nd Battle Group. The 7th Battle Group, like a swinging scythe, cleaved into the Orc warships with exposed flanks. The battle in the Flame Wheel Star system progressed according to Ning Lu's plan. As ship time entered 820 M30, a gravitational tide suddenly erupted in the Flame Wheel Star system. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.